I was reincarnated as the older brother of a villainess destined to die, so I want to change the future by raising my younger sister with my own hands. I am the strongest in the world, but my little sister must be the cutest in the world. Volume 5, by Yuki Mizusato, translated by Dark Knight. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1 Spy. Mid-June. The climate in the Holy Kingdom is similar to that of Japan in my previous life, though it's just slightly cooler. So around this time of year, the heat and humidity start becoming a bit unbearable. That said, with magical tools that blow cool air and dehumidify being widespread, it's not all that bad. Water and wind mages are truly a blessing. I can't use that kind of magic, so I'm a little jealous. But well, it's the classic, the grass is always greener situation. When I first enrolled, school life was a bit chaotic, but now, more than 2 months later, things have settled down. Ever since solving the Beastman kidnapping case, there haven't been any notable incidents. I couldn't be happy yet. My goal is to prevent the death of my beloved little sister, Karen, which is set to happen 2 years from now. The more peaceful days I have, the more time I can spend preparing for that. Also, I get to enjoy everyday life with my beloved family. Though I can't let my guard down, but I want to savor these 3 short years at the academy, making the most of it with my family. Today, just like always, I finished up at the academy and rode the carriage back to our townhouse in the royal capital. There's a saying, when 3 women gather, it gets noisy. Well, right now there are 5 women in the carriage. Even though most of them are noble ladies raised to be prim and proper, the confined space made things quite lively. Minerva-san, help me with my studies? I don't understand this part of the subject at all. Marina cried out, her voice mixed with tears. She's a commoner, the one among us who has the least connection to noble society, and originally she was supposed to be one of the heroine targets for the hero. But after various twists and turns, she's now completely devoted to me, trusting me with her heart. She's only just recently started attending the study sessions I supervise, so it seems she's still struggling to keep up with the cutting-edge curriculum of the academy. Her pale blue-violet eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung to the girl sitting next to her. When she does that, certain parts of her well-endowed figure end up in quite the situation. I'd better look away. If I stare, I'll definitely be called out by the others. The girl Marina was clinging to is Minerva, my fiancée. With her black twin-tailed hair and petite figure, she has an incredibly cute appearance. As her hair color suggests, she possesses remarkable magical talent and excels in many other areas too. On top of that, she's the daughter of a duke, making her a flawless noblewoman. Of course, that doesn't mean she's without flaws. She's extremely shy, and most of her statements come off as tough or arrogant because of it. You could say she's a textbook tsundere. I find that part of her cute too, though. Shinisan, about that document you were preparing, don't you think it would be better to do it this way? No, this part here is a bottleneck. Ah, I see, so in that case maybe if we do this. If you move it like that, then over here. Meanwhile, a little distance away from Minerva and Marina, Orca and Shin were deep in some complicated conversation. Orca is my younger stepbrother, a fox beastman boy. Despite wearing a skirt and having a very feminine appearance, he is indeed a boy. If I dwell too long on his appearance, I'll get lost in an endless rabbit hole, so I choose not to think too deeply about it. His sharp yellow-green eyes reflect his intelligence. Even at his young age, he's already involved in the internal affairs of a count's territory, probably more experienced than most administrators. Right now, he's discussing the tasks that have been assigned to him. The one talking with him on equal footing is Shin, one of our maids. Her maid uniform is impeccably neat, and her blue-violet hair is tightly wound into a bun, reflecting her diligent nature. In fact, she's a very serious person, highly competent in everything she does, and she even handles secretarial duties for me. That said, she's not flawless. Shin is actually quite clumsy, prone to unexpected mishaps, and even tripping over nothing. That kind of gap in her personality makes her all the more endearing. Oh, and she's actually an elf. Though elves are despised in the Holy Kingdom, she lives in secret due to various circumstances. Well, most of the folks in Foranada Castle know, though. And then there are the last 2. Is something wrong, Oni-sama? What's up, Zechs? The 2 voluptuous women, sitting on either side of me, noticed my gaze and tilted their heads in question. The one with blonde hair tied in a ponytail and red eyes is none other than my dearest sister, Caroline. In the original game, no matter what, she was destined to die, imprisoned by her inevitable fate. I have no right to say this, but she has a major brother complex. Right now, she's pressing her ample chest against me, which is clearly not something a sister would normally do. And then, on the other side, the other girl was doing the same thing, making it rather hard to keep my composure. Nina, the wolf beastman, is my disciple. In the original game, she was a character destined to die around the start of the story, but thanks to my intervention, she survived. In a way, she's living proof that one can escape their fatal destiny. Though her expressions are typically reserved, there's a fiery passion in her brown eyes. Ever since she proposed to me a month ago, Nina's displays of affection have become quite intense. It's obvious to anyone watching that she's in love with me. Because of that, I've earned a fair bit of resentment, but there's nothing I can do about it. Even though I haven't given her a formal answer yet, I've already decided to accept her. No, it's nothing, I replied with a smile to the two women giving me curious looks. Apparently, they weren't too concerned as they quickly returned to their conversation. This is the usual group. Back when I first reincarnated, it was just me and Karen, but my world has grown so much since then. All of them are my precious family. No matter who it is, I won't let anyone destroy this happiness. Section. I had just returned to the estate and finished changing in my private room when the news arrived. An unidentified group of elves has entered the royal capital. Are you certain? Yes, we're almost positive. The royal palace's intelligence unit hasn't been deployed into the city, and reports indicate that the movements of the elves in question are those of individuals unfamiliar with the area. Shin, who brought me the report, nodded firmly in response to my confirmation. If such competent people were certain, then there was no mistake. The only ones capable of deceiving Foranada's shadow forces would be those beyond the realm of humanity, like witches. In either case, these were enemies that warranted caution. What are their current movements? Most likely, they were elves from the Forest Kingdom. Considering the deep enmity between them and the Holy Kingdom, it was crucial to be wary of whatever they were planning by coming here. This was a matter that required careful judgment. So far, they've shown no movements beyond reconnaissance. They're exploring the city, seemingly trying to familiarize themselves with the geography. Shin explained. Without knowing their objective, it might be best to let them continue. That was what I was considering when Shin suddenly spoke up. Forgive my impertinence, but may I offer my humble opinion? What is it? She had likely noticed I was leaning toward letting them roam. If that was the case, I expected she would offer a counterargument. I believe we should capture the elves immediately. As I suspected, I asked her again, and your reasoning? You're suggesting that the risks of letting them go outweigh the benefits, right? The intelligence unit should be able to continue monitoring the elves without them noticing. Shin, of course, knew this. So, for her to make this proposal despite that knowledge meant she had determined that waiting would not be the best course of action. If these elves are indeed from the Forest Kingdom, it's highly likely that some of them are spirit magicians. While we've been taught by Nomasama, our expertise is limited to earth element magic. If they use spirit magic of other elements, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage, especially in the royal capital. The risk of them exploiting unknown magic and escaping with valuable information is too great. Shin explained her reasoning. I see, spirits, huh? I had completely overlooked that, since we rarely have to deal with the Forest Kingdom. Elves, known for being the race with the most superior magical abilities among humans, often make contracts with spirits and use spirit magic. Naturally, the main military force of their kingdom consists of spirit magicians. As Shin pointed out, there was no doubt that some of the infiltrators were among them. As evidenced by Noma's techniques, spirit magic offers far more versatility than human magic. While it might not compare to the combination of Noma and myself, there was still the chance they could exploit a gap in our defenses with unknown techniques. We could extract information through interrogation if necessary. And if they were spies from another country, we didn't need to hold back. It would be wise to mitigate risks and take action. Understood. Let's capture them immediately. Very well. I will relay the orders to the intelligence unit. No, that won't be necessary. I stopped Shin just as she was about to head off to deliver the message. Could it be? It seemed she had already figured out what I was thinking. As expected of my secretary, she could read my mind. I'll capture them all myself. If there was a risk that the intelligence unit could be outmaneuvered, then it was better for me, with my overwhelming strength, to take them down. Plus, I wanted a sample of spirit magicians to study for the future. It's like capturing two birds with one stone. Now then, I'm really looking forward to seeing what tactics these genuine spirit magicians will use. Section. Night had fallen over the royal capital, or rather, the alternate world that perfectly mimicked it. Two figures were racing through the streets. To the average observer, they appeared to be ordinary human men. However, from my vantage point high above, my eyes saw them for what they truly were. Their disguise had long since been seen through. They were elves. Moments ago, I had transported all the elves who had infiltrated the capital into this alternate world. Now, I didn't have to worry about them making contact with the outside or escaping by some unexpected means. Considering my main objective, the mission was already a success at this point. All that remained was to extract the necessary information. However, I had a secondary objective: to experience firsthand the tactics of spirit magicians. You might wonder why I would bother with something like that at this point, but firsthand experience is crucial in all things. If I could learn what kinds of tactics spirit magicians employed, I could use that knowledge to develop countermeasures. Those countermeasures could then be incorporated into training, allowing others to simulate the experience and prepare accordingly. In short, it would enhance the safety of Karen and the others. Using appraisal, I identified the spirit magicians and quickly disposed of the rest. By now, my subordinates should be interrogating the others in a separate, isolated space. The two spirit magicians were clearly panicked. Despite their trained expressions, their confusion was obvious to anyone who looked closely. It was understandable. From their perspective, the people in the city had suddenly vanished. On top of that, their comrades had disappeared without a trace, and all contact with the outside had been cut off. There was no way they wouldn't assume they were under attack. Moreover, their final resort had already been neutralized. Their last resort was the self-destruct spell implanted in their hearts. Like many spies, their basic strategy was to blow themselves up if they were about to be captured by the enemy. Well, disarming spells like that is child's play for my eyes. Idiots. The two running through the streets weren't merely panicked. They were also laying magical traps as they moved, leaving fragments of their mana in various places, like they were marking the area. I wasn't entirely sure of the details, but it was clearly part of a large-scale magical setup. Just to be safe, I decided to take a closer look. A two-tiered structure, quite elaborate. They seemed to be operating under the assumption that they'd been caught in a barrier-type magic. The first tier was a wide-area dispel spell. If that failed, the second tier would trigger a large-scale explosion meant to blow everything around them to pieces. I should probably strengthen the alternate world, just in case. It wouldn't break unless the battle escalated to the level of my sparring matches with Akatsuki-sensei, but better safe than sorry. I continued observing for a while longer until the elves suddenly changed course. After running around the city, they began heading toward the outskirts. They were likely trying to get beyond the range of the explosion. Being caught in their own blast would defeat the purpose. Now that they'd completed their preparations, there was no reason for me to wait any longer. It was time to make my move. The area in front of the city gates was an open plaza, a perfect space for a fight. As the two elves approached, I descended into the square. Their reaction to my sudden appearance was swift. One of them stayed put, while the other immediately spun on his heel and fled. Their rapid response left little to be desired. One stayed behind to delay me, while the other continued with their mission. It was clear they had a contingency for this, and executing it without hesitation was impressive. They were well-trained operatives, no doubt about that. Still, after waiting so long, I wasn't in the mood to drag this out further. I might as well deal with them both at the same time. Without hesitation, I deployed a barrier. The one who had attempted to flee found himself trapped as well, unable to escape from the plaza. He tried to break through the barrier, but that was a futile effort. "Who are you?" The elf who had remained behind finally spoke. his first words since this confrontation began. Interesting, he switched gears quickly. Normally, someone would be thrown off balance seeing me, and colorless-looking man cast magic. But this one immediately took up a combat stance. It seemed he was trying to buy time while preparing for battle. The other elf, who had tried to flee, was now making his way back toward us. I had no intention of interrupting their preparations. I wanted to observe the abilities of a spirit magician in action, so I'd gladly play along with their plan. Giving you my name won't matter. Why's that? Because you have no chance of escaping from this world. So you're the one behind all this. The elf feigned outrage, a transparent act to hide his partner's preparations. And what are you going to do about it? Release us from here. I'm afraid I can't do that. I pretended to go along with the conversation, all the while observing the other one's actions closely. They were channeling magic into the ground. Ah, I see. It wasn't the elf's doing, but the work of an earth spirit. They were likely trying to seize control of the terrain. That was something I'd already learned through my work with Noma. It didn't seem like they were going to do much more preparation. I suppose they couldn't afford to spend too much time setting things up right in front of me. I just have to find out the rest during the battle. If you won't move aside, we'll force our way through. HMPH, once you learn who we truly are, you'll regret your foolishness. With those words, the two elves shed their disguises. Their appearances shifted drastically, their pointed ears, an unmistakable feature of elves, now visible. They probably expected to catch me off guard, but unfortunately for them, it had no effect on me. They didn't waste time either. Perhaps they had anticipated their reveal might not faze me, as they immediately launched their attacks. Spirit I've bonded with, slash apart the enemy before me. Spirit I've bonded with, pierce the enemy before me. The elf who had been speaking to me unleashed a spirit magic spell resembling wind edge, while the other, who had been preparing with the earth spirit, cast a spell similar to stone spike. Both of their spells were cast with the skill of true masters. The blade of wind, stretching nearly 10 meters long, was dense with mana and wouldn't be easily deflected by a half-hearted counter. The stone spikes erupting from the ground were average in size, but seemed harder than steel. As expected of spirit magic, the efficiency of their mana-to-magic conversion was astounding. With the amount of mana those two possessed, under normal circumstances, they'd only be able to produce spells with half that power. I leaped over the stone spikes and parried the wind blade with a single short sword imbued with magic infusion. I could have sliced through it, but that might have broken their spirits, so I held back. Spirit I've bonded with, trap the enemy before me. Spirit I've bonded with, strike down the enemy before me. Seeing me suspended in midair, they both took the opportunity to cast new spells. Do spirit magicians always have to recite incantations? I found myself pondering this while waiting for their magic to take effect. The wind spirit caster attempted to restrain my movements. A tornado began swirling around me, restricting my range of motion. Meanwhile, the earth spirit caster seemed to be handling the offensive. Dozens of boulder-sized projectiles were launched at me, their trajectories hidden by the swirling tornado. Normally, it would be difficult to detect those stone balls. The elves smiled, clearly thinking the battle was over. Though they remained cautious, I could sense a small degree of overconfidence creeping in. If they were part of Foranada, they'd be getting a serious scolding. It's good to feel confident, but letting your guard down? Unacceptable. That's a lesson ingrained in Foranada's combat training, but these were spies from another nation. No point in lecturing them. More importantly, if this was the extent of their teamwork, I doubted I'd gain much valuable insight from this fight. While the power behind their attacks was certainly impressive, their tactics left much to be desired. Ordinary magic could achieve similar results. I decided to give them one last chance. If they failed to impress, I'd end this quickly. With a single short sword, I slashed through every stone projectile headed my way. Then I released a burst of magic energy, dispelling the tornado in an instant. What? The elves' eyes widened in perfect unison. Their momentary lapse in focus delayed their next move. Seizing the opportunity, I landed on the ground and swiftly closed the distance between us. Though we'd been a fair distance apart, body enhancement allowed me to cover the gap in a single step. Caught off guard by how quickly I had moved in, they scrambled to begin chanting again. Spirit I've bonded with, slash apart the enemy before me. Spirit I've bonded with, pierce the enemy before me. So they really do need these lengthy incantations. With no choice but to wait for their chance to finish, I braced myself for their next attack. But the spells they cast were the same ones they had used at the start. Sigh. This is a letdown. With a sigh, I cut through everything. I slashed away their spells and dealt with the two elves, making sure not to deliver any fatal blows. Without a moment to breathe, they both collapsed to the ground, unconscious, staining the area red. All that caution for nothing. With their level of skill, even our covert ops team could have handled them easily. Still, I didn't know how powerful these two were considered in the Forest Nation, so I might as well extract some useful information later. I quickly stashed the beaten elves in my phase concealment cover texture, and my gaze fell on the area where they had once stood. What remained wasn't a void, but two tiny figures, spirits. A pair of small boys, one with green hair and the other with brown, glaring sharply in my direction. There was no doubt about it, these were the spirits contracted to the elves. They must have been hiding in the shadows of their contractors' bodies until now. You too, the spirits over there. What, you can see us? And no way. The spirits were utterly shocked when I addressed them. It was a pain dealing with their reactions, so I ignored their astonishment and continued. If you don't intend to oppose me or my allies, I'll let you go. What's your choice? I wasn't particularly interested in their power, and I had no need to recruit spirits that had already opposed me. It was less trouble to make a contract with a stray spirit. That's why I'd let them go. Besides, I had a trump card that guaranteed they wouldn't betray me. As expected, the spirits took a defiant stance. They flared up, shouting, "Don't underestimate us, you mere human." But it was all within my expectations, so I proceeded according to plan. It wasn't hard. I simply unleashed my full power without holding back, the overwhelming mana that now surpassed even that of the divine apostles. What happens when spirits, who worship mana above all else, witness such a display? Even Noma had lost his mind when I was far weaker. The reactions of these two would be predictable. Were sorry. After binding them with a contract spell, the alternate world dissipated, and the two spirits flew off in a frenzy. Judging by the way they left, I doubted we'd ever cross paths again. Zechs, here's some water. Thank you, Shen. Shen appeared at my side, offering me a cup of water. I gratefully accepted it. As I finished drinking, she asked, "How was it?" Massively disappointing. As spies, they were decent enough, but when it came to combat, they were a failure. They were completely reliant on spirit magic, just a bunch of overconfident fools. I see, and they're objective. I'll find out during interrogation. Afterward, I'll hand them over to the covert ops, so inform first Prince Weemley. I expect there'll be a meeting soon. Understood, I'll move at once. With that, Shen vanished in an instant, her presence completely disappearing. She's really gotten strong. I suppose I should head back too. I had a lot to think about, but for now, rest was in order. I opened a phase connection and returned to my private residence. Section. This is a grave situation. The Forest Nation's actions are nothing short of a declaration of war. We must retaliate immediately. Such rash action would be the height of foolishness. Indeed. It would be wiser to first send an envoy and assess the situation. Agreed. Besides, it's still uncertain whether the bandits captured by Count Foranada are truly elves. Going back that far will get us nowhere. Whether they are elves or not, the fact remains that there was an incursion. That's why we're here discussing it. Why don't you use your head for a change? Are you mocking me? The royal castle's conference room, which was the size of a tennis court, echoed with the noisy bickering of nobles. It could be generously described as a lively exchange of direct opinions, but in reality, it was chaos, and no progress was being made. While I understood their urge to raise a fuss, it would be nice if they could calm down a bit. Currently, I was attending this noble assembly at the royal castle. As a head of a noble house based in the capital and the person responsible for capturing the elves, I had been given a seat at the table. I had no issue with holding the meeting itself. When a hostile nation sends spies, it's only natural to discuss countermeasures. But the content of the discussion was hopeless. A faction of nobles who adhered to monotheism would spout extreme opinions. Then a group of fence-sitters would counter with overly cautious or outright foolish arguments, and the anti-Foranada crowd would chime in. The saying, "the council dances, but does not move forward," fit this situation perfectly. It had been about 30 minutes already. I had been quietly observing to avoid stirring any unnecessary resentment, but I was starting to tire of playing along with this farce. Just as I was about to intervene and demand they engage in more constructive discussions, the Holy King, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Let's hear Viscount Sawade's opinion." In an instant, the room fell silent. The fact that their ruler had spoken was part of the reason, but everyone in the room was also well aware of the true nature of the Sawade family. No one dared to oppose the rational judgment of Viscount Sawade. Viscount Sawade, Shin's biological father, was currently disguised as a man in his 50s using concealment, but in reality, he was an elf. He was without a doubt the wisest person in the room regarding the current crisis. Even with all eyes on him, Viscount Sawade remained calm and composed. He took a slow breath and spoke in a dignified tone. "First and foremost, from my standpoint, I oppose launching an attack on the Forest Nation. Coward, you're just trying to protect your homeland. There are several reasons for my stance, but I'll outline the two most important." Despite the emotional outbursts aimed at him, he remained unfazed and continued to present his reasoning in a steady voice. The first reason is the Empire's presence. While they've been quiet in recent years, I don't believe we can simply ignore them and launch a war. Both in terms of geography and the need to guard against them taking advantage of the situation. He made a solid point. The Forest Nation lay beyond the Empire. Any military action would require passing through Imperial territory. There's no way they'd just let us march through for free, and even if we could negotiate some arrangement, the long supply lines would strain our forces. Moreover, as he pointed out, the Empire might try to capitalize on the situation. A nation that expanded its territory through war would undoubtedly have the cunning to seize such opportunities. The second reason is that, even if we do manage to defeat the Forest Nation without issue, we stand to gain very little. We could likely claim some reparations, but beyond that, there's little to be gained in terms of land or technology. That made sense. Even if we acquired land, it would be too far from the homeland to manage effectively. And while we might gain their technology, their magical techniques are so advanced that the Holy Kingdom likely wouldn't be able to utilize them. If all we'd get out of it is money, the war simply wouldn't be worth it. It seemed no one could refute Viscount Sawade's calm and logical explanation. Well, these were the top nobles of the nation, so they had at least that much reason. Considering how the discussion had been going up until now, it was almost hard to believe. However, a spark was about to be thrown into the room. "Isn't Count Foranada here?" It was a small murmur, but it echoed through the entire chamber, and soon enough it caused a wildfire. "Yes, Count Foranada is here. With the White Satan on our side, he could wipe out those detestable elves. I've heard rumors he can use legendary teleportation magic. If that's true, then we wouldn't need to worry about supply lines. That's beside the point. If Count Foranada steps in, he could single-handedly annihilate the Forest Nation." I was too dumbfounded to speak. Both the monotheists and royalists were shamelessly trying to rely on my power, all of them. Even the ones who were just spouting anti-Foranada rhetoric a moment ago. What a blatant change of tune. Honestly, at this point, I was almost impressed. Perhaps one needs skin this thick to dance on the stage of nobility. Suppressing the sigh that threatened to escape, I spoke up. "I have no intention of aiding in an invasion of the Forest Nation. A defensive war, perhaps, but I will not participate in a war with so little benefit. If Karen or my interests in Foranada or Weemlay were directly threatened, then I'd consider it. But that wasn't the case here. There was almost no profit to be gained, and waging war just because spies infiltrated the capital was a laughable excuse. The nobles' intense hatred for the elves was clear, but I didn't share those feelings. With no profit or shared sentiment, there was no reason for me to get involved. Naturally, I was bombarded with insults about how I could call myself a noble of the Holy Kingdom, but I ignored them all. In the end, the Holy King declared, "For now, we will limit ourselves to sending a letter of protest to the Forest Nation," which finally brought the matter to a close. Had it gone on any longer, the slander and baseless accusations would have been endless. As the meeting concluded and I was preparing to leave, wondering if my presence had served any purpose at all, someone suddenly called out to me. Count Foranada. And you are. I briefly wondered if it was one of those who had just been throwing insults my way, but that wasn't the case. Standing before me, of all people, was Viscount Sawade. Might I have a moment of your time? His expression was unusually serious, and I wasn't sure how to respond. It wasn't because I disliked him that I hesitated. If I let personal feelings dictate who I worked with, I wouldn't get anything done. No, the reason for my hesitation was that Viscount Sawade had been forbidden from contacting me. It goes without saying that there's a deep rift between Foranada and the Sawade family. Because of that, the royalists, fearing that the Viscount's family might interfere with Foranada, had ordered him to avoid contact with me. Being loyal to the royal family, Viscount Sawade followed those orders. Until today, he had never shown his face to me. So, why was he going against his usual principles now? Though not as formidable as Foranada's forces, he was still the head of the intelligence division. He wasn't someone I could afford to take lightly. As I stood on guard, Viscount Sawade gave a wry smile. There's no need to be so wary, though I suppose it's unreasonable of me to say that. But rest assured, this contact has been reported to His Majesty beforehand. In other words, the royalists had given their tacit approval of the situation. At the very least, it seemed unlikely to escalate into something violent. Very well. I wouldn't let my guard down, but there was no reason to reject him outright. Well, this was someone I would have to talk to sooner or later. I might as well take this as the opportunity that had presented itself today. The Viscount and I left the meeting room and made our way to his office within the royal castle. The air between us was heavy with silence. Section. On the surface, Viscount Sawade belongs to the Information Management Bureau. To summarize the Bureau's work simply, it's about scrutinizing and compiling information gathered at the royal castle. While it implicitly suggests that they are an intelligence division, they officially operate under the guise of the Information Management Bureau. As the head of this bureau, Viscount Sawade had been given a respectable office. The room I was led to contained an expensive-looking desk and mountains of documents. However, it didn't give off a cluttered impression. On the contrary, it was quite orderly. Each document was meticulously arranged, a sight that could only be described as impressive. He must be a very meticulous person. It's not often one encounters an office so well-organized, especially one that deals with a multitude of documents. Please take a seat over there. Following the Viscount's suggestion, I settled into one of the sofas, while he sat across from me. A few seconds later, a maid entered the room to serve tea, but she wore a rather displeased expression. Though she maintained a composed exterior, it was clear that she was seething with frustration inside. No surprise there. This maid was an elf, and it was likely she harbored resentment toward me. After all, I had taken down her kin and the next heir to their clan. Even if her feelings were misplaced, I couldn't dismiss her internal struggles. I didn't think she would do something foolish like poison the tea, but just to be safe, I'd take precautions. Once the maid finished serving the tea and left the room, it was finally just the two of us. After both of us took a sip, Viscount Sawade opened the conversation. I'm sure you've guessed, but I wish to discuss the spies from the Forest Kingdom. I believe I already covered that in the previous meeting. Not everything, I presume. His question carried a hint of certainty. That was understandable. Despite being nobles of the same country, they were essentially potential enemies. As a professional in intelligence, he probably thought that one wouldn't divulge all information if they were in the same position. His reasoning was quite sound. Normally, I would have acted similarly, but this time was different. Unfortunately, I've shared all I have. I discovered the spies while they were conducting reconnaissance in the capital and judged that the situation would worsen if I didn't act immediately. Thus, I captured them on the spot. That's all the information I have. The interrogation didn't yield any meaningful results, as they were only tasked with gathering information about the geography and market conditions of the current capital. The spies I had captured held no valuable information. Their orders were limited to gathering data, without knowledge of how that information would be utilized. It was a plan based on the premise of cutting ties as soon as possible. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Viscount's suspicions were unfounded. I briefly considered whether letting the spirits escape had been a mistake, but most of them, barring exceptions like Noma, had no interest in human affairs, so capturing them wouldn't have yielded any benefits. "I see," he said. Having realized that I was speaking the truth, Viscount Sawade wore a somewhat bemused expression. It was only natural, given that his assumptions had been proven wrong. After a few seconds of hesitation, the Viscount spoke again. "Was there anything that caught your attention? Even trivial details are acceptable." As someone involved in espionage, his voice was cold and devoid of inflection. It was likely a result of his refined ability to mask his emotions. However, that was powerless against me. In the past, his use of disguise or physical enhancement had made it difficult to read him, but now I could penetrate his emotional scanning unless our levels were closely matched. The only ones who could deceive me would be someone like Nina, who naturally had a limited range of emotions, or a monster capable of perfectly controlling their feelings. The Viscount, who did not fall into either category, was essentially an open book. Viscount Sawade harbored strong anger and obsession. According to Shin, he had served the Holy Royal Family since his grandfather's time. He must have been quite young when he was unjustly exiled by the Forest Kingdom. Even as an adult, he may not have fully processed those feelings from back then. What concerned me was the possibility of him going rogue on his own accord. With such a strong obsession, it was certainly a possibility, but I could also sense a loyalty to the Holy Royal Family that was equally intense. It was a difficult judgment to make. Ultimately, the most reasonable conclusion was to remain cautious. I shook my head in response to the Viscount's question. "I don't have any particular concerns. I won't be of any help." "I see. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position." "Please forgive me." "No, considering your position, it was a natural course of action. Please don't worry about it." Our discussion seemed to have reached its end. With nothing more to say, I prepared to leave. However, it appeared he still had something left to discuss. "Please wait." Just before I stood up, the Viscount called out to stop me. I tilted my head in curiosity. "What is it?" "There is one piece of advice. No, rather, an apology I must offer." "An apology?" With a string of unsettling terms like advice and apology, I felt a deep sense of foreboding. He spoke earnestly. "I hesitate to bring this up for the sake of my family's honor, but there is currently a succession dispute within the Sawade household." That much was expected. Cutest, the designated heir, was no longer among the living. Given that he was officially missing, it was imperative to select a new successor for the Viscount family. "There are two candidates, my two sons. Each is leveraging his strengths to vie for position. Thus far, that's fine, but the problem lies in the differing policies each is proposing. So, they have differing stances regarding the Foranada situation." "Precisely. I have been adhering to His Majesty's orders and maintaining a policy of non-interference, but my potential heirs have different ideas. The second son proposes to ingratiate himself in order to gain a lucrative position, while the third son advocates for a thorough resistance." "Are you serious? Is that really what's happening within the Sawade family?" The lack of thorough surveillance on their part had now become a glaring issue. I had been so overloaded with intelligence work that I hadn't been able to keep an eye on that situation. "Suppressing a headache," I asked. "That would mean you're disregarding His Majesty's orders, wouldn't it?" "Regrettably, it seems that my son's generation does not feel the same sense of obligation to the Holy Royal Family as we do. They have not lived through the incidents in the Forest Kingdom." "Ah, I see. The generation of his sons, Shin included, was born in the Holy Kingdom. Having only heard about the hardships of being exiled from the Forest Kingdom secondhand, their loyalty was likely weaker than that of their parents. Well, that's to be expected. As generations progress, experiences inevitably transform into history. However, the real issue lies elsewhere. By bringing this up now, may I assume that you are unable to fully control your potential heirs?" The statement regarding how to address Foranada was, after all, merely a reflection of the policies of the next generation. It shouldn't have been something to disclose in this setting, especially not as a way to expose family shame. Yet, the fact that he chose to share it with me suggests one conclusion. His heirs were out of control, and might attempt to make contact with us without his consent. The Viscount remained silent. His silence was tantamount to affirmation. I found it ridiculous and let out a sigh. To be honest, I question your ability as a head of the household. Holding a responsible position as the head, while being unable to manage those beneath you, is a serious matter. There's no arguing against being branded unfit for nobility. That said, when you think about it, this outcome was inevitable. The Sawade family were originally nobles of the Forest Kingdom, but were driven out after losing a political struggle. While their skills as spies were exceptional, their abilities as nobles were lacking. I have no rebuttal. The Viscount offered no argument. He simply hung his head in defeat. I let out another sigh and emphasized my point. The fact that you disclosed this to me means I can proceed as I see fit, correct? If the head of the household had lost control, it was customary to seek the opinions of the faction leaders next. In his case, I believed he had sought a solution from the Holy Royal family. I didn't know what kind of measures had been taken, but it had ultimately ended in failure. Given that no major fallout had occurred, it seemed he was merely pretending to comply on the surface while secretly engaging in more insidious actions. The Viscount nodded slightly. Of course, as the head of the Sawade family, I swear I shall not speak of this again. Understood, then I will proceed as I see fit. After confirming with my gaze that our conversation had indeed reached its conclusion, I exited the room. As I walked through the unnecessarily extravagant hallways of the royal castle, I couldn't help but wonder why trouble always seemed to find its way to me. I longed for a moment of respite. With that earnest wish in my heart, I began to devise future strategies. Chapter 2: Club Activities. During the last homeroom of the day in our classroom, there was an announcement from our homeroom teacher, Merlisan. Starting tomorrow, first-year students like yourselves will be allowed to participate in club activities. Participation is entirely voluntary, so please make your decision carefully. Additionally, you'll be allowed to observe or try out clubs until the beginning of next month, so feel free to take your time if you're undecided. Club activities at this academy aren't much different from those in my previous life. The only major difference is that since there are no other schools around, it feels a bit more casual. After all, even if there's a tournament, it's just competing against fellow students. Of course, depending on the club, some activities, like the swordsmanship club, could help with future employment. As the teacher said, participation isn't mandatory. There are people like me who are too busy for that sort of thing. In other words, if it were just me, I wouldn't join a club. I don't see the point beyond some occasional relaxation, and even for that, hanging out with Karen and the others would be far more meaningful. That said, the decision lies with Karen and the others. I've already given them plenty of free time. Even Orca, who helps with some of my work, has had his workload reduced since before we enrolled. It was all so they could fully enjoy their time here. Leaving the option to join a club was part of that. If Karen and the others want to join a club, I'd be more than happy to support them. But first, we'll need to look around and see what's out there. Tomorrow, let's check out a few clubs. As I said this on our way home, Karen tilted her head. Are you sure that's all right? Of course. Whether you join or not is up to you, but trying things out is always a good idea. You're right, Oni-sama. It's a rare opportunity after all. Karen, having listened to my suggestion, seemed enthusiastic. She's naturally curious, so I'm sure she'll make the most of this opportunity. The others didn't seem opposed either. Clubs, huh? How many are there again? I'm pretty sure the pamphlet we got before enrolling listed them. There are exactly 102,037 listed, Shin chimed in. Shin, you're way too prepared. No way, that's way too many. It's probably because some of the more popular clubs have subgroups. When too many people want to join, they likely form offshoots. Minerva-sama is right. The largest club is the Swordsmanship Club, with over 100 subgroups. Wow, sounds like the hierarchy must be brutal. If I'm going to join a club, I'd prefer something a bit more laid back. Same. The girls, including Orca, were having a lively discussion. Still over 100,000 clubs. I never realized there were that many. In the original game, clubs were more of a side mission, so I never paid much attention to the total number. Whenever I joined a club, it was usually as one of the top-tier members. With so many options, just exploring them could be a lot of fun. Looks like our school life is about to get a bit more exciting for the foreseeable future. The following day, after school, we met up with Marina, who was in a different class, and as planned, we set out to tour some clubs. Since today marked the first day first years could join clubs, the school grounds were buzzing with more energy than usual. Everywhere you looked, upperclassmen were holding signs or props, promoting their clubs. The atmosphere wasn't too different from what I remembered in my past life. Feeling a strange sense of nostalgia, I turned to Karen. Do you have a plan for which clubs we'll visit first? Yes. I thought we could each choose one club we're interested in, and we'll visit them one by one. Got it, so 5 clubs total. Shouldn't take more than a day or two. Exactly. So, whose club are we visiting first? Me. It's my turn first. Marina raised her hand with a slightly offbeat tone, looking nervous. Right. She always gets flustered whenever she talks to me, even though she usually speaks in a relaxed manner. We all chuckled at her sudden shift in demeanor, but listened as she spoke. I'd like to visit the cooking club. That's such a Marina choice, Orca commented. Yeah, Marina's great at cooking, Nina added, both of them nodding in approval. The others, too, seemed to agree with knowing smiles. Marina was skilled at all kinds of household chores, and she had a particular passion for cooking. She was getting better and better by the day, even attending cooking lessons with Noma occasionally. It was no surprise that the first club she chose was the cooking club. The cooking club's room is this way. It's a bit of a distance, so we should take the carriage, Shin said, taking the lead. As usual, her knowledge of the school's layout was impressive, and she confidently guided us without hesitation. While everyone else followed her, one person stood still with a conflicted expression. That person was Minerva. It was understandable. Minerva was talented in many areas, but the one thing she couldn't handle was cooking. She had once tried to bake a cake for my birthday, but it had ended in a disastrous failure. Because of that, she wasn't keen on visiting the cooking club. Minerva had a lot of pride and probably didn't want others to know about her weakness. Last time, only Shin, the head chef, and I had witnessed her cooking disaster, but this time, she couldn't avoid it. Minerva. What? Though she was clearly flustered, she responded in her usual assertive tone. Her ability to keep up her strong front, even when she was filled with anxiety, was impressive in its own way. Still, I wished she could be a bit more honest with herself. Suppressing a wry smile, I made her an offer. How about you and I go check out a different club? Hi. You know, I might be a distraction if I barge into the cooking club uninvited. But being alone is kind of boring, so I thought I'd drag my fiancé along for company. Close one. I got so caught up in trying to help Minerva that I didn't properly think through why we'd split off. The excuse I came up with was a bit rushed. Hopefully, it didn't sound unnatural. Hiding my nervousness, I glanced at her reaction. At first, Minerva stared at me with wide eyes, but soon, her expression softened, and she broke into a soft, melodic laugh. Hee, if you're going to cover for me, at least come up with a better excuse that doesn't give it away so easily, she laughed softly. As expected, she had seen right through my intentions. It was embarrassing. Feeling a bit awkward, I scratched the back of my head and looked away from her. I didn't have time to think of anything better. Even so, there must have been a less obvious excuse you could have come up with, she chuckled, clearly finding the whole situation amusing. Minerva's laughter didn't die down for a while, about 30 seconds, give or take, until she finally gave me a bright, refreshed smile. Thanks for worrying about me, but come on, everyone's waiting for us over there. Let's go. Sure enough, a little distance away, the others were waiting, discreetly keeping an eye on us without intruding. You sure about this? Considering how much she had resisted earlier, I didn't think there was any need for her to force herself to come along. But Minerva shook her head. It's fine. It's not like me to keep running away from reality. A weakness is something you overcome. Running away isn't something my pride would allow. With a defiant puff of her chest, she exuded confidence and determination, completely different from the hesitant girl of just moments ago. She was truly strong. No matter the challenge, she would always turn adversity into fuel for her own spirit. I couldn't help but feel that someone as amazing as her was almost too good for me. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, Minerva added, "You better be ready to protect me if things get tough, my dear fiancé." Caught off guard by her wink, I stood there for a second, a little dumbfounded, before breaking into a smile of my own. Your wish is my command, my princess. Section. It seemed that the culinary club was quite popular, divided into several branches depending on the type of cuisine they specialized in. The only common thread among them was that most of the members were commoner girls. It made sense. After all, noble children typically didn't engage in household chores. Those tasks were the domain of servants, and nobles weren't supposed to take away their work. The few nobles who could cook were usually either sweets lovers who dabbled in it out of personal interest or eccentric types who enjoyed commoner pastimes. As for our group, the only ones with cooking skills were myself, Marina, and Shin. Unsurprisingly, the other nobles in our group were helpless when it came to household chores. Perhaps that's why, as soon as we entered the culinary club's home cooking branch kitchen, Karen and the others couldn't help but look around in awe. The kitchen in a noble's estate or mansion was much more sophisticated compared to this one, which was designed for commoner-style cooking. To put it bluntly, the equipment here was not as high-end. Why did we choose the home cooking branch out of all the options? It was partly because this was where Marina excelled, but also because we thought it would be a good chance to experience something different from our usual lives. Tea today, THTH these guests are here too, tea take a look around. Please give them a warm W welcome. The club president stuttered nervously. After her awkward introduction, a faint sound of clapping followed, though the atmosphere in the room was pretty dead. As I mentioned earlier, the culinary club was mostly made up of commoner girls. Naturally, having nobles show up at their doorstep would make them feel uneasy. The fact that they managed to talk at all showed how brave they were. Seeing how tense the club members were, Karen and the others could only offer strained smiles in return. We just wanted them to act naturally, but it was hard to know what to say in a situation like this. The awkward silence stretched on for a moment, but then someone stepped up to break the ice. President, your face is all stiff. Smile, come on, give us a smile. It was Marina, who had been standing with the rest of us but had quietly moved up to the club president's side. With a warm, friendly grin, she pulled the corners of her own mouth up with her fingers and said, "Smile again." "Why, you are. My name's Marina. I'm one of the students here to visit the club just like Karen and the others. Oh, and I'm a commoner. I love cooking, so I wanted to check this place out." I see. The club president, overwhelmed by nerves, seemed at a loss for how to respond to Marina's sudden introduction. Undeterred, Marina continued. "Karen and the others are my friends, and I was the one who invited them to come visit. I thought it'd be a great opportunity." With that statement, the rest of the club members shot sharp glances at Marina, as if saying, "So it's your fault." But as always, Marina didn't seem bothered in the slightest and kept smiling. After pausing for a brief moment, she spoke again. "Karen and the others are really kind people. They became friends with a commoner like me and even accepted my invitation to visit. So please don't be scared of them. You wouldn't want someone to dislike you for no reason, right?" "Well, it's just for today, but I'd be really happy if we could all get along." "Yes, you're right." Somehow, Marina's soft, gentle manner had eased the tension in the room. While not completely gone, the atmosphere had lightened, and the stiffness that had gripped the club members was starting to melt away. "Amazing, isn't she?" "Yeah, no kidding." I couldn't help but agree with Shin's impressed comment. Once again, I was reminded of Marina's incredible communication skills. In just a few minutes of conversation, she had completely softened the fear the culinary club members felt toward the nobles. While it was fortunate that she used her talents for good, I couldn't help but think that if she ever chose to misuse them, she'd make a frighteningly effective instigator. It was a chilling thought. After that, we all got to participate in the cooking experience under the guidance of the club members. The menu was a simple vegetable soup, and thanks to Marina, we were able to proceed without any problems. That said, as with any hands-on activity, individual skill levels soon became apparent. How's this look? Adventurer's essential skill. Orca, who was naturally dexterous, and Nina, who had some experience cooking at campsites, both managed to produce decent results. Their soups looked and tasted average, with little difference from what the other club members made. However, since it was Orca's first time cooking, everyone around him was shocked by how well he did. People were murmuring things like, "This guy's a hidden talent," And if she hones this skill, she'll be the perfect wife material. I miss my chance to correct them, but Orca's a guy, you know. Meanwhile, Karen and Minerva. Why does it keep burning? Isai. Karen was tilting her head in confusion, staring at the inedible mess she had created, while Minerva let out a long sigh as she examined the solid lump of something in her hands. Beside them, the club member who had been guiding them looked utterly defeated. I decided to keep my mouth shut. If I said anything here, this entire kitchen might end up in ashes. Well, Minerva is at least somewhat aware of her own shortcomings, but Karen should never be allowed near a kitchen again. If she ever tries to surprise me with a homemade gift, I'm pretty sure it'll end up being a deadly poison. I'll have to make sure everyone is aware of this. And so, the culinary club tour came to a close, more or less without incident. For the record, I ended up taste testing all of the soup they made during the cooking experience. I managed to compliment each one of them with a smile, and I have to say I'm pretty proud of myself for that. Our next stop was the chess club, as per Orca's request. Apparently, there were several different branches of the club, each organized by skill level and seriousness. Orca had chosen one of the top clubs. That's because Orca has been a fan of board games for as long as I can remember, and lately, he's been seriously into chess. With his natural intelligence, he's been crushing me in every game we play. Well, I only managed to do well academically because of my cheat-like memories from my previous life, so it makes sense that I can't beat a true genius in a game of pure strategy. Unlike the culinary club, this group was made up entirely of nobles. While strategic games like chess were becoming more popular among commoners thanks to the influence of Yudai the hero, they were still largely dominated by the nobility. The tour involved playing against members of the club, and we were each assigned an opponent. Or so I thought. My deepest apologies, but there are only 4 members available to play. We won't be able to accommodate all of you, said one of the members, bowing apologetically. It seemed that getting a chance to play against top-tier opponents was a popular activity. If you wish, we could end their matches early, the member offered. No, that won't be necessary. We'll narrow it down to 4 players, I replied. It might just be a board game, but it wouldn't feel right to use my influence for something so trivial. If I and one other person sit out, it should be fine. I glanced at the others, and Marina timidly raised her hand. I'll sit this one out. I'm not very good at games, and, playing against nobles makes me a little nervous. She seemed to have picked up on the atmosphere. Given the pride of the nobles in this top-tier club, it was probably a wise decision for her to step back. Impressed by Marina's judgment, I turned to the remaining 4. All right, then. You 4, go ahead and have fun. I feel a bit bad about leaving you behind, Oni-sama, but I understand. I shall go now. I'll definitely win, so watch me. I will give it my all. HMPH. You might as well sit back and enjoy watching. Each of them gave their own response and took their assigned seats. All 4 of them, including Orca, were fairly experienced with these types of games. It would be interesting to see how they fare against the seasoned club members. Well then, let's cheer them on, I said. Understood, Shin replied with a polite bow. Why yes, sir, Marina answered with a slightly nervous tone. Section. After a while, the outcomes of the 4 games started to become clear. First up were Karen and Nina. While both were smart, going up against specialists proved to be tough. They were struggling, taking a long time to make each move. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Thankfully, neither of them seemed overly invested in winning. Next was Minerva. Her match followed a similar pattern. She had a few good moments, but overall, she was on the defensive. Unlike the other 2, Minerva has a competitive streak, so she was putting up a solid fight. Since she was still in a position where she could turn things around, I hoped she wouldn't give up. Finally, there was Orca. Unlike the others, he was in the lead. His opponent was supposedly one of the club's top members, but Orca showed no signs of being rattled. In fact, he was pressing forward relentlessly. Their match was so intense that the other club members gathered to watch. Every move the 2 players made was met with murmurs of awe and admiration from the spectators. As I observed the serious atmosphere around Orca and his opponent, Marina, who didn't really understand the game, nodded in amazement. Wow, I don't really get it, but I can tell it's impressive, she said. As expected of Orca, I replied. This was Orca's true potential. I'd suspected as much, given how well he handled the administrative tasks I'd assigned him, but seeing it again in this context was still impressive. Even if you've put in the effort, it's not easy to go toe-to-toe with people who practice regularly against other top-level players. It was only thanks to his remarkable intelligence that he could hold his own in a match like this. Seeing how smart he was, it made sense how, in the original game, Orca had managed to overthrow his own family. I couldn't help but feel both admiration and exasperation in equal measure. While I was watching the 4 games, I sensed a familiar presence approaching. At first, I thought nothing of it, but whoever it was seemed to be heading straight for me. I couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was brewing. Well, what a coincidence. Good day, Zechs. Are you here to observe the chess club as well? Came a voice from behind me. I turned around to find exactly who I'd expected, Arianorth, the first princess of the kingdom. With her golden hair and pale blue eyes, she gave off her usual cool smile and piercingly sharp gaze, a combination that always felt a bit intimidating. Even though she'd come straight for me, she still had the nerve to pretend it was just a coincidence. Your Highness, good day. Yes, my younger brother wanted to visit this club. Are you here to observe as well? I replied. Indeed, I dabble in chess from time to time, she said with a slight smile. Dabble, huh? I had to work hard to keep my exasperation from showing on my face. In the original game, there was an event where Arianorth went on a rampage, defeating famous chess masters one after another. Her chess skills were far beyond the level of any professional, so this was clearly an understatement. After exchanging some pleasantries, I glanced at the person standing behind Arianorth. During class, Arianorth usually interacted with her classmates, mostly the hero, but today she was accompanied by a student I didn't recognize. The girl had short, greenish-blue hair and brown eyes. With her tall, 180-centimeter frame, androgynous features, and the slacks she was wearing, I almost mistook her for a man. However, from her build and the subtlety of her movements, I realized she was female. She was most likely one of Arianorth's bodyguards. It wasn't uncommon for students to have such personnel assigned to them. It seemed my assumption was correct. Noticing where I was looking, the first princess spoke. By the way, it seems you two haven't met before. Let me introduce you to Zechs. This is my childhood friend and my personal knight, Louise. I am Louise Sepharim de Talai Courtlian. I'm a year above Princess Arianorth and the Count, but I look forward to working with you, she said. The pleasure is mine. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Courtlian, I replied. We exchanged noble greetings and shook hands. Judging by her muscular build and the flow of magical energy, she seemed to be a magic knight focused on swordsmanship. Her training appeared to be well-balanced. With her level nearing 40, she likely had no peers among her contemporaries. She complemented the completely defensive Arianorth well, which justified her role as a bodyguard. However, this is quite troublesome. Although we came all this way, it seems we're already at full capacity, Arianorth remarked, placing a hand on her cheek as she surveyed the room. As she said, all the club members were engaged with someone or another. Unless they forcibly cleared a seat, no one would be available to play against Arianorth. There's an empty chessboard, though. Zechs, Arianorth said, her expression brightening. Yes, Your Highness, I asked. Would you play a match against me? She proposed. I widened my eyes slightly at Arianorth's unexpected offer. Her suggestion was completely out of the blue. Being a rational thinker, her proposal undoubtedly carried some ulterior motive, but I couldn't decipher her true intentions. I had no idea what the benefit would be for her. At the same time, refusing was no easy task. After all, she was royalty, and the offer was merely for a game of chess. Regardless of any hidden motives, the surrounding people wouldn't question it, especially since I couldn't grasp the reasoning behind it. If I were to decline, it would surely create tension. While I no longer needed to care about how others perceived me, taking on unnecessary risks wasn't the best decision either. What should I do? It was a straightforward request, leaving me little time to think. Very well, I accept, I said finally. In the end, I chose to play chess with Arianorth. A significant factor in my decision was that I couldn't come up with a plausible excuse to refuse. I hoped that since it was just a board game, it wouldn't lead to any serious blunders. She smiled softly. Thank you. Then, shall we begin at once? With an elegant motion, she settled herself at a nearby seat, her golden hair shimmering. Louise took her position behind Arianorth. I followed her lead, ready to take my seat. Section. I followed her lead and prepared to take my seat, just then. Oh, your highness. Marina, who had been silent and reading the atmosphere, spoke up with an anxious tone. She seemed bewildered by the sudden match against a member of the royal family. As a true commoner, she was clearly struggling to keep up with the whirlwind of developments. I offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry about me. Just support Karen and the others. Yes, of course, she replied. And Shin, I'm fine on my end. I'd like you to keep an eye on Marina and Karen. Understood, Shin said, following my instructions like a loyal attendant. Finally, I settled into my seat opposite Arianorth. Thank you for waiting, I said. Not at all, it's no trouble, she replied. We faced the chessboard that had already been set up and began our game. The opening proceeded smoothly and quickly, following standard openings. We moved our pieces almost instantaneously, despite some commotion from the spectators, which I chose to ignore. Before long, we reached the mid-game, and the pace of play slowed for the first time. It was just a few minutes of pause, but it was clear the game's speed had relaxed. Feeling the weight of the wait, or perhaps having intended this from the start, Arianorth suddenly murmured during my turn. By the way, it seems that Leaf has made its way into the capital. I felt my eyebrows twitch involuntarily. Leaf was the slang term for a certain drug. Its formal name was monoleaf catastrophe. While it temporarily increased magical power and effectiveness, it also had a high potential for addiction and a heavy toll on the body. Naturally, it was classified as an illegal drug in surrounding nations, and merely possessing it would lead to severe penalties. What she mentioned was true. Among the merchants who entered the capital early this morning was someone who had been hiding Leaf. One of my subordinates had apprehended him while he was making deals in the slums. But how did she know this? The capture had only occurred this morning, and I was the only one who received the report aside from Weemlay. Weemlay had likely shared the information with the royal court, but with such sensitive matters, it was customary to keep them confined to higher-ups at first. There was no way Arianorth should have known this so soon. Even if she had her own information network, she was still attending the academy. What means had she employed to uncover this? Revealing a glimpse of her intelligence network in such a mundane moment was a cunning move meant to instill fear. Louise had likely cast a counterintelligence barrier in that instant, so only the three of us, her, Arianorth, and I, could hear our conversation. While she wore a friendly mask around Karen and the others, it seemed she had no intention of hiding her rationality from me. "Oh, do you not put on a mask for me?" I asked, maintaining a smile as I moved one of my pieces, passing the turn to Arianorth. She gazed at the board, contemplating her next move before speaking. "I judged it to be impractical to play the role of the kind-hearted saint around you, Zechs. Regardless of the facade I wear, you remain highly vigilant. You are already aware of my true nature, are you not?" As she moved her piece, Arianorth's pale lavender eyes narrowed, piercing into me. The chilling, ice-like gaze sent shivers down my spine, revealing her essence. "Well then, how about it? I could never begin to imagine the depths of your thoughts, your highness." I replied ambiguously, deflecting with a vague answer as I moved my piece. It was true that I couldn't grasp her intentions. As a mere ordinary person, I couldn't possibly fathom the thoughts of a true genius. However, I had a vague sense of Arianorth's true nature. With my ability to read emotions through mental magic, I could easily perceive her feelings as well. Her emotions were flawless. When she was happy, she expressed joy that was almost infectious, and when she was sad, she displayed such profound sorrow that it invoked sympathy. Her emotional nuances were completely impeccable, ideal even. But such a thing was impossible. In the realm of human emotions, where contradictions abound, there could be no such thing as ideal or perfect. Initially, I had been thoroughly deceived, but as we met more frequently, I became certain. Arianorth was capable of controlling her emotions. I realized that she was a monster who could manipulate the delicate workings of the heart at will. Perhaps, in the original game, she didn't truly love the protagonist, Yudai. She had likely acted as if she loved him, as it was a rational decision for the prosperity of her nation. If one can perform in a way that makes them appear more lovable than others, it was no wonder she secured the top spot in popularity polls. After all, she had been playing the ideal role that her counterpart expected. The discomfort I had felt in my previous life was indeed valid. Upon hearing my response, Arianorth smiled softly. However, it was a mere facade. There was no inflection in her voice, and her emotions remained eerily calm. Zechs, you are truly an interesting person. I find you incredibly fascinating. That's quite an honor, I replied. Since you've entertained me so well, allow me to express my gratitude with a small gift. Suddenly, Arianorth made this declaration. Her unfathomable words put me on high alert, instinctively bracing myself internally. Unaware of my inner turmoil, she continued. This is a continuation of our earlier discussion. I find the recent importation of leaf somewhat suspicious. Suspicious, you say? From what I had heard in my subordinate's report regarding the capture, it didn't seem to indicate a major incident. As if sensing my skepticism, Arianorth shrugged her shoulders. I have no concrete evidence, but it could be related to events concerning the Forest Kingdom. Rumor has it that things have been quite chaotic in that region lately. If I recall correctly, the merchant who brought leaf came from that direction. She had set a preventive line beforehand, and her basis was indeed flimsy. However, just her suggestion alone gave me a sense that this was more than just a simple drug case. A complex mix of vague emotions began to well up within me. As I found myself furrowing my brows, Arianorth suddenly spoke up. Check. You'll be in checkmate within 10 moves. Hi. Snapping back to reality, I surveyed the chessboard before me. Arianorth's assertion was accurate. I faced defeat within the next 10 moves. There were ways to evade it, but they wouldn't be particularly graceful, and it would undoubtedly turn into a messy exchange. When had this situation been created, I had been completely led into this trap. I let out a sigh. I concede. Yes, thank you for the match, she replied. At that moment her smile felt extremely infuriating. Section. The following afternoon after school. Yesterday, I had cut short my visit to the chess club. I had spent more time than expected at the 2 club visits. So, whose suggestion are we starting with today? We still had Karen, Nina, and Minerva left. At my words, the 3 exchanged glances for some reason. Then Karen responded with a wry smile. Actually, all 3 of us recommended the same club. It seemed they had all chosen the same club. However, that wasn't a problem. After all, it was just a club visit. Then let's go there. Which club is it? Oni-sama, it's the Magical Peace Club. The Magical Peace Club, as in that one. Yes, that's the one. Receiving Karen's confirmation, I felt a bit exasperated. The Magical Peace Club is a game that gamifies magical combat. It takes place within a designated area, and teams compete according to predetermined roles. You could say it's like a board game with pieces replaced by people. Hence, it's called Magical Peace. In reality, I was the one who developed this game along with Noma. While it was fine to spread the games from my previous life in this world like a hero, I thought it lacked flair. So I decided to embark on developing a game that utilized magic unique to this world. As a result, like with Magite and Magikuru, I ended up creating something quite elaborate. It was impossible to recreate without mental magic or earth elemental magic, and I had concealed its mechanics so they couldn't be analyzed. The contents of the tools used in the magical piece were a treasure trove of over-technology. Well, due to the effort I put into it, it became a massive hit within Foranada Castle. Of course, Karen and the others, as well as my subordinates, play magical piece during their breaks. Even though it's been 4 or 5 years, its popularity hasn't waned at all. That's why I was exasperated. We had played it so much in Foranada, yet here we were about to play it at the Academy too. By the way, the reason we can play Magical Peace at the Academy is that a complete set of tools is available for sale. If I recall correctly, when I let Weemley know about the Magical Peace, he had begged me to sell it. Of course, I had taken thorough measures against information leaks and theft. So far, there have been no incidents of that sort, but I digress. In response to my reaction, the 3 who recommended the Magical Peace Club wore sheepish expressions. WL, since it's a chance to play with outsiders. It gets boring if it's just our own people. Yeah, a fresh perspective is needed. Well, if you all are satisfied, that's fine by me. In Foranada, It would end up being a battle against the members currently present, or a handicap match against my subordinates. I could understand Karen's point. Suddenly, a question crossed my mind. By the way, what's the player population for this game at the Academy? I've seen several requests for additional supplies and repairs, so it's clear it's quite popular. At that question, Shin replied, "It seems to be a very popular game, not just among the students, but also among the teachers. Currently, it's growing rapidly, almost rivaling the swordsmanship club in the number of members." Seriously? I stared in astonishment. While it made sense for the swordsmanship club to be advantageous for employment as knights, who would have imagined that a simple game club could expand to such levels? Especially since I was the one who created it. It's a relatively straightforward game, after all. I had prepared a few special rules to keep things from getting stale, but still. Perhaps the people in this world are more starved for entertainment than I thought. Who knows, maybe a professional league for magical peace will be established soon. If it's that popular, there might be unique strategies being developed at the Academy. That's why I want to try it out. Minerva said this with an excited expression. When she put it that way, I couldn't help but empathize. It would be a lie to say I wasn't curious about what kinds of tactics were being developed in a game I created. I shrugged my shoulders. All right, let's go. Upon hearing my response, the other members showed expressions of great joy. It seemed they were really eager to go. I had thought the Academy grounds were vast, but I was surprised to find there was even a stadium dedicated to magical peace. Is this for long games? I couldn't help but be astonished at the sight. The game stage was enormous. It featured 2 mountains, as well as recreated forests, rivers, and grasslands. It was truly a miniature version of the great outdoors. As I mentioned earlier, it was clear that long games requiring survival skills could easily be executed here. Moreover, there were reports of other stages of similar scale with different settings. I was at a loss for words. Given that the game itself could be enjoyed as a short game, it seemed that the players were thoroughly engrossed in it. We had come to visit the top club team, which was drawing an enormous crowd thanks to the popularity of the game. It looked like there were several thousand people here today alone. As expected, they couldn't accommodate this many participants, so a selection process was in place. The top-performing students and nobles were given priority, while those lower in rank were cut from the roster. This was unavoidable. While magical peace allowed for setting upper limits on abilities, it couldn't elevate anyone's base skills. The competition inevitably required genuine talent. We passed through without any issues. Marina almost got excluded, but being with me, a count, meant she was treated as an exception. It seemed the participants had been narrowed down to about 100. In front of us, a male student from the 3rd year stepped forward. "I am Jet Shisnal Yuga San Worrell, the eldest son of the Worrell family's branch and the president of this top club. In other words, I am the strongest among those who enjoy magical peace." HMPH. The man named Jet dramatically tossed his bangs aside. Wow, this guy sure has a strong character. "Welcome to the remaining outstanding students. We of the Magical Peace Top Club encourage you all to make me your goal and engage in healthy competition." His laughter echoed around us like a booming proclamation. The students, including us who were observing, were left speechless by his speech. Suddenly, I heard Karen mutter, "Oni-sama, I dislike that person." Ah yeah, I can see why. It was unusual for her to express such a direct dislike for someone, but I understood. Jet was definitely the narcissistic type. Karen likely found him reminiscent of her own parents, whom she had also disliked for similar reasons. Calm down. It's just a trial membership. Yes. I gently patted Karen's back, encouraging her to relax. She took a small breath and began to cool the heat that had built up inside her. Then Minerva, who had been watching our exchange, spoke up. "Still, what that narcissist said isn't entirely wrong. He is, after all, the leader of the top club." "That's true. At the very least, I think he's one of the stronger students at the Academy." Orca agreed with her. "Yeah, I could agree on that point. It seems he's not just all talk." From what I could observe, he was undeniably stronger than most of the other students I had encountered. The only one who might compare was Louise, who served as Ariarnote's bodyguard. Given his bold proclamations, it wasn't surprising. Unlike our parents, he was a narcissist with real skills to back it up. As we chatted about this, Jet finished his speech, and the schedule for the observers was announced. Nothing beats experiencing things firsthand, so we'll have the new students play Magical Piece right now. What? They're having us play the game right away? Are they serious? The rules will be a basic short game. You'll be divided into teams of 5 to battle it out. It seemed they were serious. Right after Jet's announcement, the other club members began guiding the new students into forming teams. Since this was a basic rule set, it meant they would fight until one side was completely defeated, a classic format. They would be using full teams as well. It was a straightforward set of rules for beginners. There were exactly 5 people, so Karen and the others should be fine. Well then, Shin and I will move to the spectator seats. Do your best, everyone. Wait, Onisama, you're not participating. As I called out to them, Karen exclaimed in surprise. I replied with a hint of exasperation. Of course not. If we were short on numbers, that would be one thing, but if I join in, the balance would be completely thrown off. Karen, Orca, Nina, Minerva, and Marina made a complete 5. There was no reason for me to step in. Moo. Confronted with my logic, Karen couldn't say anything more. I figured she realized that my participation could ruin the fun for the others. I was pleased to see her grow into such a kind-hearted girl who could consider other people's positions. After our exchange, Orca, Minerva, and Nina started discussing their roles. Then, we need to consider our roles as well. Right, even with the ability limits set, if a specialist joins, we'd easily win. It's hard to apply handicaps too. There's no way we can say, we're strong, so please give us a handicap. Having battled repeatedly in Foranada, they discussed their strategies with practiced ease. Karen joined in midway, and they quickly came to a consensus. However, there was one person left out of the conversation. That was Marina. She had no experience with Magical Piece yet. I'm a beginner, so I'd appreciate it if you could consider that. I only know the basic rules. With a hesitant tone, she managed to interject into the enthusiastic discussion. In response, Karen and the others gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, Marina. We'll come up with a strategy that lets you shine. A magic role with no handicaps would be best. A position that doesn't require complex strategies is ideal. Maybe one that doesn't involve much movement. Purple or red would be suitable. I feel like I'm being unexpectedly accommodated. Sensing something unsettling in their comments, Marina turned to me with a pleading look for help. I flashed her a wide smile. Do your best, Your Highness. And so, Marina would become the unwitting sacrifice to the Magical Piece enthusiasts. Section. At this point, let's review the basic rules of Magical Piece. The game is played as a 5-on-5 team battle. The fundamental concept is to run around a designated stage and defeat the opposing team members. Participants in Magical Piece are provided with a type of magical tool called a roll card. This roll card is the heart of the game. Each roll card has various effects based on its type, which in turn restricts the abilities of its owner. For example, a red mage roll card allows for unlimited magic power and range, but imposes significant restrictions on defense and mobility. Conversely, a green mage roll card grants unlimited mobility, but adds limitations to magical abilities, and so forth. Understanding the characteristics of each roll card and effectively utilizing them in the expansive field is the essence of Magical Piece. As it is a combat-oriented game, simply fighting could lead to serious injuries, but there are, of course, safety measures in place. Among the effects of the roll cards is an HP gauge. At the start of the game, a barrier is activated for the owner, protecting them until the gauge is depleted. Furthermore, even if the HP gauge reaches 0, it switches to a barrier for defeated players, ensuring that, in principle, no one gets hurt. In summary, the goal is to utilize the unique characteristics of each roll card to deplete the HP gauges of all opposing players to win. It's a straightforward battle game. There are finer regulations and special rules as well, but since this is a basic rule set, there's no need to worry about those for now. Looks like it's going to be exciting, Shin said as she settled down beside me in the observation seats. Originally, she had been standing behind me, but I insisted she take a seat. It wasn't class time, after all. This was perfectly acceptable. There were other club members around us who were also here to watch, but I ignored them. I nodded at Shin's comment. Yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed that Karen and the others will win, but what I'm curious about is which role cards everyone will be using. Currently, there were 5 types of role cards in Magical Peace. One was the Red Mage. This role specializes in long-range magic attacks, allowing for unlimited magical power at the cost of low mobility, weak defense, and a low HP gauge. Its primary role is that of a fixed artillery. The second was the Blue Mage, which specializes in support magic. It's ineffective for attacks and has a shorter range, but can use buff spells without limit. The third was the Purple Mage, another support role, but this one focuses on debuffs. It has a longer range than the Blue Mage, but lower mobility. The fourth was the Green Mage. This role has high mobility and decent defense, but has significant restrictions on its magical capabilities. It serves as a speed attacker. The fifth was the Brown Mage. This role could be considered the opposite of the Red Mage. It has high defense and HP gauge, but a very short range for magic. Even if it could use magic, it would mostly be limited to self-buffs and defenses, primarily serving as a tank. In short, the roles consist of magic attacker, buff support, debuff support, physical attacker, and tank. Typically, Minerva would take the Red Mage role, Karen the Blue Mage, Orca the Purple Mage, Nina the Green Mage, and Marina would take the remaining Brown Mage role. However, since that would be far too strong, it was likely that they had assigned different roles entirely. Among Minerva, Karen, and Orca, I'd expect 2 of them to take on frontline roles, I said. That seems likely. Nina will definitely be in a support role, Shin replied. Given the established abilities of these individuals, it was easy to predict that they would choose roles opposite to their usual ones. There are additional limits set to prevent excessive power from role cards, like a maximum of double for body enhancement. But without at least that much of a handicap, the match wouldn't be competitive, especially against new students. The issue is Marina, I continued. They say they're going to let her shine, but I couldn't picture what role card Marina would end up with, especially since she was still in training. Role cards don't have effects that boost abilities, so I doubted she'd be given the Red Mage. As the short games progressed, more matches began and ended quickly. Finally, it was Karen and the others' turn. Wow, seriously. That's quite a bold move, Shin remarked. The roles for each participant were designed to be visible to those outside the stage, so we could easily see the strategy Karen and her team were employing. To our surprise, everyone except Marina was assigned a frontline role. Karen and Minerva took on the Green Mage role, while Orca and Nina were assigned Brown Mage. Marina, however, was given the Red Mage. While there was no rule against using the same role card, it was a bad move in terms of game balance. The game was designed to favor versatile types over specialized ones for better performance. That said, I could guess their reasoning. If they wanted to let the developing Marina shine, the other members would inevitably become obstacles. Even Nina, who was more frontline-oriented, was currently more skilled with magic than Marina. On top of that, Marina had little practical experience. If the enemy's frontline managed to close the distance, her chances of effectively responding were quite low. Thus, they must have decided to place Marina in the backline and have everyone else protect her. Given their overwhelming strength, they could afford to ignore some disadvantages in their formation. I was curious how their opponents would respond to this strategy. I took a moment to observe the opposing team that had just entered the stage and looked up at the sky. What a draw we have here. The group that appeared on the opposite side of the stage was none other than the Holy Maiden and her entourage. The protagonist, the Holy Maiden, Prince Grey, the bookworm Zigraldo, and the knight Eric made for a formidable lineup. The last member was unfamiliar to me, so they were likely just a filler for the team. I knew they had been visiting this club, but I never imagined we would end up facing off against them with such numbers. Was it fate that Karen and the Holy Maiden would clash? Should we stop this? Shin suggested, noticing my gloomy expression. No, let's observe for now. After a few seconds of hesitation, I shook my head. It wasn't the best scenario, but it was just a game, and there was no reason to intervene just because we were pitted against them. Considering how much Karen and the others were looking forward to this, I didn't want to force a stop. That said, I would be ready to act if things took a turn for the worse. We focused our attention on the stage, more so than before. Since the starting points for both teams were quite far apart, we couldn't tell who the opponents were just yet. For now, nothing was happening. The real problem would arise once they clashed during the match. The roles for the Holy Maiden's side were as follows. The Holy Maiden was a blue mage, Gray was a green mage, Eric was a brown mage, Zigraldo was a red mage, and the filler was a purple mage. This was a fairly standard setup. On one side was the conventional Holy Maiden's team, while on the other were the unconventional Karen and her group. I wondered what kind of game development awaited us. Finally, the game of magical peace was about to begin. The first to make a move was Karen and her group. Given that they were mostly frontliners, they had no choice but to take the initiative. With only Marina capable of ranged attacks, the best strategy was to close the distance quickly and take out the enemy's backline. Karen and Minerva, both specialized as green mages, dashed forward with body enhancement and entered the forest. They soon disappeared from sight, but there was no need to worry. It seemed that long-range vision, magical tools had been set up in those hard-to-see areas, allowing the audience to keep track of the action. I briefly considered the cost of such equipment, but I shook the thought away. The sight of the two of them weaving through the trees was not what one would expect from typical backline magic users. They moved gracefully, closing in on the Holy Maiden's team with a speed that was almost blinding. This was likely the result of their training. Just because they were backline mages didn't mean they skimped on aerial maneuver training. Thanks to that, even Minerva, who generally struggled with physical activities, was moving like a true warrior. The other three were also advancing. Due to the constraints of their role cards, they could only move slowly, so they kept an eye out for enemy attacks while gradually progressing. On the Holy Maiden's side, their formation was conventional. The blue mage, Holy Maiden, provided enhancements to green mage Gray, who moved out as a scout, while the remaining members advanced under the protection of brown mage Eric. This was a solid, straightforward strategy. However, that would likely be a poor choice against the frontliner-heavy Karen and her team. After all, one member of Team A's Holy Maiden side, Green Mage, has been eliminated. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. Looking over, I saw Karen had punched Gray, sending him flying. He took the hit head-on, and in an instant, his HP gauge was completely depleted. He seemed to be quite terrified as he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and teary. Also, realizing he was up against Karen, he was nervously glancing around, likely searching for me. After all, he had been avoiding me since that duel 6 years ago. He never made eye contact with me in class. Back to the topic at hand. It was clear that sending a scout alone would only result in them getting beaten down by the overwhelming number of frontliners Karen and her group possessed. To deal with them effectively, the best strategies would be either to chip away at their health with ranged attacks or to surge forward as a team. Meanwhile, while Karen was dealing with Gray, Minerva had engaged with the Holy Maiden's group. This time, Minerva was equipped with a standard one-handed sword. In addition to body enhancement, she seemed to have also been granted acceleration through wind magic, allowing her to literally rush in like the wind toward the Holy Maiden's team. It appeared she was targeting the most troublesome red mage, Zigraldo, but he was not going to let that happen so easily. Eric, who had been focused on defense, jumped in just in time. With a sharp clang, Minerva's sword collided with Eric's shield. The contact was brief. Minerva quickly realized that she was at a disadvantage in a direct clash and immediately turned to retreat. She then began to employ a hit-and-run strategy. Of course, the other members quickly came to her aid. The Holy Maiden provided appropriate enhancements. The purple mage applied debuffs to Minerva, and Zigraldo responded with high-speed magic attacks. The coordination between the Holy Maiden and Zigraldo was likely among the top in their year. However, that was not enough to stop her. Though her speed was somewhat reduced, she continued to move with astonishing agility, skillfully outmaneuvering her opponents. However, it was true that they hadn't fully pressed the attack. Due to their lack of proficiency in close combat, they were unable to overwhelm their opponents as expected. One factor was Eric's exceptional movements. He was effectively deflecting attacks. While he wasn't operating at full capacity since he had to protect the backline, his defense was still commendable. If they could have raised the gear on body enhancement a bit more, they might have easily broken through, but the constraints of their role cards were a hindrance. Well, that balance would soon be shattered. What seemed like a stalemate on the battlefield changed dramatically in the next moment when Karen charged in from the trees, sending Eric flying far away with a powerful blow. It seemed he managed to block it with his shield at the last second, so he hadn't been eliminated. However, being separated from those he was supposed to protect was a fatal mistake. There was no weaker position than a backline without frontliners. Karen and Minerva took full advantage of the opening, quickly chipping away at the remaining three's HP gauges. It happened so fast that everyone was left momentarily stunned. As for the last standing Eric, Aquafel, 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 Aquafel. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a torrent of water and eliminated before he could counterattack. That was Marina's intermediate water magic. She had finally reached the effective range at the last moment and targeted Eric. It seemed that Karen had adjusted the attack to send Eric flying toward Marina's group. Thus, through a splendid display of teamwork, Karen and her team achieved a decisive victory. The Holy Maiden and Zegraldo looked almost dazed, as if they couldn't process the rapid turn of events. What a diligent guy, I muttered to myself as I caught a glance of Eric standing in the center of a puddle, bowing in my direction. His family had been in turmoil not long ago due to the absence of a head, but I had wanted to avoid Eric's downfall and left the mediation to Weemley. Thanks to that, Eric was still enjoying his school life. Moreover, I had managed to pull him into Weemley's faction. It was truly a 2-for-1 deal. Seeing Eric express his gratitude toward me, it was clear that Weemley had said something to him. Most likely, he informed Eric about my role in the mediation. Well, as long as it didn't cause me any trouble, I didn't mind. The anticipated turmoil during the Magic Magi piece match ultimately concluded without any incidents. Section. After finishing the match, Karen and I regrouped and began our journey home. We took the school carriage to the main gate, then switched to the Foranada carriage. This transfer was always a hassle, but given the security concerns, I had no choice but to endure it. If we were allowed to travel freely in and out of the grounds by carriage, kidnappings would likely become a frequent occurrence. There was club recruitment happening not just inside the grounds, but also at the main gate. However, the desperation of those recruiting was particularly noticeable. It wasn't hard to understand why. Most of the students at the academy were dormitory residents. Very few people passed through this area, making recruitment here ineffective. In other words, the clubs here were likely composed of those who had been marginalized due to their weaknesses. Though they were all lumped together as clubs, there was quite a variety. From popular clubs like the Magic Peace, which we had just been observing, to obscure and struggling ones, the disparity in membership was significant. That said, no one had the guts to conduct aggressive recruitment in front of the nobility. There were no interruptions as we made our way to the carriage, at least, that was the expectation. But reality is stranger than fiction, as the saying goes, and what I encountered was a perfect example of that. Right in front of me was a student bowing deeply in a gesture of submission. "I'm begging you, please join our club. I'm begging you. Please." To make matters more surprising, next to this desperate individual stood a familiar face. A beast girl with straight, rabbiteer-tipped hair in a shade of light blue, my classmate, Eureka Werlev-Poons, was looking flustered as she found herself in the midst of this situation. A countess making a commoner bow down in public, this was an utterly embarrassing scene. What on earth was she thinking? I couldn't help but think that she deserved to be punished for this. However, since Eureka, whom I could consider a friend, was right next to her, it wouldn't be appropriate to dismiss them without hearing them out. Fortunately, there weren't many bystanders around, given the weak clubs nearby. "Fine, I understand. I'll at least hear you out, but please stop bowing like that. Also, let's move to another location. Thank you so much." As I sighed and responded, the girl who had been begging abruptly shifted from her tragic demeanor to a cheerful one, thanking me with a bright smile. What on earth was up with her? "What about you all?" I asked my group. "We'll join you," Karen replied immediately. The others nodded in agreement as well. "6 of you right this way," the bowing girl announced excitedly. I'm so sorry, Eureka stammered, apologizing nervously. I couldn't help but let out another sigh as I followed the overly enthusiastic girl. Eureka was flustered, but I felt she ought to choose her companions more wisely. We were led to a tenant building not far from the main gate. Actually, it would be more accurate to call it a shack, a dilapidated hut. This was likely the clubroom for the club that the bowing girl belonged to, but it was in such a sorry state. They seemed to be so weak that they weren't receiving any proper budget. We entered the cramped room, furnished only with pipe chairs and tables, and each of us found a spot to sit. The chairs let out a creaking protest as we settled in, which added to the overall feeling of melancholy. So, you went and did something like that in front of nobles. You must have a pretty good reason for it, right? I decided to apply some pressure, as I didn't want to deal with any repeat offenses. No matter how much of a friend they were, I couldn't let them take advantage of that. There wouldn't be a second chance. Eep. Both of them squeaked in unison, collapsing to the floor in fear. Thankfully, it didn't seem like they'd wet themselves. After that, Eureka began to repeat her apologies like a broken record, and I managed to calm her down with Karen's help before moving the conversation forward. My name is Laurel Rawless Laurier. I'm the president of the Magic Peace Club, and it's a pleasure to meet you. The bowing girl, now identified as Laurel, introduced herself in a dialect reminiscent of the Kansai region. From her short green hair and brown eyes, she appeared to have affinities for wind and earth magic. So this was the Magic Peace Club. The contrast with the top club we had just visited was night and day. The disparity was so vast it made me dizzy. Laurel bowed her head again. I'm really sorry about earlier. I forced Eureka to come with me, so please forgive her. President Laurel. So she was willing to take responsibility. But, if you have that much resolve, then you shouldn't have resorted to such measures in the first place. There was always a chance that both of you would be cut down before you could explain yourselves. Your earlier actions were far too reckless. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Both of them bowed their heads in unison. I decided to leave the scolding at that. If they were going to repeat the same mistakes after this, it might be cold-hearted, but I could genuinely cut them off. For now, it was more important to move the conversation along. Enough already, just tell me the situation. Yes, I will explain. As I waved my hand lightly, Laurel began to speak. Her story was quite exaggerated, but to sum it up, we're in danger of disbanding, so please help us. As it turned out, this club was struggling significantly, and Laurel was the only member left this year. If the trial membership period ended like this, they would definitely be disbanded. She had desperately tried to recruit Eureka, but beyond that, there hadn't been any progress. At a loss for what to do, she remembered our existence. Why us? I tilted my head in confusion, prompting Eureka to speak up hesitantly. You said we could count on you in times of trouble. I am so sorry. Had she thought she would be scolded again, she shrank back as she apologized. In response, I pressed my palm to my forehead and looked up at the ceiling. I had said that for sure. It was part of my strategy to recruit Eureka. I might have made a bit of a rash promise. But now, backing out would only leave a bad impression. I couldn't face Karen and the others if I did that. It couldn't be helped. All right, I'll join this club. Really? Both of them exclaimed in unison. Laurel and Eureka leaned forward eagerly. I shrugged my shoulders. I won't go back on my word. A promise made is a promise kept. Thank you so much. Laurel, genuinely overjoyed, grabbed both of my hands and shook them vigorously. After managing to extricate myself from her grip with a wry smile, I turned my attention to Karen and the others. What about you guys? If you're participating, then I'll join too, Onisama, Karen replied. Same here. A small club on the rise, sounds fun. HMPH, since I have time to spare, I might as well tag along. I won't be much help, but I'll lend a hand. It seemed my question had been redundant. The 5 of them had all readily decided to join. In response, Laurel and Eureka began to hold hands and hop around in excitement. If I recall correctly, they needed at least 5 members to keep the club running. With this, the threat of disbandment should be temporarily averted. The remaining issue was, Zechs-sama, I know, but I don't want to rain on their parade right now. Let's let them enjoy this moment. I nodded at Shin's whisper, and then halted any further discussion. It seemed that we would be busy with club activities for a while. As I watched the members celebrating the formation of their club, I quietly reflected on the situation. Chapter 3: Conditions for Survival. The night after it was decided that I would join the struggling, magical peace club, a certain piece of information reached me. Is that true? There is no mistake. The news was so shocking that I couldn't help but ask Shin, who had come to report to me, to confirm it again. But her answer didn't change. Since she was so certain, I had no choice but to accept reality. I sighed and focused on assessing the situation. Sorry to interrupt you. Please continue your report. Understood. Shin gave a respectful bow before continuing her report in a calm, measured tone. The 2 attacks I mentioned earlier occurred simultaneously 12 minutes ago. The locations were at the farthest western and eastern borders of the territory. The knights present at each location managed to subdue the attackers after approximately 10 minutes of combat. The fight took longer than I expected, but it was that trick, wasn't it? Yes. Several of the attackers exploded mid-battle, so the knights had to switch their tactics. That delay accounts for the longer combat duration. How many attackers were there, and how many knights were fighting? There were 10 attackers at each location, with 1 knight opposing them. I see. It seems we'll need to revise our tactics. I can probably shave off a few more minutes. As I began to brainstorm potential improvements, I turned to the biggest issue at hand. And among the attackers was a candidate to be the next head of the Sawade family, right? Exactly. Indeed. The attackers this time belonged to the Sawade family's covert forces. And to make matters worse, one of the candidates currently locked in a succession battle were among them. At first, I thought it had to be a joke, but it wasn't. It was giving me a headache. I'd been briefed on the succession conflict by Viscount Sawade. I also knew that they might approach Foranada soon. Still, I hadn't anticipated this outcome. I didn't expect the central figures of the conflict to make a move so quickly. Isn't it normal for a commander to remain at the rear? One of the successors was supposed to be aligned with Foranada, too. How did things escalate to an attack? At this point, nothing made any sense. What's the progress on the interrogation? Given who they are, it's going to take some time. After all, they're trained spies. We're already starting to be short-handed, and now we have this to deal with. Wouldn't it have been easier if they had just exploded? If that had happened, it would have caused different problems. True. From the moment they made such a reckless move, complications were inevitable. As I sighed, Shin spoke, slightly exasperated. To be honest, Zechs-sama, you're the only one capable of removing the explosive runes etched into their bodies. Capturing them alive will surely send shockwaves through the royal court. I couldn't let them kill you with those explosions, Shin. For someone as important as you, I'm willing to take on this kind of risk. Naturally, Shin had also been branded with the Sawade family's explosive rune. Since it could be triggered remotely, I analyzed and removed it as soon as she joined us. Luckily, because the mark was magic-based, it was relatively easy to erase. Zechs-sama. Shin, clearly embarrassed by my direct statement, couldn't maintain her usual cool demeanor. Her cheeks flushed red, and she bit her lip in a display of uncharacteristic shyness. She's always weak to this kind of directness. It's one of the things that makes her so endearing. Still flustered, Shin quickly regained her composure, lightly patting both her cheeks before straightening her posture and resuming her report with a more serious tone. Let me continue with what we've confirmed so far. First, it's safe to say that this attack was carried out as part of the ongoing succession conflict within the Sawade family. For them, Foranada, with its superior intelligence agents, was a major thorn in their side. How we deal with this matter seemed to have become the focal point of the next generation's leadership. What a nuisance. If they had just left us alone, we wouldn't have made any moves on them. I completely agree. Shin nodded in agreement with my frown, but quickly followed up with a however. Knowing the inner workings of their family, I can't say I'm surprised. They've built their status solely on their espionage skills, so their pride is incredibly high. If that pride surpassed their loyalty to the royal family, then this move was inevitable. I see. It's not wrong to take pride in one's abilities. That kind of pride can foster confidence and motivation. But when pride grows too large and turns into arrogance, it becomes dangerous. Overinflated pride only leads to ruin. This whole incident was just another step toward the Sawade family's eventual downfall. For now, draft a formal protest to the Sawade family. Also, prepare a summary of what we intend to demand from them. As you wish. I will take my leave now. Shin gave a graceful bow before excusing herself. I was left alone in the room. What will become of the Sawade family? The fact that one of the two candidates for the family's succession invaded another territory was serious. Collective punishment and the dismantling of their house seemed almost certain. Then again, considering the value of their espionage skills to the royal family, it might be more advantageous to keep the family intact and earn their gratitude. We'd need a capable intelligence division for future operations in Weimlay. In that case, executing the head of the family and any close relatives would suffice. We could install a branch elf family as the new heads of the Sawade house and reform their intelligence unit. That plan wouldn't affect Shin since she's not officially recognized as part of the Sawade family. Thanks to the foolish actions of the succession candidates, the Sawade issue has been resolved sooner than I expected. They probably acted out of desperation, but in that regard, I should at least be grateful for their idiocy. Section. After completing the paperwork to join the Underdog Magical Peace Club, we headed to its clubroom. As always, the rundown prefab building felt cramped with all 8 members gathered. And with Shin and the other servants joining in, even a slight movement would have us bumping elbows. In the midst of this, the club president, Laurel, was skipping around the room, humming happily. It's been so long since this clubroom's been full. It's such a relief not to have to worry about the club being shut down anymore. From what I'd heard, they barely managed to keep 5 members last year, so her reaction was understandable. However, as much as I hated to burst her bubble, I had some bad news to share. We're not out of the woods yet. The threat of disbandment still looms. Hi. Laurel froze, her voice trailing off in confusion. She didn't immediately grasp what I meant, tilting her head in bewilderment. But after a few seconds, her brain seemed to catch up, and she pushed her way through the overcrowded room to confront me. What do you mean? Clearly blindsided, her eyes spun with panic as she questioned me. Don't you know the conditions for keeping a club active? Isn't it just about getting enough members? No, it's not. I sighed in exasperation. Despite being the president, Laurel clearly hadn't bothered to read the school's club regulations properly. Since the conversation wasn't going anywhere, I had no choice but to explain it to her carefully. The condition for a club's survival, according to the school rules, was pretty straightforward. As Laurel had mentioned, having 5 members was the bare minimum for a club to be recognized. But there was an additional stipulation. If a club manages to gather enough members by the end of the trial period, it must also demonstrate its competence to the academy. In other words, if we don't show some kind of achievement, the club will still be disbanded. What? Laurel collapsed in an exaggerated manner. The rule was probably in place to weed out clubs that just coast along without doing anything. If a club couldn't maintain its numbers, it was assumed to be dysfunctional. Judging by the state of things, it didn't seem like they had any noteworthy achievements to present to the academy, not that I had been expecting much. Does that mean we're going to be shut down? Eureka asked nervously. I shrugged. If we don't do anything, yeah, we're done for. Oh no. Eureka's eyes filled with tears. I couldn't quite understand why she was so attached to this club, but now wasn't the time to ask. Looking at the 2 who were now slumped in despair, I spoke to lift their spirits. If we don't have any achievements, we'll just have to make some. Luckily, we still have time before the club gets shut down. How long do we have? 1 month from the end of the trial period, until the end of July, I answered Karen's question. Hearing that, Minerva furrowed her brows. Only a month and a half left? What can a weak club like this possibly achieve in such a short time? I expected that question. With a grin, I lifted the corner of my mouth. Isn't it obvious? This is the Magical Peace Club, after all. We just need to win the game. And not just any game, we'll beat the top club's top team. That's absurd. No matter how you look at it, challenging the top team is just too reckless, ain't it? The first to respond to my statement was Laurel, the club president. At first glance, it did seem outrageous for our first-year club to go up against the academy's top team. It was like amateurs challenging professionals. But in reality, the situation was quite different. It seemed like Laurel didn't know much about who we really were. She probably only heard from Eureka that we had potential members and that we were nobles, but nothing more. She voiced her concerns, looking perplexed. Besides, I don't think the other side would even agree to the match. True enough, if the game didn't happen, it wouldn't matter whether we could win or not. Normally, the top club wouldn't accept a challenge from a bottom-tier team. However, I was confident that wouldn't be an issue. Rather than explaining it all, it'd be faster to just show them. Well, whether it's reckless or not, we'll find out once we try. Huh? Wait, you mean we're going now? Laurel, dumbfounded for a moment, raised her voice in surprise when she saw us preparing to leave the room. Of course we were. The sooner, the better. Come on, President Eureka. If you don't hurry up, we're leaving without you. Wait for us, please. Wait, are you serious? Ignoring the two as they scrambled to their feet, Karen and I confidently made our way toward the top club's room. The gap is massive. Well, that was expected. Comparing the top with the bottom, it's kinda sad, isn't it? A harsh reality. Ahaha, but I think that little shack has its own charm, you know. Why yeah, I think so too, Eureka. No need to sugarcoat it. It just makes it feel worse. When Karen and the others arrived at the top club's room, they each voiced their honest thoughts. I couldn't blame them. The building in front of us was practically a mansion. It looked like the kind of grand estate a merchant working for a lord might live in. As they said, the difference between our club and theirs was so stark, it was almost painful. Well, considering that the top club had plenty of nobles, it made sense their facilities would be luxurious. They had support from their noble families, so it wasn't just a matter of skill. We'll draw attention if we stand here forever. Let's go. I urged the others, mainly Laurel and Eureka, who were standing there in a daze, and stepped into the grand mansion. The lavish exterior wasn't just for show, the interior was equally impressive. The spacious entrance hall was dazzling, radiating the kind of grandeur you'd expect from a noble's home. As the top club, the entrance was crowded with people. Even accounting for that, the number of people was overwhelming. The place was packed to the point where cramped was the only way to describe it. I placed a hand on my forehead. There are more people than I thought. Most of them seemed to be first years, likely prospective members eager to join. I had completely forgotten it was that time of year. Cutting through this crowd was going to be a hassle. I wasn't too concerned for myself, but I wanted to avoid Karen and the others getting mixed up with so many strangers. Zechs, shall I go to the reception desk? Just as I was trying to figure out what to do, Shin immediately offered to help. Given her stealth abilities, she'd have no problem slipping through the crowd. Can I count on you? We'll wait over there. Understood. With that, Shin vanished like a mirage. Impressive, completely erased her presence. I turned back to Karen and the others, who had been waiting behind me. Laurel and Eureka were wide-eyed, but I decided not to dwell on it. We'll wait over there. Shin will handle the rest. There were a few lounge areas, set up along the edges of the entrance. One of them happened to be free, so we took the opportunity to sit down. No one had any objections, so we sat at the lounge area. As the noisy crowd buzzed around us, we engaged in light conversation. Laurel and Eureka seemed a bit restless, probably uncomfortable with the lavish surroundings, but aside from that, everything was fine, at least for the first 5 minutes. Given how conspicuous we were, it wasn't long before some troublemakers appeared. 5 men with sleazy grins on their faces approached us. Well, what's a loser like Laurel doing in the top club's room? I had braced myself for some insults, but it turned out I wasn't their target. They had directed their comment at Laurel. Looking closely, it seemed these guys were third years, just like Laurel, and familiar with her. Judging by their mannerisms, they appeared to be commoners. I couldn't help but be impressed by their audacity, messing with her so boldly while she was standing near nobles. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely top-tier members within the club, their inflated egos fueling their arrogance. They directed their words solely at Laurel. No way a loser like you from Class D is getting into the top club. Just stay in your bottom-tier club and rot. Exactly. It's bad enough you're trying to play a magical piece with your lack of talent. No, you've got it wrong. This girl's never even had any real practice. After all, the bottom-tier clubs never get a chance to use the training grounds. Haha, 3 years in magical peace, and you've never even played a real game. What a failure. Their harsh jeers were all aimed at Laurel. She didn't respond. Her hands clenched tightly around her skirt, her head hanging low in frustration. It was no wonder they were piling on her. She was making herself an easy target. This was unexpected. Laurel had always seemed tough, so I figured she'd fire back at them with rapid insults. But it seemed she had a complex about her abilities. Since she wasn't going to say anything, it was up to me. I wasn't about to stand by and let this go on. That's enough. She's with us. Hi. Hey, cut it out. The guy's a noble from outside the club. One of them shot me a defiant glare for a moment, but the others pulled him back. Though they looked annoyed, they quietly backed off. As they left, the defiant one muttered something under his breath, something like worthless nobodies, but it was too quiet to bother responding to. At least, that's what I thought until. The guy was suddenly engulfed in flames. A ball of fire, likely from a basic fire spell, had ignited at his feet. It wasn't hard to figure out who cast it, just by following the flow of magic. Minerva. What? When I called her name, she responded with an irritated tone. I appreciate you stepping in for me, but that was a bit much. The flames had already been extinguished, being a lower-level spell. However, the guy's hair was completely gone, and his clothes were charred beyond recognition. His friends were scrambling to cover him with their jackets. Despite my troubled expression, Minerva just scoffed, showing no signs of remorse. It was a fitting punishment. In fact, considering he insulted a noble, he should be grateful that's all he got. But, no buts. I've told you before, you're far too soft. If you don't push back when you need to, you'll end up regretting it when it matters most. She had mentioned this to me before, and I couldn't deny she had a point. It was a clear flaw of mine. My desire to avoid unnecessary conflict often made me hold back. If I kept this up, I was bound to face the consequences, just as Minerva warned. I'll be more careful. That was all I could manage to say for now. It's a bad habit that won't be easy to fix, and giving a simple response would have felt disingenuous. Before long, the commotion had drawn the attention of the club's upper management, who hurried over to the scene. Naturally, we were also questioned about what had just happened. It seemed like it would take a bit longer to get the match set up. Section. At the back of the grand clubhouse of the top club, we were led to the most luxurious room. The furniture was all top tier, and the elegance of the room was hard to believe, considering it was just part of a club's facility. I sincerely apologize for the rudeness of my members. Inside the room, the club president, Zechs, was already waiting for us. The first thing he did was apologize, bowing deeply. His demeanor was in stark contrast to the arrogance he displayed during the tour, leaving all of us surprised. For now, I asked him to raise his head. We wouldn't get anywhere if he stayed like that. Please, raise your head. The matter has already been dealt with. There's no need for excessive apologies. Thank you for your magnanimity. You're acting quite differently compared to yesterday. I couldn't help but point out the striking difference in his behavior. Zechs gave a small, wry smile. Recognizing one's own superiority and acknowledging there are those greater than oneself, these are not necessarily contradictory. Zechs seemed to be more of a thoughtful person than I had imagined. He neither underestimated nor overestimated his abilities, viewing himself simply as someone competent. While that might come across as arrogant, it seemed he could still accept that there were those above him. Who does this remind me of? Oh. My eyes caught a glimpse of Minerva in the corner of the room. That's right, Minerva had a similar mindset. She, too, had absolute confidence in herself, yet possessed the grace to recognize someone superior. Unlike Zechs, she wasn't as full of herself, but the core of their personalities was quite similar. Though if she heard me say that, I'm sure she'd vehemently deny it. While I was lost in thought, Minerva spoke up. Still, aren't your club members a bit too disrespectful? Normally, no one would act like that in front of a noble, especially not the current head of a household. Clearly recalling the earlier incident, she spat her words with genuine displeasure. Her attitude made it clear she was genuinely concerned for me, and that warmed my heart. Minerva might not be the most straightforward person, but in moments like this, she couldn't completely hide her true feelings. Zechs, looking apologetic, bowed his head again, though only slightly this time. I deeply regret what happened. In our club, we emphasize a merit-based system and strictly prohibit the use of authority based on status. As you know, Magical Peace is a game that heavily reflects the player's skill. We're outsiders, though. It may sound like an excuse, but perhaps because we were inside the clubhouse, their awareness of that boundary became lax. So it was due to the internal atmosphere of the club. I didn't intend to criticize the rules that the members had accepted, but the fact that it caused issues outside of the club was a significant problem. Jet seemed to pick up on my thoughts from my expression. With a troubled look, he continued. I understand without needing to be told. After what happened, it's clear we can't continue with the same system. I'll come up with a solution quickly. As long as it doesn't cause us any more trouble, you're free to do as you like. The moment I said that, Minerva hit me in the ribs with her elbow. Even though I constantly had body enhancement active, pain was still pain. When I glanced at her, she was glaring at me with half-lidded eyes. Though that's what he says, once you come up with a plan, be sure to send us the details. We'll decide whether it's acceptable or not. Yes, please do that. It's almost too lenient as punishment for this incident. Exactly. For some reason, a conversation between Minerva and Jet seemed to be progressing on its own. It looked like my bad habit had resurfaced again. Apparently, I should have pressed harder in this situation. Now then, let's get to the main topic, Jet said, having finished discussing details with Minerva. It involves Laurel-san, doesn't it? Why, you know about us. Laurel's eyes widened in shock when Jet suddenly brought it up. In response, Jet nodded nonchalantly. I make it a point to remember the faces and names of everyone involved with Magical Peace at the Academy. As the president of a top club, I might eventually have to interact with them, so it's only natural for me to remember. It's a piece of cake for me. I see. Laurel nodded with a dazed expression. He spoke casually, but considering the thousands of people involved with Magical Peace at the Academy, remembering all that information was no small feat. It was clear that this man was a narcissist with the abilities to back it up. I gather you wish to hold a match with our club to build a record and avoid disbandment. Is that correct, Count Foranada? That's right. We came to propose a match with your club. Will you accept? If he had seen through our intentions, there was no need for lengthy negotiations. I decided to cut straight to the chase. Jet placed a hand over his mouth, momentarily hesitating. However, he soon spoke. That's fine. However, there are 3 conditions. Please tell me. It was safe to say that there were no benefits for the top club in agreeing to the match. Therefore, it was within my expectations that they would present conditions. Jet raised one finger. First, Count Foranada, I would like you to refrain from participating as a player. Oh. I was somewhat surprised that the first condition was my assurance of non-participation. Moreover, I could see fear in his eyes. He clearly harbored a sense of apprehension towards me. Jet spoke earnestly. I had heard various rumors about you, but having met you in person, I've come to understand the truth. No one can defeat you. If you participate, the balance of the game will collapse. I want to avoid a match where the outcome is already predetermined. Truly, this man is impressive. The ability to gauge the strength of others requires significant talent. Even the former Sword Saint couldn't see through my abilities, and I still heavily rely on appraisal for understanding my own strength. Additionally, when it comes to me, the assumption that colorless can't use magic complicates things. Jet, who can trust his own eyes without being swayed by preconceptions, undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent. If he weren't the next heir, I would have considered recruiting him to my territory. I nodded calmly. That's fine. I'll take on a supporting role. Thank you. And what are the remaining 2 conditions? Upon my prompt, Jet raised a second finger. The second condition is that we would like to choose 3 players from your side. Huh, what do you mean? Laurel, who had been silent until now, let out an incredulous shout. That was a perfectly reasonable reaction. They were asking to choose half of the enemy team's members. It was only natural to question such an outrageous request. However, I didn't believe Jet would make an unreasonable proposal without good reason. I calmed the fiery Laurel and urged him to continue. If you have specific players in mind, I'd like to know them now. Along with Laurel-san, I'd like your 2 other players. Jet indicated Eureka and Marina. This selection, I understood immediately. You considered the outcome of yesterday's mock battle, didn't you? Jet seemed to realize that if they selected players only from Karen's team, there would be no chance of victory. Therefore, he intended to fix 3 players with general abilities to maintain the game balance. Well, even if 2 from Karen's side were allowed to participate, it would still be quite advantageous. Jet nodded at my words. Yes. If possible, I would prefer it if Caroline-san and the others did not participate in their main roles. But I won't be so selfish as to insist on that. No, that's fine. The 3 you select will be restricted to their non-main roles. Is that acceptable? It's necessary to provide that handicap. For example, if Karen participated as a red mage, just her casting wide area spells would end the game immediately. That would be far too bland. Even though the survival of the club is at stake, there's no real danger to our lives. This level of concession should be acceptable. Well, Laurel, as the club president, looked like she wanted to complain, but I figured that if we newcomers could shine, it wouldn't be a bad outcome for her either. The last condition is that we would like to set the date for the match. Of course, we will adjust it to fit your club's disbandment deadline. That's fine. After all, they are a top club. They must have various scheduling conflicts to manage. It's only natural for our relatively free club to accommodate them. Besides, as a small club, we wouldn't be able to reserve a stage anyway, so we have no choice but to leave it to them. Then it's settled. I will send you the details and schedule at a later date, so thank you for your cooperation. Likewise, thank you. We stood up and shook hands. We had taken what could be considered the first step toward the survival of our club, and it had gone off relatively smoothly. Section, are you advancing the conversation without me? As soon as we returned to the dilapidated clubroom, Laurel confronted me angrily. I shrugged in response. I apologize for leaving you out, but I believe we had no choice but to accept the conditions. Indeed, it wasn't ideal to exclude the club president from the discussion. However, having her there wouldn't have made much difference this time. In fact, it could have even hindered the progress of the conversation. Thus, I acted independently. Laurel's anger didn't subside even after hearing my explanation. I've said from the beginning that we opposed a match against a top club. There were other ways to achieve results. No, there weren't. Ugh. I answered Laurel immediately, her fiery demeanor faltering as she fell silent, taken aback by my bluntness. If we're simply looking to have a match, we could easily play against a mid-level club. If you prioritize achieving results, even a brief training camp would suffice. Then, Laurel attempted to follow up on my agreement, but I raised my hand to halt her, continuing with, "But such a minor achievement wouldn't guarantee the club's survival, especially with the current student council president being that kind of person. Just recently, the student council presidency was passed to Princess Aernorth. If she acts according to the original game's plot, her first course of action would be to cut club budgets. She would aim to reduce the numerous bloated clubs and use the savings to fund new initiatives. And our weak magical peace club would certainly be among those targeted for elimination. It's only natural, given our precarious situation. I seriously doubted that a club on the verge of disbandment would be allowed to continue, even if they managed to achieve a modest amount of results, especially considering Aernorth's rationalist nature. Therefore, to avoid disbandment, we needed to achieve something significantly impressive. However, since the budget cuts were merely rumors at this point, I prefaced my explanation with that clarification. As I spoke, Laurel gradually lost her earlier fervor and sank to all fours. You're kidding. If club reductions are implemented, we'd be the first to go. I'm glad you understand the current situation. So let's discuss how we'll approach the match against the top club. I spread out the prepared roll cards on the pipe table in the center of the clubroom. As the name suggests, the roll cards are magical tools shaped like playing cards. They have a simple design, each marked with colors and patterns corresponding to their respective roles. 5 cards depicting a red staff, a blue star, a purple crescent moon, a green sword, and a brown shield lay on the table, capturing everyone's attention. Laurel gasped in astonishment. Those are roll cards, aren't they? Where on earth did you get them? Since we're a magical peace club and have none of the related equipment, I prepared them on my own. Not only had they never had a match before, but the decision to disband also seemed reasonable. Well, I would cooperate this time, though. First, let's decide the roles for the 3 participants we've already confirmed. The choice of the remaining 2 players would depend on the leftover roll cards. I wanted to settle this quickly since we also needed to decide on the training approach for the three. Surprisingly, the first to raise her hand was Eureka. I'd like to be a green mage. My specialty is close combat using my legs. She seemed to understand her own strengths. Although she had been trembling in silence until now, she could express her opinion when it mattered. What a hard-to-read girl she was. Since there were no objections, we accepted Eureka's request. I handed her the card depicting a green sword that was on the table. With that, the green roll is settled. What about the other two? I turned to Laurel and Marina, who both showed expressions of deep thought. Come on, Marina I can understand, but why is Laurel struggling to decide? With a look of exasperation, I decided to determine Marina's roll card first. Given Marina's abilities, I think either blue or purple would be best. As I spoke, Minerva immediately challenged my suggestion. How about blue? The range is a bit short, so you'd have to move around quite a bit. Plus, you'd need to choose spells based on the situation, which might be difficult for a beginner. She had a point. The blue mage, responsible for buffs, requires a high degree of adaptability. Additionally, it has the shortest range among backline roles, meaning it demands more mobility. For someone like Marina, with little combat experience and low proficiency in physical enhancement, this might be a bit too challenging. I think red could also be an option, like in yesterday's match, Orca chimed in, presenting a different perspective from mine. Indeed, a red mage, serving as a long-range artillery unit, wouldn't require the two concerning factors. While it's hard to claim that Marina's offensive capabilities are suitable, considering other aspects, it's worth contemplating. I see, so yesterday's roles were arranged with those points in mind. In terms of tactics, Orca might be more knowledgeable than I was as the creator. I found myself impressed and decided to ask Marina for her preference. Do you have any preferences, Marina? Still socially awkward around me, she took a moment to gather her words. The purple mage deals with debuffs, right? That kind of magic is still difficult for me, so I think I'd prefer being a red mage. All right, then let's go with red. Here you go. Oh, thank you. As I handed her the red staff card, Marina responded with a stiff salute. She was so rigid, I couldn't help but chuckle as I turned my attention back to Laurel, who was still deep in thought. Still can't decide. Don't rush me. I'm just a failure, so I don't have confidence in any of the roles. Then at least decide whether or not you want to be a magic user. I can adjust everything else from there. If that's the case, I'll go with being a magic user. I can't do close combat. Got it. That means Laurel will be either a blue mage or a purple mage, leaving the brown mage slot open. Can either Karen or Minerva take the brown mage role? After a moment of consideration, I directed my question at the two. Due to my agreement with Jet, anyone other than the three already chosen cannot take their primary roles. So Nina is out of the question. While he isn't a primary, Orca can also provide intricate defenses using earth magic, which excludes him as well. Therefore, only two remain. Well, it's almost a sure bet that Karen will take it. Yes, I'll take it. I'll show you I can be useful to Oni-sama. Yeah, just as I expected. For a moment, I locked eyes with Minerva. She shrugged as if to say, it can't be helped. In response, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Thanks, Karen. Leave it to me. With my words, Karen seemed even more motivated. I have no worries about Karen. Among the backline roles, she's the best at handling physical enhancement. The choice of weapon will require some thought, but I'll set that aside for now. I'm pretty much the leftover. As Karen enthusiastically raised her fist, Nina spoke up to me. This is elimination by process of deduction. Just like Karen being chosen as the brown mage, the only remaining candidate for a magic role is Nina, since she's not specialized. We can't finalize Nina's role until Laurel's is decided, but that's not a big issue. While Nina is among those who struggle with magic, she still possesses a high level of skill. She shouldn't be confused at this stage over the difference between providing buff spells and debuffs. I clapped my hands together. All right, with this, we have our roles settled for now. All that's left is training for the match. Let's get pumped up. Yeah. What? Wait, why are you leaving me, the captain, out of this? While Karen and Marina eagerly joined in my call, the remaining two seemed disjointed. it might be best to start by getting everyone in sync first. Chapter 4, Training and Pursuit. The day after I challenged the top club in Magical Peace Club, the academy was closed, for better or worse. I feel bad for Karen and the others, who were looking forward to it, but today, I don't plan on doing anything more than self-training. I understand that time is running out, but with only about a month and a half left, taking a day off won't make much of a difference. Maybe it would be different for a top club that's constantly honing their skills, but that's not us. So, after telling Karen and the others they could do as they pleased, I left the capital with Shin in tow. Let me clarify, this isn't a date. It's business. You remember the merchant we arrested earlier this week for illegal drug trafficking, right? The one the dark unit of Foranada apprehended. We handed him over to the capital's security forces, as it's technically their jurisdiction. However, things changed after Princess Aeronorth pointed out something suspicious. When someone as shrewd as her says something smells fishy, you can't just brush it off. So, I got permission from Weemlay to interrogate that merchant, Zechs, ourselves. But we never got the chance. Not because the permission was denied, but because Zechs took his own life, exploiting a guard's negligence. Dead men tell no tales. We did inspect the body, but nothing noteworthy came from it. As a result, we had to allocate more resources to investigate Zechs's background from scratch. And since he didn't have any companions when he entered the capital, gathering information took even longer. Still, thanks to my skilled subordinates, we managed to track down his identity in just 5 days. I should consider giving them a special reward. Now, back to the matter at hand. Shin and I had left the capital to visit the town where Zechs had been living. The shortage of manpower, the fact that I was free, and my own interest in this case all aligned, which is why I decided to investigate personally. It was a small town on the edge of a count's domain in the southern part of the Holy Kingdom. It wasn't exactly rural, but it had a peaceful, laid-back atmosphere. Shall we start by finding Zechs's house? Understood. I called out to Shin as we began our search. All we knew about Zechs was that he had used this town as his base of operations. By the way, since this is a mission for the Dark Unit, we're both in disguise. We've altered our appearance to something so unremarkable that no one in town will give us a second glance. If anyone gets suspicious, we can just change our look again. After some inquiries, we arrived at a rundown inn. It didn't look like a place where a merchant would live. It was more suited to down-and-out adventurers living day-to-day. So, even his claim of being a merchant was a lie. The business license he had was likely forged. Shin responded to my exasperated comment. During our investigation, we discovered that Zechs was a bottom-rung adventurer, barely scraping by on low-paying jobs like gathering herbs. He was the epitome of a failure, completely opposite to the image of a merchant. Yet, this man possessed a forgery of a business license issued by a lord, which isn't easy to counterfeit, and wore clothes that didn't raise any suspicion about his background. The whole situation reeked of something unnatural. As much as I hate to admit it, I have to agree with Area North's assessment. This case stinks. We should dig deeper. Let's go. Yes. It was easy to sneak into the poorly secured inn. We quickly checked the guest book and made our way to the room where Zechs had stayed, without drawing attention. Maybe because it had only been 5 days, or maybe because the inn staff were just lazy, but Zechs's belongings hadn't been cleared out. There weren't many, but his personal items were still scattered around. Shin and I split up to search the room. Hopefully, we'll find something that leads us to what's really going on here. All I found were torn clothes and trash. It seemed true that he had been living in poverty. The more I investigated, the clearer it became that Zechs wasn't someone who could have posed as a merchant. Still, I hadn't found any useful clues. My efforts were fruitless. On the other hand, Shin. Zechs-sama, please look at this, she said, showing me something small and round that fit in the palm of her hand. A paper medal. It was the kind of medal a young child might make as a craft. It appeared to be made from the pages of an old, discarded book, as some of the original text was faintly visible. The item was clearly quite old, with parts of it torn. There was nothing remarkable about it, except for how out of place it was. Why would such a thing be here, in a room rented by a struggling adventurer, rather than in a house with children or at an orphanage? There's writing on the back, Shin said, flipping the medal over. On the back, in clumsy handwriting, were the words, Fairly Orphanage Jesh. So, Jesh had apparently grown up in an orphanage, and this was something he had made back then and kept all this time. The medal itself didn't seem significant, but it could serve as a good lead in tracking Jesh's past. Was there an orphanage in this town? No, it's too small for that. So that means we'll have to search elsewhere. I sighed. While it's true that my subordinates would be doing most of the work, I didn't want to burden them too much. But given the circumstances, we had no choice. I extended my hand toward Shin. She tilted her head in confusion. Zechs-sama, why your hand? I'll hold onto the medal. If you keep it, you might accidentally tear it. Shin has a habit of being clumsy at the worst times. I wasn't comfortable leaving such an important clue in her hands. Her cheeks puffed out in protest. Even I wouldn't damage a piece of evidence, probably. But as she spoke, her confidence seemed to waver, and her last words were less than reassuring. Well, at least she's aware of it. Now hand it over. I kept my hand outstretched with a smile, and after some reluctance, she handed over the medal. At that exact moment, oh, come on. As if on cue, Shin tripped over some of Jesh's scattered belongings on the floor. I managed to catch her just before she could fall, preventing her from hitting the ground. Thankfully, it only resulted in a bit of noise. I let out a sigh of relief. I told you so. Stop giving me heart attacks. I'm terribly sorry. Shin's face turned bright red. It wasn't just because I pointed out her clumsiness, but because she was currently cradled in my arms, pressed up against my chest. Given her lack of experience with physical contact between men and women, it was only natural for her to be embarrassed. I couldn't help but think she should be used to this by now, considering her age. But then again, that innocent quality is part of what makes her who she is, so it's a bit of a tricky situation. Well, she'll get over it eventually. If she keeps blushing over something like this, she won't be able to handle all the other things that the future holds. After giving her pale, bluish-purple hair a quick pat, I gently let her go. Even though she looked a little disappointed, we were on the job, so no lingering allowed. Let's head out. Are you sure? Yeah. I don't think we'll find anything else here. Rather than combing through this room for any small details, it seemed more productive to visit Jesh's old home, the Fairly Orphanage. After all, we'd spent quite some time searching, and all we found was a bunch of junk. It made more sense to pause the investigation for now and focus on locating the orphanage first. With Shin, her cheeks still slightly flushed, I made my way back to the royal capital. Section. 2 days later, after the start of a new week and the conclusion of classes, we gathered in our familiar shabby clubroom. However, we weren't at full strength. Minerva and Orca were absent. The reason was that Minerva had expressed her desire to focus on personal training since she wouldn't be participating in the match against the top club. Orca had accompanied her. Recently, Minerva had been grappling with her magic, experimenting and refining her abilities. She seemed to have her own reasons for this, so I decided to let her pursue it freely. At this time, there shouldn't be any dangerous scenarios looming over those two, and they had the capability to handle most difficulties. Additionally, they had a bodyguard accompanying them. I could confidently say they would have enough time for me to arrive if something went wrong. With that in mind, we decided to focus on what we needed to do without worrying about Minerva and Orca. We're all here, but what are we going to do? Even though I had called the meeting, I hadn't specified what we'd be discussing. Laurel, the club president, asked this while gauging the situation. I was about to answer when I decided to pose a question first. Before that, have you decided which role card to choose, President Laurel? Before we could proceed with our club activities, we needed to decide on the players' role cards. We couldn't keep postponing it indefinitely. Laurel flinched slightly, but a few seconds later, she waved both hands dismissively and said, "Just kidding, I've made my decision. I'm going with purple." Why's that? By process of elimination. I'm not particularly good at physical activities, so being the mobile blue isn't really suited for me. Also, I thought it'd be easier to defend if Marina and I were close together. I see. It seemed she had put more thought into it than I initially expected. As she pointed out, the range of the blue mage isn't very long, so it requires moving around to adapt to the match's developments. That wouldn't suit someone like Laurel, who was practically a beginner. The purple mage does require some adaptability, but it's likely to be less demanding than the blue role. Okay. So Laurel is going purple, and Nina is going blue. Understood. Got it. With both of them nodding in agreement, I brought my hands together. That settles all the role cards. Now, let me explain today's activities. It's not a complicated topic. We're going to focus on improving our individual abilities. As everyone nodded at my statement, Laurel raised her hand, tilting her head in confusion. What's up? Where are we going to train? It's sad to say, but a weak club like ours won't be able to borrow any facilities. The options for training within the school were limited. Places like the training grounds were used by martial clubs other than ours, making it difficult to find any available slots. Moreover, as a club with no track record, we'd likely be turned away if we tried to make a reservation. We could leverage our status as nobles, but there was a much better alternative. I grinned, showing my teeth. We'll use my training ground. Huh? The moment Laurel let out a dazed sound, we instantly transported to the training ground, located underground at the Foranada Manor. This was an application of Phase Connect. I opened a Phase Connect beneath everyone's feet and then moved it upward. Just like that, without taking a single step, we could teleport. However, manipulating the Phase Connect requires a great deal of precision, so it's not very practical for combat. It's mostly used for flashy displays or mass transport, like in this case. Thanks to the dramatic effect, both Laurel and Eureka, who were experiencing teleportation for the first time, reacted well. They stared wide-eyed, almost as if their eyeballs were about to pop out, and their mouths were agape to the point that it seemed like their jaws might dislocate. Since their expressions weren't very ladylike, I decided to look away. While Laurel and the others were frozen in astonishment, Karen and Nina asked, "You mentioned individual enhancement, but what exactly are we going to do? The time limit is a maximum of a month and a half. There's only so much we can train." I could see hints of fear on their faces. Well, I understood their feelings. With so little time left to enhance themselves individually, it was natural for them to worry that we would undergo some hellish training regimen. As much as I wanted to lament their lack of trust, I couldn't really argue against it since I was aware of the reason behind it. But this time, Karen's worries would be unfounded. Don't worry, I've taken that into account. It's not like I'm trying to make them as strong as you are. There are ways to approach this. The underlying premise was different. In Karen and Nina's case, we were training to be able to face any threat head-on, while for Laurel and Eureka, it was sufficient to prepare them to handle the magical piece. It was only natural that the level of training would differ if the target goals were different. For today, we'll only focus on meditation. In magic, meditation is the most important form of training. Laurel and Eureka needed to strengthen their foundations. I plan to focus on that and then dedicate the rest of our time to training in teamwork. I thought I was suggesting a relatively easy training regimen, but Karen and Nina's reactions were somewhat strange. The moment they heard my earlier words, their eyes started darting around. How long do you intend for the meditation to last?" Karen asked. "We'll continue for as long as we have time. It'll be the same as the training you usually do." Same. As I answered while wondering about her suspicious behavior, Nina was staring blankly at the ceiling. What was going on? Why were they so frightened by something as simple as meditation? In the end, I couldn't decipher the true meaning behind their reactions, and we proceeded to start our training. The meditation training was not anything out of the ordinary. The women simply sat in comfortable positions and focused on calming their minds. However, without supervision, it was hard to tell if they were truly meditating. Given that they were closing their eyes, there was a possibility they might just fall asleep. Therefore, it became customary for me to act as a supervisor during this training until they became accustomed to it. After all, I could accurately assess their mental states with my mental magic. By the way, this magic that monitors mental states is different from the emotion reading magic I typically use. Unlike the latter, this magic only works with the other person's consent. But I digress. 30 seconds into the meditation training, I observed the women sitting quietly, each in their own relaxed posture. I walked up behind Laurel and Eureka and suddenly said, "Here goes." Ouch. I struck their shoulders with a flat wooden stick. With a painful smack, their cries of distress echoed in the air. What was that? It hurt so much. They turned to me with teary eyes, protesting. I rested the wooden stick, known as a keisaku, on my shoulder as I replied. Note: keisaku is a flat wooden stick used in Zen meditation to correct a practitioner's posture or alert them when they lose focus. I told you earlier, if there's any disruption in your meditation, I'll hit you with this stick. For those who understand, it's similar to the practice in Zen meditation, where one receives a hit to maintain focus. It's a primitive method, but surprisingly effective. I get that, but it hurts way more than it looks. I felt pain all over. Well, that's because it's designed to do just that. We introduced this method after Karen and the others had grown a bit, but a regular wooden stick would simply break under the pressure. The surge of magic power from meditation naturally activates a mild form of body strengthening, increasing their physical defenses. So, I switched to a method that uses mental magic to give a light stimulus to the pain receptors instead of inflicting physical pain. It's correct to say it feels more painful than one might expect. If you don't want to feel pain, don't disrupt your mind. That's the nature of this training. Look at Karen and the others. They're completely unfazed despite all this commotion. Indeed, neither Karen nor Nina, nor even Marina, were disturbed. Though they had only been doing this training for 2 months, their efforts were clearly paying off. Seeing Laurel still unconvinced, I added, "You want to become stronger to keep the club going, right? You won't get anywhere if you can't handle this training." "Gus, fine. If it's come to this, I'll just have to tough it out." The survival of the club was a powerful motivator for Laurel. She scratched her head in frustration and plopped down to resume her meditation. Why, Eureka will do her best too. Inspired by Laurel's determination, Eureka quietly sat down as well. I was a bit worried since she didn't seem to have the same strong motivation, but at this rate, she should be fine. Considering the current states of Laurel and Eureka, I planned for them to focus solely on meditation for the next 2 weeks, with the remaining time spent on confirming their teamwork. Ideally, I'd want to take more time for training, but we needed to produce results soon. Therefore, even if it meant being a makeshift solution, I had to ensure they were in a condition to move. The training would need to be tough enough to avoid overwhelming the two with lesser abilities, while still being adequate to allow them to keep up in actual combat. It was a high hurdle to clear, but I was excited about the challenge. I'd adjust things as necessary while keeping an eye on their progress. As a side note, today's meditation resulted in Laurel and Eureka receiving a keisaku hit every minute. Ultimately, it goes without saying that both ended up thoroughly exhausted. Section: Why are you working hard for the club? 3 days had passed since the training at the club began. During a class that turned into self-study, I took the opportunity to ask Eureka this question. I had heard that she joined the club due to Laurel's strong persuasion. Given Eureka's timid nature, it wasn't hard to imagine the scenario. However, it was strange that she was able to continue with such a tough training regimen. From what I gathered about her joining process, she shouldn't have had the enthusiasm to endure such rigorous training. Not only that, but she also shared in the ups and downs alongside Laurel, and she even pulled out the trump card of her connection to the nobles. She was genuinely committed to the club's survival. I wanted to know what was driving Eureka. It was just a matter of curiosity on my part. You don't have to force yourself to say anything. I was just a bit curious. Acha. When I added that clarification, she responded with a slightly vacant reply. It was a reasonable reaction. It was rare for a noble head to show interest in the feelings of a commoner. After all, nobles could easily command commoners to do their bidding without caring about their feelings. To others, I was undoubtedly seen as an eccentric. This perspective was likely a remnant of my past life, and I didn't feel the need to change. It's not a significant reason or anything. Despite her skepticism, she seemed willing to answer. After setting a precautionary tone, Eureka began to speak earnestly. At first, I joined reluctantly. The club president, Laurel, wouldn't leave me alone and even went so far as to kneel in front of a large crowd, so I had no choice but to join. She really does kneel anywhere, doesn't she? I couldn't help but picture Eureka, flustered by the sudden act of kneeling. She let out a wry smile. Ahaha, she often boasts, if it means lowering my head, I'll do it as many times as it takes. What a reckless individual, going to such lengths only makes things worse. Dealing with a prideful noble can be troublesome, but someone with the opposite personality can be just as annoying. They use their lack of concern for others to push and manipulate in all sorts of ways. In that regard, I was somewhat the same. However, given my noble status, I couldn't afford to resort to desperate measures. It seemed that dealing with someone like Laurel was still a hassle. That said, there was no point in worrying about it. For now, there was no reason for Laurel to target me. So, what changed your mind from being reluctant to actively cooperating? I guess it was the president's passion that moved me. As Eureka spoke, it seemed she was organizing her thoughts, her gaze briefly drifting to the ceiling. The president is a troubled person in many ways, but her passion for magical peace is genuine. She's seriously committed to the game, even though she can only belong to a weak club and can't play games at all. She pours her heart into it, aiming for some distant hope. That's inspiring and, honestly, a bit envious. Her dedication to magical peace is indeed genuine. Normally, no one would remain in a club that couldn't play any games for 3 years. No one would kneel during a crisis of potential dissolution. It would be typical to just give up and move on, treating it as a mere club activity. Even during the tough training, Laurel kept at it, albeit with some complaints. I had heard she was even practicing on her own. Laurel was truly passionate about magical peace. Due to her own lack of skill, she couldn't join any clubs other than the weak one, so she was desperate to maintain her only connection to magical peace. She narrowed her eyes and continued. I have never had that level of passion. Most of the time, it's more like I did it because the adults around me expected her to. That's why I wanted to support the president, who has something I don't. That's the reason I am working hard for the club. I see. As she spoke, Eureka seemed lost in thought. She must have her own burdens to bear. I was curious but wouldn't pry. Our relationship wasn't deep enough for that. Thank you for sharing. After expressing my gratitude, I moved away from her. I understood Eureka's feelings toward the club. Given her demeanor, I didn't have to worry about her giving up halfway. Eureka is a good person. Ah, yes, she is. As I let out a sigh of relief, Nina unexpectedly spoke up. I had known she was nearby, trying to remain undetected, but being suddenly addressed startled me. I wished she would refrain from doing that. Honestly, if you're going to eavesdrop, you might as well just stand next to us, I said. I'm a good fiancé who knows how to read the room. Fiancé, what did you just say? Fiancé, what does that mean? Isn't that one word too many? In response to my question, Nina succinctly explained. If a person who has promised to marry is a fiancé, then I'm a fiancé who has made a reservation for the marriage promise. I see. I wasn't sure whether to fully understand her logic or not, but if she was satisfied with it, there was no need for me to press further. Afterward, Karen and the others joined us once their tasks were finished, and the peaceful time continued to flow by. Section. After school. As usual, we were conducting meditation training, but today we finished a little earlier than usual. As we released our seated postures and stood up, Laurel looked at me with a puzzled expression. Isn't today ending a bit early? I'm planning to do a different training with the remaining time. Different training. When I responded, her face tightened. I noticed the same expression on the others as well. Weren't they being a bit too scared? Despite feeling somewhat displeased, I swallowed it down and continued. I'm going to do some simple coordination practice. Ideally, I'd like to spend more time on basic training, but we only have about a month and a half left. We need to pack the schedule. If we didn't conduct both the basic training and coordination checks in parallel, I suspected we wouldn't be ready by the match day. I needed to streamline our plans somewhat. Just then, Karen, who had quietly approached, asked, if you're checking coordination, does that mean you already have a plan for the match? Yeah, although it's quite simple. More than half of the group was inexperienced, so executing a complex strategy was out of the question. I intended to set a straightforward plan and let the more experienced Karen and Nina control the execution. Once everyone was ready to listen, I began explaining. The strategy is extremely simple. We'll mainly divide into 3 groups. One group will be the rear guard, Marina, President Laurel, and Karen to protect her. The second group will be the front line, Eureka. Finally, Nina will provide buffs as needed. Overall, this formation was no different from the established strategy for magical peace. The green mage would act as a skirmisher, while the rear guard supported and attacked. The only unusual aspect was that the blue mage was acting alone. Naturally, questions arose regarding this. Eureka is one thing, but is Nina going to be alone too? If the blue mage is alone, they'll be targeted first. How do you plan to deal with that? Laurel and Karen's concerns were valid. The blue mage specializes in buffs and has no offensive capabilities. Their mobility isn't particularly high either. If they were operating solo, they would undoubtedly become easy targets. However, that only applied to a typical blue mage. No problem. Nina can be somewhat stealthy and has learned evasion techniques. As long as there are two enemies, she can hold out just fine. To say just fine might be dismissive, but the opponents were only students. There was an overwhelming difference in skill and experience between them. Even under the restrictions of their role cards, landing an attack on her would be incredibly difficult. It'll be fine. Nina herself gave a confident thumbs up. Aside from Laurel, who hadn't seen Nina's abilities, it seemed Karen and the others were convinced by my explanation. No further objections were raised. I want Eureka to learn some light stealth techniques and repeat hit-and-run tactics during the match. Instead of trying to take down enemies, I want her to focus on wearing them down. Why yes, the main attacking force will be the rear guard. President Laurel will weaken the enemies, and then Marina will strike from above. It's a simple task, but it will be the main strength of this team. Give it your all. I understand. I'll do my best. And your job, Karen, is to protect those two. You'll probably end up doing most of the fighting during the match. It's going to be tough, but leave it to me, Oni-sama. Ah, please do. Nina will be the key to the team. While being cautious not to get taken down by the enemy, I need you to assess the battlefield and provide buffs to either the front or rear guard as needed. Got it. Having acknowledged everyone's responses, I took another look around the group and nodded firmly. All right, let's move on to confirming our coordination. After that, we repeatedly engaged in practical drills to simulate the upcoming match. Section. At the academy, the school buildings are divided by grade and major classes. As a result, there are few opportunities for students to interact with those from other classes or grades during regular lessons. The cafeteria, student dormitories, and special mobile classrooms are about the only places. I realized this when I encountered a situation that exemplified this very point. We were on our way to the teacher's studio for our painting class. As the carriage passed near the training grounds for the third-year students, I caught a familiar magical presence and turned my gaze. Normally, I would have overlooked it, but for some reason, I happened to look up. Near the entrance of the training grounds, there was Laurel, just as I had sensed. I had thought, based on the multiple responses I detected, that she was simply moving to the training grounds with friends, but the scene I witnessed was anything but calm. Laurel was surrounded by 5 men and women who were using violence against her. Though it was merely light shoving, the fact that she was being surrounded by multiple people made the situation unacceptable, especially since I knew her. I stood up, intending to help Laurel. However, before I could make a move, something else happened. The group that had been kicking Laurel suddenly found themselves engulfed in flames. They all screamed and rolled on the ground. Fortunately, it seemed the fire was just enough to serve as a warning, as it extinguished quickly without spreading, and they emerged unscathed. Even Laurel, who was at the center, hadn't been hit by any sparks. It seemed the other people in the carriage had also noticed Laurel's presence due to the commotion. While they couldn't see the earlier scene, Orca and Minerva, being perceptive, seemed to grasp the situation. Minerva sighed and said, "Go quickly. I'll explain things to the teacher." "Sorry about this. HMPH, what a troublesome fiancé you are." Though she scoffed dismissively, I could tell she was genuinely concerned. It was her usual way of hiding her embarrassment. After thanking her again, I opened a phase connection and then called out to Karen. "Karen, let's go." "Yes." She nodded quietly, wearing a slightly awkward expression. Some might have realized it, but the flames from earlier were Karen's magic. She had reacted instinctively to protect Laurel. Although she had managed to keep the power low enough to serve as a warning, an attack without prior warning in a non-lethal situation is hardly commendable. Well, at least she was aware that it was wrong. For now, I decided to put off the lecture. The two of us leaped gracefully from the moving carriage. The destination of the phase connection was, of course, Laurel. With our sudden appearance as nobles, those who had been bothering her were thrown into a state of panic. It seemed the earlier flames had left them unable to think straight. From what I could see, it looked like they hadn't sustained any burns. Karen had truly only used enough power to serve as a warning. In that case, I could leave these guys alone. Since they all seemed to be commoners, the psychological burden of being targeted by nobles would serve as punishment enough. I put on a commanding voice and declared, "Scatter. If you don't want to offend me any further, quickly disappear." Zechs. The group that had been smirking just moments ago now wore expressions that suggested they might burst into tears, scattering like frightened insects. Given their reaction, they likely wouldn't bother Laurel again. "Thank you very much," she said. "You're welcome. I'm relieved to see you weren't seriously hurt." When I turned around, I saw Karen using healing magic on Laurel. The scrapes and bruises were disappearing in an instant. Once the healing was complete, we moved to a more comfortable location. It wouldn't do to linger at the entrance of the training grounds, as we would only inconvenience others. We established a phase connection to the separate residence of Foranada. The servants, slightly surprised by our appearance, quickly adapted to the situation. They soon began preparing tea. We gathered around the table and sipped our tea. Laurel, who had shown signs of confusion at first, seemed to regain her composure by the time her cup was empty. "Thank you for everything," she said softly after a while. The phrase "for everything" clearly carried various meanings, as I could tell from her tone. I shrugged. "Don't mention it. I only helped because I happened to see what was happening, and as for gratitude, that should go to Karen. She's the one who used fire." "Is that so? Thank you, Karen." "No, it wasn't right for me to act before saying anything. So please, don't worry about it." "Don't say that. The fact is, you saved me." "I understand. I'll accept your gratitude." Though there was still a hint of awkwardness, the two exchanged smiles and nodded at each other. For now, it seemed we had reached a temporary resolution. "So, what was going on over there?" I asked Laurel, timing my question carefully. I had a general idea, but hearing the details from her would provide more accurate information. "Well, that's..." In response, she wore a complex expression, hesitating as she spoke. If the content was as I suspected, there was no reason for her to hesitate. I wondered what was holding her back. It seemed Karen shared the same question and spoke up with a concerned tone. "I assure you, this conversation won't leak outside. I, as well as Oni-sama and the staff, promise not to divulge anything. Please, don't hold back. Share what you can." Along with her words, I and the nearby servants nodded in agreement. Acknowledging our assurance, Laurel scratched her cheek, looking somewhat uncomfortable. "Well, it's not that serious of a matter. It's just that talking about it feels a bit embarrassing." "I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about now. You were making a fool of yourself during training, after all." "Ah, that's true." Laurel slumped her shoulders in disappointment at my retort. She had been trying to act all senior-like, so my comment clearly hit home. But since it was the truth, I had no intention of taking it back. "It's not a complicated story. It's just a simple fact that I'm a failure," she said. After a brief pause, Laurel began to explain. As expected, it was a straightforward tale. She had been stuck in Class D for years, hovering near the bottom of the overall rankings. As a result, this underperformer had clung to the Magical Peace Club, where powerful students gathered, which made her a target for bullying from those who found it bothersome. I've been made a target by some of the Magical Peace affiliates in Classes C and above. The bullying isn't anything new, so please don't worry about it too much," she said, forcing a smile that was obviously just for show. I had already gauged her abilities through our training together. I knew well enough that she couldn't be described as talented. However, I hadn't thought it would escalate to bullying. While it's true that Magical Peace is a competition where raw ability offers an advantage, that doesn't mean those with lesser skills shouldn't be able to enjoy it. In fact, as a creator, I would prefer it if everyone could partake without discrimination. This was a consequence of not having anticipated such a widespread appeal. It was my responsibility for underestimating the situation. I would need to discuss with Noma and Weemle to explore improvement plans. However, this wasn't something that could be resolved immediately. We would have to consider various options for the future. For now, I decided to tackle the immediate issue in a different way. I would take a very straightforward approach. If that's the case, then we absolutely cannot lose our next match against the top club. Hi. Laurel's response was a bewildered gasp. While she was left flabbergasted, Karen leaned in eagerly. That's right, Laurel. If we win the upcoming match, we can show all those who have looked down on you just what we're capable of. We can prove our strength. With her fists clenched, my little sister declared her enthusiasm. Encouraged by her momentum, Laurel faltered, looking uncertain. But the ones who will shine in the match will definitely be you and Karen. There's no way I can keep up. That's not true. Karen resolutely dismissed Laurel's weak assertion. You've been working hard at your training, haven't you? I know you've been practicing on your own after training sessions. Your efforts are undeniable. Your passion for magical peace is sincere, and I can assure you that you will be able to shine in the match. I guarantee it. Her bright, crimson aura shone, without any hint of doubt, piercing directly through Laurel's brown eyes. It was evident that Karen wholeheartedly believed in her from the depths of her heart. This was one of Karen's strengths. She could convey her feelings directly to anyone and dissolve even the most closed-off hearts. The title of Saint of Sunlight truly suited her. With her warm words and light, she heals the hearts of others. No one could remain unmoved by such unadulterated affection. Indeed, Laurel's eyes were visibly shaken. Do you think I can really fight? Yes, let's do our best together. Hahaha. If you're going to agree so straightforwardly, then I guess I'll have to work hard. After wiping her eyes with her finger, Laurel raised her fist high into the air. Let's defeat the top club. I'm going for it. Yeah. Karen joined in, and before I knew it, I found myself mimicking their gestures. I felt a bit embarrassed, but if I could lift Laurel's spirits, then that was what mattered. With that, I believed our worries about the upcoming match against the top club had cleared up. Now, all that remained was to continue training until the match day. Section. After sending Karen and Laurel on their way, I used phase connection to move to another location. The place was near the training grounds where Laurel had been accosted earlier, specifically behind that building. There was already someone waiting there, one of my domain's spies. How did it go? I asked. There's a small amount, but it was found on the ground, he replied, holding up a small, transparent bag. Inside the bag was a small amount of green powder. Though it was less than a pinch, it would serve as sufficient evidence. Just as I suspected, it's the black market. What about the people we were following? I inquired. They've been secured. Interrogation will begin shortly. Understood. I'll conduct my own investigation here. Would you like assistance? Not needed, I'll just be observing, I said. Very well. As my subordinate stepped back, I took a look around. The training grounds were a large facility, and the area behind the building was dim and damp, giving off an atmosphere that suggested illicit dealings were taking place. Well, it seemed more than just a suggestion. It was clearly happening. The powder my subordinate had shown me was known as leaf. It's a dangerous substance classified as an illegal drug in neighboring countries. The transaction was taking place right here. While the seller was currently unknown, the buyers had already been identified. A few of the students who had been bullying Laurel were among those who had purchased leaf. After sensing minor fluctuations in magical energy, I had taken extra precautions to track them, which led to the expected results. How did they manage to bring it onto the grounds? The academy was under strict security. Just a few days ago, kidnappers had infiltrated, but that was an exceptional case. Typically, it wouldn't be easy to breach the defenses. In other words, the seller this time likely possessed some specialized skills. This was far from a simple issue. That was why I had decided to investigate myself. Are there any traces? I used my eyes to search for evidence, but found nothing. At the very least, it was clear that no magic had been used in this area. While I hadn't expected to easily find a lead, I couldn't help but feel disappointed if it ended up being a dead end. Letting out a sigh, I spoke to my waiting subordinate. I'm going to report this to the headmaster. You can return to your duties. Understood. After acknowledging the response, I opened a phase connection. My destination was, of course, the headmaster's office, WW8. I'm interrupting. As I passed through Faye's connection, the headmaster, who had been sorting through paperwork at her desk, let out a startled exclamation. The beautiful young girl with long black hair stared at me with wide eyes, momentarily frozen. When I casually greeted her, she sighed heavily. "Ah, it's just you. If you're going to teleport, at least give me a heads up. It's bad for my heart." "Sorry about that, it's an urgent matter." "Urgent?" The headmaster narrowed her eyes at my statement. The relaxed atmosphere that had previously filled the room shifted dramatically, replaced by a sharp and tense air of intimidation. She knew my capabilities, and thus she must have deduced that whatever I brought was far from ordinary. As expected of a witch who has lived for so long, the aura she emitted when switching gears was impressive. She radiated an overwhelming presence that ordinary folks could not possibly match. Of course, I couldn't shake the image of her as a pathetic person, since I had defeated her in the past, but there was no doubt about her abilities. I approached the headmaster and informed her that I had discovered Leaf on the academy grounds and that a few students had purchased it. After quickly grasping the situation, she tossed aside the documents in her hands and buried her face in her hands. "Not again." Her words were a genuine expression of frustration from the depths of her being. It was understandable. Just after wrapping up the kidnapping incident, another problem had emerged. To make matters worse, this time, some of the students were both victims and offenders. After a brief pause, the headmaster lifted her head. Her expression was one of severe concern. "Who's the seller?" "The ringleader is unknown." There were no traces left at what seems to be the transaction location. "So, we can't tell if it's a student or an outsider. What about the students you've captured?" "They're being interrogated." "Don't worry, I won't let them suffer too much." "Probably. Didn't you just add an unnecessary qualifier?" "Maybe it's just your imagination." As expected of the lowly grandma, her intuition was strangely sharp. That said, whether they would truly avoid suffering depended on them. If they kept their mouths shut, my subordinates would likely go all out in their interrogation. While it was unfortunate for her as an educator to worry about the students, I couldn't guarantee their safety. While identifying the seller is crucial, what's even more important is how the drugs were smuggled onto the grounds, I stated, redirecting the conversation. Since it was an important matter, the headmaster was skillfully led. She placed a hand on her mouth, deep in thought. "True, under normal circumstances, outsiders shouldn't be able to infiltrate, and we should have been able to prevent the entry of illegal goods. Given the kidnapping incident, I can't trust the security measures completely." "I understand. I'm well aware that security doesn't hold against individuals of a certain level of power. You can bypass it, and I could as well." I wondered if that was really the best stance to take. Shouldn't she be boasting about a security system that even I can't break through? But I decided to set that topic aside. It wasn't particularly important. "The kidnappers used the teleportation magic called Shadow Walk to come and go. Now, we need to figure out what method they employed this time," she replied. I nodded in agreement. If it's an outsider, they must have some means of infiltration. If it's a student, they must possess a way to conceal Leaf. "It's likely they're using original magic," I stated. If it were existing magic, the Academy's security would easily thwart it. Therefore, it was only logical to suspect a type of original magic akin to Shadow Walk. The headmaster pressed her fingers against her forehead. "Creating original magic, just like that isn't easy, you know." Her complaint was valid. In this world, magic can be conceived through imagination, but it is surprisingly inflexible. This is due to the human tendency toward fixed ideas and preconceived notions. Because existing magic influences their thinking, creating new magic isn't a simple task. But that's not the case for me. There are few types of neutral magic, and mental magic hasn't been developed at all. I have no choice but to produce original spells left and right. However, other means are limited. We'll just have to accept that, I said. True enough. After sharing some information and discussing future collaboration, we agreed that we wouldn't take significant action until the interrogations were complete, as there wasn't much confirmed at the moment. Later, I spent some time in the headmaster's office until we received the results of the interrogations. Unfortunately, we didn't gain any useful information. None of the 3 students who purchased the drugs had clearly recognized the seller's appearance. They only confessed that they had been lured in by promises of increased magic power and mana. They were likely under the influence of some kind of recognition-hindering magic or magical item. If that were the case, it could mean the seller was affiliated with the witch. While it was helpful to confirm that, the lack of clues leading to the seller was a significant setback. In the end, we had no choice but to wait for any new movements on their part. The incident with Leaf was also suspiciously linked to the Forest Nation. Just how far the connections go remains uncertain. With a sense of unease hanging over us, we called it a day. Section. Since the discovery of Leaf within the academy, the week had passed without any major incidents, and the weekend arrived. But there was one thing. The date for the match against the top club had been set. It would take place at the end of July during summer vacation. We had about a month to prepare, and I wanted to make the most of it. That said, training every single day could take a toll on our bodies. I decided to declare the last day of the week a rest day. Laurel had been opposed to this, but there was no point in rushing. Resting was also a form of training. With that in mind, I aimed to make the most of our precious day off, so Shin and I once again left the capital. Like before, we had work to do. This time, we planned to visit the Fairleal Orphanage, which was Jesh's hometown. That facility was located in a city further south from Jesh's base. It was a fairly large city, and given its proximity to the imperial border, the market was filled with unusual goods. Shall we pick up some souvenirs later? I believe Caroline-sama, and the others will be very pleased. When I murmured this, Shin agreed. Even though I spoke as if it were someone else's affair, the recipients of those souvenirs would include her as well. I wanted to point that out, but since it was a surprise, I decided to keep it to myself. I hoped they would be happy. As we exchanged light conversation, we walked through the city. If one were to look at just this part, it would seem like a date, but it was indeed official business, so please excuse us. Before long, we arrived at the alleyway in front of the Fairleal Orphanage. We peered at the orphanage from the shadows. It stood slightly outside the center of the city, next to a church. Since it was said to be a facility under the church's umbrella, there was nothing unusual about its location. By the way, there are 3 types of orphanages: those operated by the church, those run by the government, and those run by individuals. The number of each follows the order I mentioned, with the church-operated ones being the most common and the individually run ones being so rare that they could be counted on one hand. Few people would venture to start a business already tackled by the church or the government. Well, there were a few operated by Foranada, though. Anyway, at first glance, it looked like an entirely ordinary orphanage. The preliminary investigation had not revealed anything odd. As of now, there seemed to be no connection between the orphanage and Leaf or the Forest Kingdom. However, since we hadn't conducted an internal investigation yet, the outcome would depend on that. Even if there turned out to be no connections, any information about Jesh would still be valuable. If we start asking around, we might raise suspicion. Let's sneak in and investigate first. Understood. If the church's staff were involved, asking about Jesh might make them wary, leading them to dispose of any hidden documents. Therefore, it was essential to conduct covert investigations first. Shin, get a little closer. You're out of range for the magic. Why, yes. I pulled her closer, as she blushing, and used phase concealment to hide us. Truth be told, we were originally within range, but I hoped this little bit of leniency would be forgiven. Recently, I hadn't had much time to dote on Shin, so I was compensating for that. While making excuses in my mind, we managed to infiltrate the orphanage. The facility itself was quite ordinary. Being run by the church, it had a somewhat simple feel, but the interior was plain. The caretaking sisters were unremarkable, and the children running around showed no signs of anything unusual. It was an entirely normal and average orphanage. There don't seem to be any hidden rooms or anything like that. After a thorough look around, Shin communicated through thought. I nodded in response. This really is an unremarkable orphanage. It doesn't seem like it's involved in this incident at all. So, should we proceed as planned? Let's ask around and gather information on Jesh. We nodded to each other and stepped outside the facility. In the alleyway from earlier, we dispelled phase concealment and casually returned to the orphanage. Excuse me, sister over there, may I have a moment of your time? Yes, how may I assist you? I called out to a middle-aged sister who happened to be passing by, and she responded with a smile. I had noted during our earlier infiltration that she was the head sister, having worked here for nearly 20 years. This should make the conversation go smoothly. We were lucky. We are here on official business. The sister had been smiling cheerfully, but the moment I produced a certain item, her expression froze. Then, in a trembling voice, she murmured, "The Imperial Guard." Yes, what I had just shown her was proof of my affiliation with the Imperial Guard. Moreover, it was a special item granted only to those acting under royal orders. As for why I possessed such a thing, I had asked Weemley for it. Given the manpower shortage for this investigation, I couldn't afford to waste time. However, disguising myself as a mere adventurer to gather information on Zechs was a cumbersome process that required numerous steps. Thus, I decided to claim to be part of the Imperial Guard as a shortcut. They were famous throughout the Holy Kingdom, directly overseen by the Holy Royal Family. By showing this proof, there would be few who would dare oppose me. And my expectations were right. What business does a member of the Imperial Guard have with such an orphanage? There's no need for concern. I'm here to gather information on someone from this facility. I won't do anything else. Is that really true? I swear it on God and my family name. Understood, I will fully cooperate. At first, the sister was trembling, but when I assured her it was just inquiries, she exhaled in relief. Given her demeanor, I felt there was no need for further concern. Afterward, we were led to a reception room within the facility, where we conducted a question-and-answer session regarding Zechs. It turned out he had been there 10 years ago, and the sister struggled to recall details. However, with enough time, we managed to gather ample information. We learned about how he spent his time in the orphanage and details about his character, though I set aside portions that seemed irrelevant. What caught my attention were 2 points. First, the circumstances surrounding Zechs' entry into the orphanage. Unlike most of the children, he had a father who was alive and whose identity was known, yet he was placed in this facility. Zechs' father had been missing for several years, and when he returned, he was supposedly holding a baby. When they inquired about what had happened during his absence, he could only stare blankly, unable to provide any answers. Ultimately, it was decided that the father, in a state of despair, could not care for the child, and thus Zechs was entrusted to the orphanage. The second point was that Zechs had been searching for his mother. Deprived of love from his father, he harbored hope of finding a mother whose identity was unknown. He desperately tried to trace his father's footsteps to uncover what had happened around the time his father went missing. Although he had not been able to find her during his time at the orphanage, the sister mentioned that she didn't know what happened afterward. It all felt too suspicious. The child conceived during the father's disappearance, the man who might be his father, and the leaf likely brought from the Forest Kingdom. Individually, each piece of information might not serve as conclusive evidence, but when combined, a vague picture began to emerge. What do you think, Shin? I believe there is a significant possibility. As we left the orphanage, we exchanged those words. Given that we had reached the same conclusion, it seemed Shin was on the same page as well. I felt we could consider this almost certain. At this point, let me explain how genetics work in this world. I believe I previously mentioned that only males can reliably inherit magical traits. Thus, noble heirs are typically male. There are also other traits influenced by genetics that vary based on gender. This includes race. The species of the children born depends on the father's race. This applies to beastmen as well. What I mean to say is that in this world, there are no half-breeds. If the father is human, regardless of the mother's race, the child will always be human. That is the law of this world. In other words, the forest folks are abducting men from the Holy Kingdom and literally breeding potential spies. It makes me sick. They capture human men and force them to have children with elven women. Naturally, the offspring will be human, but they will also carry elven blood. Most likely, the captured fathers were kept under constant sedation. There's no way such a person could care for a child, leading the newborns to instinctively seek the love of their mothers, just like Zechs did. They must be exploiting that psychology to turn them into spies. They would entice them with promises like, if you serve the Forest Kingdom, you will receive your mother's love. It's utterly vile. I refuse to acknowledge such abhorrent acts as those committed by the same race. I cannot assert it as a fact due to lack of physical evidence. However, even the mere speculation is enough to make me feel nauseated. What do they think children are? Shin sighed with a heavy heart. I exhaled in response. Who knows, they probably operate under some twisted logic like, what was born is human, not elven. I can't empathize with that at all. I've heard that the elves of the Forest Kingdom look down on other races. If that's the case, they would never recognize a child born as human, regardless of any blood connection. In fact, they might even harbor hatred. That's just despicable. I couldn't agree more. It's truly a revolting tale. Moreover, it's infuriating that there's no fundamental solution to this situation. After all, these potential spies are human, and even if they possess elven lineage, there's no way to discern that. I need to think of some sort of breakthrough. The first thing that comes to mind is the improvement of the appraisal skill. That day, I returned home with a cloud of unease hanging over me. Oh no, I forgot to buy souvenirs. This is just the worst. Chapter 5, Training Camp. It has been a little over half a month since I speculated about the evil deeds of the Forest Kingdom. In that time, not much has progressed. The only thing I can report is that the club's training at the academy has been going smoothly. As for anything related to the Forest Kingdom, I've made no tangible progress. I consulted my master, Akatsuki, about improving the appraisal skill. However, he informed me that adding the capabilities I wanted would be difficult. The appraisal I use is a type of mental magic, distinct from the kind that can investigate lineage or a parent's race. It's akin to trying to observe microorganisms through a telescope. In this case, a microscope, medical magic focused on the body, like light magic, would be necessary. Even with light magic, I would need knowledge of genetics or creativity to construct the spell from scratch. Akatsuki pointed out that this is typically the realm of researchers who have mastered the field. Therefore, it would be impossible to ask existing light magic users like Karen for assistance. As it stands, I have no choice but to find individuals with circumstances similar to Zechs and observe them closely. Given the existing manpower shortage, the workload is only increasing. What on earth is happening? Regarding the Forest Kingdom, there is one more piece of information. Another buyer of the leaf, which was being traded at the academy, has been identified alongside the previously captured students. This was the result of a serious search by the headmaster, so its reliability is high. However, as I mentioned earlier, those students had no knowledge of the matter. Still, it is certain that the seller of leaf has been making regular appearances at the academy. There may indeed be a potential spy among the academy staff. While it is difficult to uncover their identity, if we can catch them in the act of buying or selling leaf, we could arrest them on the spot. I should increase the number of personnel monitoring the academy's darker activities. Oni-sama, are you feeling unwell? Suddenly, I heard Karen's voice next to me that snapped me back to reality. Sorry. I was lost in thought. I quickly scanned my surroundings to assess the situation. We were inside the rundown clubroom, with the usual members gathered. If I recall correctly, before we started training, Laurel mentioned that she had something to discuss. Judging by the atmosphere, it seemed her topic had already concluded. I've been so busy lately that I completely zoned out. What a blunder. Zechs, weren't you listening to us? Get it together already, Laurel and Minerva remarked, their voices tinged with exasperation. In response, I let out an awkward laugh. Sorry, so what was the discussion about? Were you not listening at all? Laurel exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief at my response. She then placed a hand on her forehead and explained once more. I truly felt bad about it. We were discussing a training camp. Since the last week before the match coincides with summer break, I suggested that we train overnight. Oh, is that what it was? Finally, I understood what they were talking about. I could see her point. Currently, Laurel, Eureka, and Marina, especially the first two, were somewhat lacking in skill to compete against the top club. No matter how effective the training methods I devised were, it wouldn't matter without enough time. Therefore, the proposal for a training camp was likely an attempt to make up for that fundamental time shortage. But, at this point, having a training camp would just be a drop in the bucket. Mentioned this before, but even if we add a day or two, it won't significantly improve our skills. There's a risk of overtraining, so it might be more appropriate to actually reduce the training load. In response, Laurel replied ambiguously. That may be true. She seemed to have something on her mind, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. I tilted my head. If you have something to say, don't hold back. It's too late to be shy now. I've seen plenty of your embarrassing moments already. I had witnessed her struggling during training countless times. Being bashful now felt like a futile resistance. Moo. Ugh. It seemed my comment hit home. Laurel's cheeks flushed slightly as she grumbled, and Eureka, who had been observing nearby, covered her face with her hands. The others watched the two of them with warm expressions. It seemed to carry the intent of comforting comrades. I could feel a strangely strong bond among them. After a brief silence, Laurel, seemingly steeling herself, clenched her hands. I've always longed for a training camp. Until now, I've only been able to focus on keeping the club alive, so I want to do something youthful like that. Everyone in the room responded with a chorus of agreement. I understood her feelings. A training camp with club members is something to dream about, especially after enduring it for 3 years. Receiving the warm gazes of everyone, Laurel hesitated, looking down bashfully. I didn't want to say it because it's embarrassing. She murmured that, and I found myself thinking that she surprisingly had a cute side. Just then, Karen stood up enthusiastically. Let's do it. I fully support the idea of a training camp. Karen. Laurel looked up at Karen, clearly moved. Then the others began to speak up. I'm in favor too. I'll handle the cooking and other preparations for the day. I agree too, Eureka chimed in. I'm not a player, but I'll help however I can. HMPH, since I am helping, you better not show me any weakness. Everyone. Laurel's voice trembled with emotion as one by one. Everyone agreed to the training camp. Then all eyes turned toward me. A few of them seemed worried. They didn't need to be. I'm not so cold-hearted as to turn them down. All right, let's do the camp. I'll take care of the arrangements. Hearing my words, the girls cheered excitedly. Honestly, this isn't the best time for a camp, but if it helps brighten Karen and the others' youth, I'll shoulder the extra work. Their smiles are the greatest reward I could ask for. Section. The first day of the training camp came around in the blink of an eye. There had been final exams in the meantime, but there were no particular issues. I had been thoroughly preparing and reviewing as usual. In fact, it seemed that the academy learned from the midterms, as Karen, Minerva, Orca, and Nina were all exempt from practical exams this time. Thanks to that, it was a peaceful testing period. On another note, Marina achieved good results and secured her promotion to Class C. Congratulations to her. Now that I think about it, I had completely forgotten, but it seemed that Dan and Miria also managed to stay in Class A. Orca had banned them from participating in club activities and regularly tutored them. I might need to reward Orca later for her efforts. With all that in mind, we gathered in a certain building on the academy grounds. This building, known as the Training Camp Building, is used for overnight stays during club activities. Since there are many students in the dorms, it apparently doesn't get used very often. Even though it's not used frequently, it seemed to have been cleaned adequately. There was no dust or dirt to be found in the interior, and it looked ready for us to stay in immediately. Zechs will conduct an inspection of the facilities just to be safe. Thanks, I'll keep an eye on Karen and the others. With that, Shin led the servants inside the training camp building. Assuming the worst, only Teria and Marin stayed behind. After seeing Shin off, I called out to Karen and the others who had been waiting behind me. Let's get started with our training right away. I've reserved training ground 3. Don't we need to unpack our stuff first? Laurel froze in a half-done posture, trying to carry her belongings. It looked like Eureka was in a similar state. In response to them, Karen spoke up. You don't need to worry about carrying your luggage yourselves. If you leave it here, Shin and the others will take care of it. One of you can also stay behind to keep watch. Leave it to us. Teria reacted to Karen's words. It seemed she would remain here while Marin would accompany us to the training ground. However, even after hearing Karen's words, Laurel and the others were still flustered. Well, it's understandable. If you're a genuine commoner like them, being told suddenly that it's fine to leave the chores to the servants would only create feelings of guilt and confusion. It took Marina some time to adjust, and even now, she still seems a bit apologetic. This disparity in values is something that's not easily reconciled. Even Karen, who has spent time with me, doesn't fully grasp what they are hesitating about. In times like this, it's only me, who understands both perspectives, who can take action. Don't worry too much. It's their job to do that. If you do the chores yourselves, you'll be taking work away from them, and they'll get scolded by their supervisor later. That's not something you'd want, right? Ahem. If that's the case, I understand. It's wrong to take away someone else's job. The two of them nodded in agreement after hearing my reasoning and released their grip on their luggage. With that settled, we could proceed without concern. Confirming that everyone was unencumbered, we headed to the training ground. We arrived a bit earlier than our reserved time. As a result, another club was still using the training ground, seemingly determined to make the most of their time. I wondered if they could finish and vacate the area in time, but it turned out to be an unfounded worry. Upon closer inspection, I noticed other students, separate from those training, hurriedly tidying up at the edge. I see. Clubs with larger numbers can effectively utilize their time like this. In that regard, we aren't at a disadvantage. Well, not really. After all, we have the help of the Foranada servants. As I pondered these trivial matters, I waited for our reserved time to roll around. From what I could see of their training content, it looked like they were from the Magic Piece Club, primarily composed of Class C members. Since I didn't recognize many faces, it didn't seem to be a high-tier group. Just then, Laurel, who was most familiar with the club situations, murmured, "Looks like it's a club centered around Class C members. I recognize a few of them. Besides, if they were Class B or higher, they wouldn't be using the training ground at this early hour." "Does the time slot matter?" Karen asked, puzzled, and Laurel proudly continued, "It matters a lot. The closer a club is to the top, the more flexibility they have with reserving the training grounds. As a result, weaker clubs only have availability early in the morning or late at night. The academy operates on a meritocracy, so it's understandable that disparities exist in this aspect. Since I applied for this reservation, it was fortunate it went through. It's a harsh world, isn't it?" Karen nodded thoughtfully. "It seems like they're wrapping up," Orca suddenly chimed in. As he mentioned, the previous group seemed to have finished their training. They were already starting to clear out and approaching the exit where we stood. "All right, let's begin our training too," I said, signaling for us to move forward. Everyone followed suit, and we naturally passed by the Class C Club, which I'll refer to as Club C, however. As we passed by, a somewhat troublesome atmosphere settled around us. The red-haired man at the front of Club C recognized us and immediately let out negative emotions. Disgust, hatred, anger, jealousy, and more flooded his expression. No matter how you looked at it, there was nothing friendly about the emotions he displayed. They twisted and churned, aimed directly at us. "No, that's not right. He wasn't looking at us." The red-haired youth was glaring specifically at one person, Laurel, who was walking a little behind me. A quick glance around showed that the starting members all bore expressions similar to the red-haired man. From what I could see, every one of them shared negative feelings toward Laurel, all of whom were in the same grade as her. But why she had drawn their ire was a mystery. Well, they weren't overtly hostile. Their reactions were limited to slightly furrowed brows, and only someone like me, who could read emotions, would notice. Even they were smart enough not to provoke a group that included nobility. They merely shot furtive glances our way before quietly exiting the training ground. "Let's start with meditation, as usual. Sit evenly spaced apart." As I gave instructions to everyone, I cast a glance toward the entrance where the members of Club C had left. Then, I took a quick look at Laurel. Previously, I thought she was being bullied simply because she was an easy target, a scapegoat for the others. But after seeing the emotions those Club C members harbored, I realized it wasn't such a simple issue. It was a mistake to neglect looking into Laurel's background, thinking it was just a club-related matter. From what I've observed over this past month, there didn't seem to be any dark secrets behind that fake Kansai accent of hers, but maybe it's worth digging a bit deeper. Luckily, we're on a training retreat now. There'll be plenty of chances. I paused my thoughts there. Any further analysis would be pointless given the limited information I had. Besides, Karen and the others had already begun their meditation training. Even though Laurel and Eureka, who were originally part of the beginner group, were starting to get the hang of it, they still had moments where they lost their concentration. I had to make sure to give them the necessary corrections. Now then, how many times will it take today? I pulled out the keisaku from my phase concealment and lightly tapped it against my shoulder. For some reason, Marin, who stood by my side, had a tense look on her face. I wonder what's going on with her. Section. About 2 hours after the training began, Karen and the others finished their meditation and started their coordination drills. Orca and Minerva, who weren't participating in the match against the top club, took on the role of simulated enemies, allowing for a more realistic training experience. Shall we take a break? I had been making sure they stayed hydrated, but they hadn't had a proper rest yet. While Karen and Nina were fine, the fatigue was starting to accumulate for Laurel and the other three, so the timing seemed just right. Upon hearing my words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but think they were a bit too tense about the training, but since this was typical, I chose not to dwell on it. Then Laurel started to walk outside the training area. I'm off to pick some flowers. Oh, and you maids don't have to come with me. She waved off Shin and the others, who had already joined us, and dashed off toward the restroom. On the other hand, Marin, one of the attendants who had tried to follow her, looked at me with a troubled expression. I nodded slightly and conveyed through a mental message, "Follow her without being noticed." Receiving the order, she swiftly disappeared from the spot. Good, she was among the more skilled attendants when it came to stealth. This was a testament to both her natural talent and her consistent training. I felt a bit bad for Laurel, but it was troubling to let her go alone. There had been some unsettling shadows moving outside the training area for a while now. Oni-sama, are you worried about something? Karen, holding a water bottle, suddenly asked. I tilted my head in confusion. What's wrong out of the blue? I apologize if I misunderstood. It just seemed like you looked a bit anxious. Was it really that obvious on my face? Ever since I reincarnated, I had been practicing my poker face, thinking it was essential in noble society. I had quite a bit of confidence in it, but being seen through so easily was a bit disheartening. The reactions to my question were split. Most of them tilted their heads in confusion or shook their heads, suggesting they hadn't noticed my internal feelings. On the other hand, there were some, including Karen, Minerva, Shin, Nina, Marina, Orca, and a few of the attendants, who nodded in agreement, indicating they had picked up on my anxiety immediately. The members had clearly noticed something. If I wasn't being conceited, those who responded positively likely held feelings for me. In that case, they would be watching my expressions closely and be sensitive to even the slightest changes. I could accept that. For now, it seemed my confidence wasn't misplaced. The realization that I was merely pretending to have a poker face was embarrassing, to say the least. It was a relief. Just as I felt a sense of ease inside, I remembered I hadn't answered Karen's earlier question. It wasn't anything serious, so I was about to speak up when, "Don't mess with me." A loud voice interrupted me, cutting off my words. In that moment, I realized the situation I had been concerned about had just unfolded. "I'll talk later." I said a quick word of farewell to Karen and the others before heading toward the center of the commotion, moving toward Laurel just outside the training area. In front of the restroom outside the training area stood Laurel, along with 5 others. The core members of Club C, centered around a red-haired guy, were present. The situation was tense. The red-haired guy seemed ready to confront Laurel, while the other Club C members were holding him back, and Marin stood in front of Laurel as a shield. The air was thick with the threat of conflict. Karen and the others, clearly taken aback by the unexpected scene, stared wide-eyed. I left them behind and called out to the group. "What's going on?" "Hey guys." The members of Club C finally seemed to notice my presence and looked flustered. If they were that surprised, they should have kept their distance from the beginning. They must have known I would step in if they tried to lay a hand on Laurel. Suppressing a sigh, I asked again. "What happened?" This time, I directed my question clearly at Marin, who stood in front of Laurel. She was sure to provide a calm report on the situation. Marin promptly responded to my expectations. When Laurel-sama came out of the restroom, these individuals were lying in wait and suddenly started harassing her. When Laurel-sama protested, the red-haired one got furious, and that's where we are now. "It's not harassment. The red-haired guy shouted in rebuttal to her clear and straightforward explanation. In response, Marin narrowed her eyes, which were only half open, and shot him a sharp glare. If it's not harassment, then what would you call it? Why? Though her tone sounded somewhat absent-minded, the emotions behind her words were cold. The red-haired guy, just an ordinary student, found himself at a loss for words. For her to be this angry, he must have made quite an infuriating remark. I wondered what exactly he had said. Even though I felt I might regret asking, I had no other choice. What did he say? He said, "It's ridiculous that your weak club can use the training grounds after us. You must have sold your body to that noble to get this privilege. You only have your looks to show for it." Wow, I instantly regretted asking. It was true that from an outsider's perspective, our decision to join Laurel's club likely seemed unnatural. Whether or not it was justified, given her appearance, one could imagine that selling her body might have been a plausible option. However, throwing such an accusation directly at her was vile and showed a complete lack of decency. No matter how much someone disliked Laurel, there were things you simply didn't say. Behind me, Karen and the others began to radiate murderous intent, so I activated calm. If their killing intent were allowed to manifest fully, they could easily end the life of someone like this red-haired guy. Judging by their anger, they weren't likely to hold back, so I had to suppress it. They were genuinely furious. Even after several uses of calm, their bloodlust didn't subside. The Club C members seemed to sense the faint malice in the air, and their faces paled. They were probably regretting their actions now, but it was far too late for that. How should I handle this? There was no reason to feel sorry for them, but simply executing the guy on the spot felt excessive. After all, he hadn't directly insulted me. That said, letting this slide was also out of the question. Not only had he indirectly tarnished Foranada's honor, but I couldn't ignore Karen and the others, who were trembling with rage. After carefully considering my options, an idea struck me. I spoke to the Club C members in a voice laced with authority. "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. We'll have a match of magical peace, your entire club versus 5 of us. If you win, I'll let this go. If you lose, your club will be suspended for the rest of the year." It goes without saying that they accepted the terms immediately. Section, that's too lenient. The match of magical peace was hastily set to take place. The third training area had been transformed into a makeshift stage, and both sides were glaring at each other. Since we weren't players, we were observing from a safe distance. But before the match began, Minerva, standing beside me, voiced her concerns. I couldn't help but smile wryly. I think it's a reasonable approach. That's not the case at all. He's insulting you by implying that you could be swayed by someone like him. I don't think he thought that far ahead when he made his statement. Even so, someone else might interpret it that way. I couldn't deny that. If this incident leaked out, it would serve as perfect ammunition to tarnish Foranada's reputation. However, Foranada isn't weak enough to be brought down by something like this. Besides, this punishment is far harsher for them. My territory wasn't so fragile that a petty quarrel with commoners could undermine its strength. In fact, if anyone tried to mock us because of this incident, I believed we would crush them as if they were asking for it. Though I also felt that was a bit too brutish, I could confidently say that Minerva's worrying scenario wouldn't come to pass. Moreover, this match would likely be far more brutal for Club C than any other punishment. It was almost certain they would end up in a chaotic situation. That's why I had quietly enveloped the training area in an alternate world. The circumstances that would unfold could very well be a problem if they leaked outside. The only other person who could accurately predict how this would go was Shin. My relationship with her was the second longest after my own sister, so it was only natural. Minerva, Orca, and the other attendants looked at me curiously because of my demeanor. While it would be easy to explain, I decided to let them quietly observe the unfolding situation. You'll see once you watch the match. At my words, everyone turned their attention to the game. Now then, while it was certain everyone would finish the match in one piece, I couldn't help but wonder how much damage would occur. I was incredibly anxious about how the match would end. The match of magical peace on the makeshift stage would devolve into a pure battle of strength. Given that it was taking place on a flat ground, this was inevitable. Logically speaking, With nearly 50 members of Club C facing off against just 5 of Karen's group, the odds were overwhelmingly stacked against us. Even among the top clubs, it would likely be a struggle to overcome this handicap. The difference in numbers had a significant impact on the situation. That said, I know we weren't worried about their defeat. With Karen and Nina participating, the other 3 had trained alongside me, so I had complete confidence. Now, we will begin the simplified match of magical peace. I, Shin, will be the one to oversee the proceedings. I swear by Zechs, the judgment will be conducted fairly, so please rest assured. Standing between the 2 sides, Shin raised both arms high. As she brought them down, the match began. A tense silence fell over the arena for a brief moment, but that silence wouldn't last long. Crash! A booming sound, like a massive iron weight slamming into the ground, shattered the stillness. The instant it reached my ears, I realized the worst-case scenario I had dreaded had become reality. I pressed my hand against my forehead and looked up to the sky, then glanced at Karen. I knew it. My expectations hadn't been betrayed. The scene I had envisioned lay before me. What the hell is that? Whoa! The stunned voices of Minerva and Orca echoed, followed by the members of Club C, the attendants on alert, and even Laurel and the others, who were supposed to be on our side, began to stir. Even Nina, usually devoid of expression, had her eyes wide open. What is that giant thing? Laurel shouted in astonishment. Due to her position on the roll card, she was standing directly behind Karen. Naturally, she was witnessing Karen's creation up close, and the shock was likely greater for her than anyone else. Ignoring Laurel's astonished reaction, Karen answered cheerfully. It's a hammer. Indeed, what she had pulled out was a hammer. Moreover, this wasn't just any hammer. The handle alone was 2 meters long, and combined with the head, it exceeded 3 meters in height. Additionally, it was made from the fake adamantite and fake orichalcum created alongside Noma, granting it both maximum hardness and magical conductivity, making it the strongest hammer in the world. The sight of Karen, who was only about half the size of the hammer, supporting this colossal weapon created a rather bizarre atmosphere. As I observed Karen with a sense of resignation shared among us, I was suddenly pulled by my arm. I looked over to see Minerva raising her elegant eyebrows, glaring at me. What is that? A hammer. That's not what I'm asking. Come on, calm down. I soothed her with both hands, explaining the details of the massive hammer. Even within Karen's camp, it was evident that she was explaining it to everyone herself. After I finished explaining, Minerva buried her face in her hands. When you and Noma get together, you don't make anything decent, do you? How rude. We've produced some useful things, too. Most of what you make is just a result of goofing off. You know that the useful stuff is mostly a coincidence, right? Seriously. I thought I had successfully brushed it off, but it seemed I hadn't gotten away with it at all. It appeared that my excuses were being overlooked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I scratched my cheek. Still, that hammer wasn't made just for fun. Why not? Well, you see, Karen's close combat style relies on martial arts, right? Karen, with her rather rough temperament, lacked the finesse for using bladed weapons like swords or spears. Since she couldn't handle them well, she had been fighting using her fists and legs. However, while it was still efficient for temporary or self-defense situations, relying solely on her fists for an actual magical peace match was impractical. So we decided to create a dedicated weapon. Hearing my reasoning, Orca, who had been listening attentively, nodded. It's true that Karen and the hammer might be a good match. If it's just about smashing things down, even someone clumsy can manage. But did it really need to be that big or made from precious ores? Now, that part was just for fun. I knew it was just for fun. Minerva exclaimed in frustration. But really, it couldn't be helped. If a girl was going to fight with a hammer, it had to be a mechanically impressive giant hammer. That's just how it goes in terms of fantasy. That said, I knew that discussing this wouldn't satisfy Minerva. She was more of a realist by nature. Minerva continued her tirade for a while, but gradually her fervor began to wane. In the end, she let out a resigned sigh. Fine, what's done is done. One last question. Where did Karen pull that hammer from? Well, that was a valid curiosity. It wasn't every day that such a massive object appeared out of nowhere. It's from phase concealment. Isn't that something only you can use? At that, she looked on in disbelief. She seemed more surprised than I had anticipated. Did she not know about it? Phase concealment can be activated by anyone as long as they have enough magical power. However, the individual's magical aptitude greatly affects its usability, so anything other than non-attribute magic tends to be less effective. This was a fact established during the initial experiments with phase concealment. In Karen's case, her strong fire attribute would cause anything stored inside to ignite. Then, why isn't the hammer burning? I mixed in fire-resistant materials, and I've applied magic coating to it. It can't last indefinitely, but if I reapply it every 3 days, it can remain unscathed even when placed in Karen's phase concealment. This adjustment had been quite the challenge. Karen's fire attribute was exceptionally strong, and normal materials would quickly burn away. If I miscalibrated the magic coating, it would become difficult for Karen's magic to permeate, making it counterproductive. I went through numerous trial and error iterations to get it right. After explaining all that, Minerva wore an exasperated expression. I knew that, but you go all out when it comes to your sister. What's that supposed to mean? I shrugged my shoulders and glanced over at Karen and the others. They seemed to have finished their explanations and were re-preparing themselves. On the other hand, the members of the C Club had also managed to regain their composure after some time had passed, though they still seemed hesitant. Are you ready? Perhaps due to having been thrown off earlier, Shin double-checked the readiness of both teams. After confirming that both sides nodded in affirmation, she declared the start of the match. Then let's begin. As I watched Karen raise the enormous hammer in response to Shin's words, I recalled what I had told her when handing over the hammer. That hammer is your dedicated weapon. Use it when you want to smash your opponent to pieces. Yes, understood. In other words, that's what it meant. There was no way Karen would easily forgive those who had insulted her, not only her close friend Laurel, but even her beloved brother. This punishment of the match would continue until her anger subsided. At worst, she might even extend the match by healing them. In the third training ground, the ground-shaking roar of the hammer clashing and numerous pain screams echoed throughout. Section. Since the commotion on the first day, the training camp had proceeded without any significant troubles. By dusk, Laurel and Eureka were utterly exhausted but wore satisfied expressions, so there was no issue. The only other noise had come just before bed. The rooms were divided by gender, but the members other than Karen were astonished by Orca's room assignments. It seemed they had misjudged the situation. I mean, it was odd for anyone to be surprised, especially since Laurel and Eureka were already in the know. Orca was quite the formidable presence. And so, the training camp reached its final night. The match against the top club would begin around noon the next day. Marina, Laurel, and Eureka's progress was generally on track. Given their abilities compared to the opponents identified in prior research, they would likely be able to keep up. With Karen and Nina's support added to the mix, we should be able to put up a good fight. By the way, the match against the top club would use an actual stage, so it wouldn't turn into a hammer-fueled slaughter. Rest assured. Now, shifting topics. On the night before the club's fate would be decided, I found myself on the rooftop of the training dorm. It was a flat space enclosed by a railing, a place reminiscent of a rooftop in my past life, overlooking the academy grounds far below. Leaning against one of the railings, I gazed down at a spot a little away from the building. There stood Laurel, holding her magical auxiliary staff, repeatedly practicing her debuff spells. This had been going on since the first day of camp, or rather, it was likely a routine she'd established since the match against the top club had been decided. I had seen her engaged in independent training before, so it was easy to imagine this. The reason I was there was to ensure she didn't overtrain. Well, she had never fallen ill up to this point, and I had been watching over her throughout the camp, but she had consistently known when to call it a day. It seemed she had a good sense of moderation, so my presence was more of a precaution. As I watched Laurel practice with her serious expression, another presence arrived on the rooftop. It's Karen. The voice resonated in the night's tranquility. My murmured words seemed to reach Karen as she appeared from the entrance. Good evening, Oni-sama. What are you doing here? Good evening, Karen. Just watching over her. I replied briefly, gesturing towards Laurel below. As the wind tousled her golden hair, Karen walked over to me. She then leaned lightly over the railing to peer down. She wore a look of understanding. I hadn't seen you in the room, so I wondered what you were up to. I've been watching her practice since the first day of camp. Laurel-san has stronger feelings about this match than anyone else. Karen's gaze, as she looked at Laurel, was filled with warmth. It wasn't exactly maternal, it felt like a slight envy mixed in. More than anything, it seemed she found joy in being able to help her passionate friend. That was the vibe I got. It appeared my intuition had been correct. Oni-sama. I'm really enjoying this moment. Out of the blue, she expressed her thoughts. Being able to passionately dedicate ourselves to something together with you and everyone else makes me wish this moment could last forever. I've enjoyed magical peace for some time, but watching Laurel-san makes me more invested than ever. It might be a bit uncouth, but I can't help but revel in this time spent having fun with friends. There's nothing shameful about it. Hearing Karen's passionate words, I couldn't help but smile. I felt genuinely happy knowing that my beloved sister was enjoying her youth. It was worth the effort she put into participating in club activities amidst her busy schedule. Actually, it might have been good that this was a weak club. Laurel's enthusiasm for magical peace was genuine. Being by her side as she worked hard naturally transmitted that passion to me. It made me want to put in effort as well. As a result, the club thrived, leading to more fun. At first, I regretted getting caught up with such a troublesome bunch, but now I could give the opposite evaluation. Thank you for adding color to Karen and the others' youth, I whispered to myself. Before long, it seemed Laurel had finished her practice. She stored her staff and wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel around her neck. In that moment, our eyes met. Though there was a fair distance between us, it seemed she recognized my presence and scratched her cheek awkwardly. Hee, she caught us, she said with a laugh reminiscent of a child caught in a prank. Can't be helped. Since we're here, let's go say hi. Yes. Karen laughed like a mischievous child whose prank had been discovered. I couldn't help but smile back, suggesting we go greet Laurel. I had only planned to watch over her, but now that I'd been found out, it would be rude to leave without saying anything. Since Karen seemed agreeable, we decided to use phase connection to move closer. Did you watch me the whole time? Laurel asked, furrowing her brow when Karen and I showed our faces. Karen responded, I only came in partway. Oni-sama was watching from the very beginning, right? Yeah. I watched the whole time during camp. Really? As I nodded, Laurel covered her face with her hands. Though it was dim, I could tell her cheeks were bright red. She was blushing. There's no need to be embarrassed. Practicing on your own, without anyone telling you to, is commendable. Exactly. After all that training, to still practice on your own is no small feat. You should be proud of yourself. In response to our mixed surprise and praise, Laurel lowered her gaze and fidgeted with her fingers. Well, it's just embarrassing. It's not cool to be seen thinking, aren't I so cool practicing on my own while hiding? Is that what you were thinking? After my comment exposed her thought, Laurel's eyes widened. She trembled with a mix of embarrassment and laughter, then sank down, hugging her head with her arms. Kill me, someone please kill me. While uttering such ridiculous words, she began to writhe in shame. Additionally, Karen chimed in, Oni-sama, I think Laurel is cute. Chapter 6, Dreams Are Fleeting. It was the day of the match against the top club. The venue was the largest stage in the academy, the same one we had visited during our tour of the top club, designed for long games. Before the match, we gathered in the spacious lobby of the venue to exchange greetings with the opposing team. However, while we were fully represented, they had only their starting players and a handful of substitutes. This was to be expected. For a top club, the number of members is substantial. Even with some cutbacks, they still have nearly 100 members, making it impossible to gather everyone in one place. The club captain and top player, Jet, approached us with a pompous smile. His confident stride exuded self-assurance. While it was fine to carry oneself with such lofty ambition, I wished he would show a bit more restraint. Karen, who despises this kind of personality, was visibly irritated. Since it seemed he was genuinely acting that way, there was no point in trying to rein him in. Karen was managing to keep her frustration in check for now, so it was best to quickly finish the greetings before she exploded. As Jet drew closer, he offered a noble's bow. Good day, Baron Foranada. Thank you for having us today. He extended his right hand, and I returned the gesture, shaking his hand. Good day, Jet. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule for this match. Not at all. It's a rare opportunity to compete against a team directed by the creator of Magical Peace. I'm grateful you invited us to this match. As Jet released my hand, many around us were taken aback by his statement. In fact, everyone except the Foranada members focused their shocked gazes on me. From this reaction, it seemed Jet hadn't shared this information with his teammates. I couldn't criticize him too harshly, though. I shrugged my shoulders. Guess you knew after all. Of course, anyone who loves this game would look up the creator. You weren't exactly hiding it either, so with a little effort, it would be easy to discover the creator's name. As he said, I hadn't concealed the fact that Noma and I were the creators of Magical Peace. I doubted this revelation would significantly affect the match, and it was more effort than I wanted to expend to keep it under wraps. However, I hadn't spread the word either. Only the people from Foranada Castle, Weemlay, the Academy Director, and a few others were aware. It wouldn't be a trivial task for someone outside that circle to pick up this information. In fact, none of the other top club members who devoted their youth to Magical Peace seemed to know who I was. Even though I had anticipated this outcome, I couldn't help but feel that this guy was quite impressive. His ability to assess his own strength and that of others, along with his information-gathering skills, were excellent. Moreover, his leadership capabilities shone through. With just that one remark, he had boosted the morale of his team. When we first met, the morale of Jet's teammates had been low. They probably weren't feeling motivated, given they were up against a bottom-tier club. By delivering a crucial piece of information at just the right moment, he had completely turned their spirits around. It was a testament to his keen understanding of dynamics. Unfortunately, it also highlighted his less-than-desirable personality traits. But with such capabilities, it wasn't surprising that he thought that way. After finishing his greeting with me, he turned his attention to Laurel. Laurel-san, while we both bear significant responsibilities as captains, let's ensure we have no regrets in today's match. He said that cheerfully and exchanged a handshake. Laurel responded with a bright smile. Why yes, let's both do our best. This guy, despite being a narcissist, seems to read the room well. Considering the difference in status and experience, I had been guiding him this far, but the true captain of the club was Laurel. Jet was simply acknowledging her. With my level of skill, I can always bring out 100% of my power. Just be careful not to get lost in my graceful movements during the match. I wondered why his personality had to be so disappointing. If he really could read the atmosphere, he shouldn't be making comments like that. Calm down, Karen. I know you're irritated, but now is not the time to lash out. After this exchange, the match for Magical Peace was finally set to begin. The players took their positions, and we, the spectators, moved to our seats. Hey, Zechs. As Orca, Minerva, and I arrived at the spectator seats, we found a familiar face waiting for us. Waving lightly in greeting was none other than Prince Weemlay, the first prince of the kingdom. Surprisingly, we three didn't react with shock at his sudden appearance. After all, we were a group well-versed in magic. His presence had been detected through our scouting magic beforehand. By the way, the members of the top club were seated away from us, so they remained unaware of Weemlay's presence. If they had known, it would have undoubtedly caused chaos. After exchanging proper greetings among the three of us, I sighed and asked, "What brings you here, Weemlay?" Ever since I heard about today's match, I've been eager to watch it. I asked the Academy Director for special permission to be here, he replied. I see you have guards with you, so I can't complain, but you should have let me know beforehand if you were coming. 2 knights from Febern stood on either side of him. They tried to bow deeply, as always, but they were more than capable fighters. Since the Academy Director had given permission, I couldn't really say anything against it. Still, it was a bit troublesome to be visited without prior notice. We needed to be prepared on our end as well. I'll be more careful next time, he assured. Please do. As I brushed off Weemlay's overly casual response, I took a seat next to him. One of his guards discreetly shifted to another position. Orca and Minerva, though feeling a bit awkward around Weemlay, each took a seat next to me. After a brief pause, Weemlay opened his mouth again. While this is mostly for my personal enjoyment, it's also part of my duties. Duties? Are you planning something related to magical peace? I asked. I'm considering commercializing it, he said. Wait, seriously. I widened my eyes in surprise. I had previously joked that a professional league might be established, but I never thought I'd see such a prospect materialize so quickly. Weemley chuckled at my astonished reaction. Is it really that surprising? Considering the popularity of magical peace at the Academy, I think it's a very feasible plan. That might be true, but isn't it a bit early? That just shows how popular it is. There are even requests from graduates to establish places outside the Academy where they can play magical peace. Seriously, was magical peace that popular? As a creator, I should be proud of such a situation, but it felt a bit surreal. So, this visit is to scout with an eye toward commercialization. Having your sister participate in this match should provide significant insights, he explained. Well, it should be quite a show, I replied ambiguously. Karen would likely use her hammer again this time. Nothing could leave an impression on the audience like that. Whether or not it would be helpful as a reference, I could guarantee the match would be visually impressive. Unaware of my inner thoughts, Weemley cheerfully nodded. I'm looking forward to that. Soon after, both teams, Karen's and Jet's, entered from opposite ends of the vast stage. The game was set to begin in just a few minutes. As I eagerly awaited the match to start, I heard a voice call out, Zechs-sama. Suddenly, Shin appeared behind me. She had been approaching stealthily until the last moment. I had sensed her presence, but the others seemed taken aback. They were all wide-eyed. It was no surprise, considering her skills had already surpassed the limits of what was thought possible. In fact, I had tasked Shin and a few of her subordinates with a rapid investigation during our training camp. Her appearance signaled that the task had been completed. I glanced over my shoulder and understood. I see, it didn't work out, did it? Realizing the outcome of her investigation from Shin's expression, a hint of disappointment crept into my voice. This only reinforced how much I had hoped for a different result. Unconsciously, I seemed to have taken a liking to her. In response to my words, Shin looked down slightly and answered, Yes. We conducted multiple checks, so I believe there's no mistake. If someone as capable as her was stating it, there was no room for doubt. It was disappointing, but I had to accept the reality. Suppressing the complex emotions swirling within me, I tried to comfort Shin. Thank you for your hard work. I pushed you too hard. Just rest for today. However, my words were interrupted halfway by an unpleasant presence detected by my sensing magic. Zechs-sama. My sudden click of the tongue caused Shin to glance at me with concern. I needed to calm down. I had been caught off guard during a vulnerable moment, and my emotions had gotten the better of me. Taking a deep breath, I communicated with her through telepathy. My apologies. I detected the intrusion of some thieves and reacted instinctively. In response, Shin managed to conceal her panic, though a hint of urgency slipped through. I'll send a squad immediately. No need. I've already dealt with them using gunshot. I hadn't been able to use it recently due to adverse circumstances, but gunshot was a trump card effective in group battles. The magic could cover a wide area and target blind spots, making it extremely potent. That said, it wasn't without its flaws. In the past, I boasted about being the strongest, but training with Akatsuki had exposed my weaknesses. First, the longer the distance, the more lag there was before firing. Although it was a matter of less than a second, in a realm of skilled fighters, that gap could be fatal. Next, it could be detected by those sensitive to presences. This was especially true for elves, who had a high affinity for magical power, as well as master-level warriors. With Akatsuki's level, it was practically impossible to catch him off guard. Finally, I couldn't establish a firing point within an opponent's magical area, such as inside someone else's barrier. If the enemy confined themselves within a barrier, I would have no choice but to break in from the outside. These were the three significant weaknesses. In short, gunshot wouldn't work against someone of a higher caliber. That said, I've downplayed the value of gunshot so far, but the previously mentioned weaknesses were only relevant in the past. Thanks to my training with Akatsuki, I now had the power to confidently claim the title of the strongest in the world. Only someone at Akatsuki's level could withstand assassination attempts from gunshot. Therefore, I was able to swiftly eliminate the intruders this time. There are 36 of them, Based on their magical signatures, they are likely elves. I've already instructed the recovery team through a different channel. Shin, you should rest without worry. The issue had been resolved before it could escalate. As long as it didn't cause a significant commotion, I wanted her to take a proper break. However, from Shin's perspective, she couldn't simply accept that. She seemed determined to press the issue. Please, just rest, I'm begging you. I understood. Though it felt somewhat unfair, I decided to take advantage of her feelings. I gave her a slightly pleading look. The effect was remarkable. Shin placed a hand over her chest and agreed. Wow, I thought it would just come off as creepy since I'm a guy, but it actually worked quite well. That said, I should refrain from using this approach too often. Manipulating feelings like love is truly low. Did something happen? After Shin stepped back, Weemlay seemed suspicious of our silent exchange and asked. I noticed Orca and Minerva casting puzzled glances our way as well. It's nothing, I just told her to take a break. I answered calmly, making a deliberate effort to remain composed before standing up. I'll be stepping out for a moment. The match is about to start soon, you know. I'll be fine, it won't take more than 5 minutes. With the information gathered so far, along with the results of Shin's investigation and the recent ambush, I started to get a sense of the enemy's intentions. Thus, I opened a phase connection. I needed to make a few adjustments, and where would it lead? Section. At the designated base in the forest at the foot of the mountain, I, Caroline, was eagerly waiting for the match to begin. Gripping the handle of the hammer that fit perfectly in my hand, I tried to suppress the mix of tension and excitement swirling in my heart. Before my Onisama, I would wield the weapon he had crafted for me. Not just against anyone, but against skilled opponents from the top club of magical peace. This was the perfect stage for the grand unveiling of my ultimate weapon, Sharower. What did I use it before? That little warm-up doesn't count as a debut match. According to Onisama, it's still a work in progress. But I understand just how powerful Sharower is. I must handle it with care to avoid being thrown around by its might. Oh. Feeling a sudden sense of unease, I glanced towards the spectator seats and saw Onisama moving through a phase connection. Even with the match about to start, where could he be going? It's all right. Zechs will be back soon. Nina called out to me. It seemed I must have worn a worried expression. I felt a bit embarrassed. I chuckled softly and replied, yes, Onisama won't break his promises. Since he had declared he would support me, even if he was late for the start of the match, he wouldn't completely miss it. Moreover, if he moved at a time like this, it likely meant there was some kind of emergency. If it's Onisama, he'll resolve it in no time, so there's no need for concern. As Nina and I discussed Onisama, other team members joined us. What's going on? Marina asked in her laid-back tone. Even though it was her first time in magical peace, she seemed completely unfazed. I had sensed this before, but this girl has quite a sturdy mental fortitude. At her core, she has the sensibilities of an ordinary commoner, but she doesn't hesitate or hold back in certain areas. Ah, in a good way, of course. Seeing her puzzled expression, I answered, Onisama has left his seat. Oh, you're right. How did you notice that, Karen-san? It's only natural for a sister. When it comes to Onisama, my detection abilities are remarkably accurate. I'm essentially a dedicated support unit for him. For some reason, both Nina and Marina were smiling wryly, but I chose not to dwell on it. Such trivial matters pale in comparison to Onisama's greatness. You're not nervous at all, even with the match right around the corner, Eureka commented. I envy your strong mental fortitude, Laurel and Eureka complained. They both looked somewhat pale, clearly tensed up. It was no surprise. For both of them, this was their first match. Aside from the school's examinations, it might even be their first real battle. The same could be said for Marina, but comparing her to them felt a bit unfair. Noticing their slightly uneasy expressions, I decided to cast a spell to help calm them. Excuse me, I said, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. That gesture served as the signal for the spell to activate, wrapping them in a gentle light. What's this? What? Both of them were surprised by the sudden event, but rest assured, it will settle down shortly. The light vanished in an instant, and Laurel and Eureka stood as they had before. Well, there was a slight change. Their complexions appeared much improved. I'm glad it seems to have worked, I said. Laurel tilted her head in response. I feel like my mood has lightened up a bit. Did you do something, Caroline-san? I applied a light magic spell to ease your mental fatigue. Oh, really? I didn't know light magic could do that. Thank you, Caroline-san. Thank you. Thanks to you, I feel ready to give it my all in the match. Laurel was genuinely impressed, while Eureka seemed full of spirit as she expressed her gratitude. I felt a slight pang of guilt. The magic I used earlier wasn't strictly light magic. While it included light magic, it was primarily a composite spell based on mental magic. I may not have the breadth of control as Oni-sama possesses, but I do have some understanding of mental magic. My specialties lie in recovery and morale-boosting spells. Though I can't use it in more complex ways, situations like this arise often, so it's quite handy. We're less than a minute away from the start of the magical piece. All player students, please make your final checks. As I was lost in thought, an announcement echoed throughout the venue. At the same time, a suitable tension filled the air between us. Nina was, of course, ready. When it comes to pure combat prowess, she stands out among our usual group, and she had already switched her mindset to that of a fighter. Marina seemed fine as well. The results of her training over the past 3 months were evident. Laurel and Eureka were fidgeting a bit, but they managed to focus to some extent. As long as they didn't overthink it, they should be fine. As for Oni-sama, it seemed he wouldn't make it in time. It was a shame he wouldn't be able to witness the game's opening, but there was nothing to be done about it. I hoped he would arrive in time to see my moment of glory. While I checked the surrounding situation, I focused on my own concentration. I took steady, rhythmic breaths, refining the magic power building up inside me. The designated time has arrived. We will begin the game. The announcement played once more, followed immediately by the sound of a buzzer signaling the start of the game. Though this match carried the weight of our club's future, it was still a game to enjoy. Let's make the most of it, Karen. Right after the game began, Nina's sharp voice echoed. Understanding her intent, I immediately stowed away Sharuer and began constructing my spell. In the meantime, Nina gathered the others around me. Get closer. At this distance, I can't protect everyone. I raised my voice desperately. While a brown mage can use defensive magic, I originally function as a shield focused on close combat. The range of my magic isn't wide. Under normal circumstances, I could easily cover a radius of about 3 meters, but due to the constraints of my roll card, it was impossible right now. Closer. Hurry. What's going on? It's too cramped. Something's coming. As Nina pressed everyone closer to me, Laurel and Eureka, still grasping the situation, voiced their confusion. Finally, Marina, the red mage, seemed to catch sight of what Nina had detected. Light cocoon. I intentionally chanted the spell to stabilize it. A veil of light enveloped all of us, shielding us from the outside world. Immediately after, a thunderous roar echoed through the veil, dodo 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 dodo. We barely made it in time. As I felt a sense of relief within, Laurel raised her voice. What's that sound? Enemy attack, Nina replied flatly. A barrage from the red mage at the start. It's likely an advanced water magic spell, Hydro Rain. A starting barrage. Is that even allowed? If we're talking about whether it's allowed or not, it is. This time, the basic rules were in play. There are no prohibitions as long as the game continues until the opposing team is wiped out. There's no rule against launching a magical attack the moment the game starts. That said, it's not that simple. As a fundamental rule of magical peace, activating magic or applying enhancement buffs before the game begins is prohibited. This means you have to cast advanced magic the instant the game starts. The required skill level is extraordinarily high, so it's not something that would commonly be done. Most likely, the blue mage, and perhaps a green mage, who could use some magic collaborated to enhance the red mage. However, it was a close call. If Nina hadn't been using her non-magic detection, some of us might have been knocked out by that attack. As a brown mage, my detection capabilities were almost completely ineffective. It seems they're quite serious. I need to tighten my focus. Noticing that the enemy's attack had ceased, I promptly canceled the light cocoon. The scene outside had changed drastically. The area was flooded, and the once thick trees had been toppled, leaving nearly barren land. We're moving. It's bad if we're out in the open. Nina and I issued commands, and we began to move as a group. Fortunately, there was no second long-range attack. It seemed they didn't have the skill to launch repeated assaults. If they could do that, they would rank among the top 5 in the country, so it was to be expected. After moving into the densely forested area, we finally came to a halt. After this much movement, it would be difficult for the enemy to pinpoint our location. Once we settled, Laurel seemed to have grasped the situation and opened her mouth in a flustered manner. Isn't this bad? If we don't attack from our side soon, we'll be stuck and unable to move. Her words were indeed correct. Even if they couldn't launch repeated attacks, given time, they could certainly execute another long-range barrage. The longer we dawdled, the more cornered we would become. However, rushing in to attack would also be foolish. Let's stick to the original plan, I suggested. Yeah, that's the safest bet, Nina agreed, nodding in response to my opinion. On the other hand, Laurel and Eureka voiced their doubts. Is it really okay to go with the original plan? I can only see a future where we run out of options. I feel like we'll be struggling to attack as well. Their opinions weren't wrong. The strategy we initially devised involved having Eureka and Nina act as skirmishers, while the remaining 3 engaged in a head-on clash. This would utilize my defensive capabilities effectively. However, a significant drawback was that the 3 of us, being constrained by our role cards, would become easy targets. Considering the enemy's tactics, we would likely allow repeated long-range barrages. But both Nina and I were well aware of this. Whether we change the strategy or not, our movement restrictions as backline members remain the same. Either way, we will have to endure some attacks. In that case, it's better to boldly ignore the long-range attacks and proceed as planned. While Karen and I can handle it, you two aren't seasoned enough to improvise. Hey, that's true, but can you really take that attack multiple times? Seeing the lingering anxiety in both of them, I patted my chest and declared confidently, I will protect both of you. You can rely on me without worry. Thanks to my efforts to reflect on past failures, I felt quite confident in my defense. Even with the restrictions of my role card, I should be able to withstand that level of attack. Perhaps sensing my unwavering confidence, both of them ultimately accepted the execution of the plan. Although a hint of anxiety remained, we could only dispel that in the heat of battle. Though I've taken the lead, is Marina okay? I turned to Marina, who had been silent throughout. With a cheerful smile, she replied, I believe in you, Karen. What an innocent smile. It radiated a brilliance that seemed far more befitting of her title of saint than anything I could muster. I absolutely had to live up to her expectations. Section. Shortly after Eureka and Nina separated to act as skirmishers, the 3 of us began to advance while staying close together, pushing through the trees toward the enemy's position. Although the exact location of the enemy camp was classified information to the players, we deduced it from the trajectory of the earlier attack. As for how they pinpointed our location, they likely made an educated guess. This stage is frequently used by top clubs, so it's reasonable for them to have a general idea of the designated spots for enemy camps. If we could narrow down their position, all they had to do was unleash a wide-area attack spell to finish us off. A rather straightforward task. I didn't consider this tactic to be underhanded. If they wanted to prevent this situation, they should have pointed it out during the planning phase of the match. Oni-sama probably regarded this as part of the handicap as well. It might be a bit strict, but that's just how he is. When it comes to matters like these, he tends to adopt a very Spartan approach. Here they come, Marina suddenly shouted. I had entrusted her with the reconnaissance, as she faced few restrictions when it came to casting spells. Since this was not a surprise attack, we could deal with it with plenty of room to spare. Stepping forward, I readied my sharuer and activated light wall between myself and Laurel's group as a precaution. A few seconds later, I spotted the enemy's magical attack within my line of sight. It appeared to be Aqua Arrow, a mid-tier water spell. Furthermore, it seemed to be cast in multiple iterations, as a barrage of water arrows began to rain down toward us. I swung my sharuer as soon as they got within a certain range. The sound of cutting air roared through the area as the shockwave collided with the wave of aqua arrows. The result was predictable. No way. Whoa, that's amazing. I heard their voices of astonishment, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. The shockwave from my attack had destroyed the aqua arrows. Not a single drop of water touched Laurel or Marina behind me. Given the limitations on my physical enhancement, I found the power a bit lacking, but it was more than enough to defend against the enemy's attack. Now, let's see who our next opponent is. Why not stop hiding and show yourselves? I called out toward the trees in our path. While Laurel and the others seemed dumbfounded, I had sensed the situation. With Shin, a master of stealth, nearby, discerning the actions of amateurs was trivial. It seemed they understood that continuing to hide was pointless. They accepted my suggestion. Well, I had confidence in my stealth, but now I'm starting to doubt it, came the voice of Jet, the captain of the top club, who emerged with an unabashed grin despite the implications of his words. He was currently armed with a one-handed sword, strongly suggesting he was a green mage. I readied my Sharour again, ensuring that the two behind me wouldn't be attacked. Jet, on the other hand, maintained his nonchalant demeanor. You don't need to be so wary. I don't think a surprise attack would work against someone of your caliber. I'm not acting in my usual capacity right now. Even so, I'm not foolish enough to underestimate someone wielding such a large hammer. You'd be surprised how many fools there are in the world who do just that. Those who dared to challenge Foranada were always those ignorant of reason. That said, I'd admit Jet wasn't a fool. There was a serious look in his eyes. While it was irritating to watch, it was undeniable. He continued, "It seems we've both come up with similar strategies." "It appears so. Though, we won't be able to perform any opening barrages. If you start copying our moves, that's going to be a problem. That was our trump card, after all. It's been thwarted, though," Jet remarked with a self-deprecating shrug. Both teams had sent their green mages out to skirmish while the backline attempted a frontal assault. That's why Jet was right in front of us. If a follow-up ranged attack were to be unleashed here, it would be game over. But all I could do was trust Nina and Eureka. I hoped they were able to engage as well. "Well then, shall we begin?" "Whenever you're ready," Jet replied. Due to the movement restrictions, we had no choice but to wait for Jet's attack. Marina could initiate an assault, but given her skill level, there was a higher chance of missing. I instructed her to wait for my signal to move once I absorbed the enemy's attack. "Both of you, just like we practiced, please." "Yes." "Got it." While keeping my focus on Jet, I called back to the two behind me. Laurel seemed a bit tense, but that was nothing to worry about. As for Marina, I had no concerns at all. She had such a thick skin when it came to pressure. First strike. In an instant, Jet executed a high-speed movement, circling around to my left. He must have considered the cumbersome nature of wielding a massive hammer, but he underestimated me. As he swung his sword horizontally, I countered with my Sharour. I had trained far too rigorously to let such a simple maneuver catch me off guard. If I were to take a hit here, my brother would surely subject me to an intense session of remedial training, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs. The difference in mass was clear. The clash between sword and hammer was settled in an instant, and Jet was sent flying backward. No, that wasn't quite right. He had intentionally jumped back to mitigate the damage. He hadn't sustained as much harm as it appeared. It was infuriating. It grated on my nerves that someone could exhibit such behavior while still being so capable. Let's calm down. Getting heated won't help us win this match. In a battle, it's the one who loses their composure who ultimately loses. Moreover, I wasn't alone now. With two people I needed to protect, I had to fight steadily and responsibly. The exchange between Jet and me continued. He dashed around with agility while I swung my Sharour to deflect his attacks. Occasionally, Marina and Laurel provided support, but it didn't result in a decisive blow. The pattern continued relentlessly. Before long, the announcements rang out. Top Club Blue Mage has been eliminated. Top Club Red Mage has been eliminated. The announcements echoed in quick succession. It seemed that Eureka and Nina had handled their tasks well. This good news brought joy to both Laurel and Marina, even though we didn't have much time to celebrate given the ongoing battle. Jet's expression, however, had taken on a slight shadow as he seemed to realize he was being cornered. "It looks like I might lose at this rate. I'll have to settle this next time," he declared, raising his one-handed sword high into the air. My suspicions flared momentarily as he began to gather an immense amount of magic power into the blade. There was no doubt he was preparing to unleash his own signature move. What was even more concerning was the speed at which he accumulated that magic power. He compressed a massive amount of energy in almost no time at all, leaving us no chance to interfere. Jet grinned smugly. It's common to be targeted while charging. I've learned to overcome that weakness. His expression was infuriating, but I had no retort. There was no time for that. It would be quite challenging to deploy a defensive spell capable of countering an attack of that level in such a short time. Perhaps Orca, with her refined magical skills, or Minerva, who wielded diverse magic, could have handled it differently. But it was pointless to complain now. I had to find a way out of this situation. Just as I rushed to deploy my defensive magic, Laurel shouted unexpectedly. Caroline-san and Marina, prepare to attack. Though my rational mind was telling me it was a foolish order, I complied without hesitation. Likely Marina did the same. This wasn't about logic. Both Marina and I prioritized our trust in our teammates. As Jet swung down his sword, I too readied my charreur and started to sprint forward. If I didn't act, I would take the full brunt of his attack, but that didn't matter. I was placing my faith in Laurel, and just as the torrent of magic was about to be unleashed from Jet's sword, a magic diffusion. What? Due to the effect of Laurel's spell, the magic Jet had gathered dispersed into mist. Consequently, his attack fizzled out, and I reached within striking distance unscathed. However, it appeared Jet wasn't the leader of a top club for nothing. Despite having his trump card nullified, he maintained his composure and prepared to counter my attack. But he was underestimating the situation. I wasn't the only one launching an attack. Aquafall. A deluge of water came crashing down from above, thanks to Marina's spell. It seemed to catch Jet completely off guard, causing him to lose his balance. I seized this perfect opportunity without hesitation. Take this. Gah! With all my strength, I swung my charreur, sending Jet flying away. This time, I felt no residual energy dissipating from the impact. Within 5 seconds, the announcement echoed through the arena. Top Club Green Mage has been eliminated. That moment marked the assurance of our team's victory. Afterward, Eureka was eliminated, but we managed to secure our win, ensuring the continuation of our club. I was surprised when Laurel began to cry tears of joy, but I felt truly relieved. Section. The match against the top club concluded with our victory, and to celebrate both the preservation of our club and our win, Zechs was hosting a small party with my teammates. However, this wasn't one of those extravagant affairs thrown by nobles. It was a modest gathering among friends. In our shabby club room, we laid out some snacks and tea, while everyone reveled in the afterglow of our victory. Though there were a few tense moments, it felt great to have one. I may have missed the opening, but I certainly watched the match itself. I excused myself to go to the restroom and stepped out of the club room. Since the party had started in the evening, the sun had completely set, and the stars were twinkling brightly in the sky. As I strolled, admiring the beautiful sky, I made my way toward my real destination, not the restroom. After a short while, I arrived at the stage used for the earlier magical peace match. Standing in the spectator area was a figure alongside me. Though it was difficult to see clearly in the darkness, I already knew who it was. Indeed, it was Laurel, the club president, who had stepped away for the same reason I did. As I approached within about 5 meters, she turned around and casually asked, "What's wrong, Zechs? Aren't you in the middle of the party?" "That's what I should be asking you. What happened to the restroom?" "Ahaha, I finished up and came here afterward. I just wanted to bask in some nostalgia for a bit." "Nostalgia, huh? Is that strange?" "No, not at all." I shook my head. I understood the feeling of reminiscing after something joyful. Given her position, it would make even more sense for her to feel that sadness. As the warm summer air brushed against my skin, I took a breath and spoke up. "You really shined in the match. Especially your support at the end was great." Laurel smiled wryly at my compliment. "Not at all. I wasn't able to keep up with the fight myself, and even without that, Karen would have found a way to win." "That might be true. But thanks to your actions, the damage was minimized, and we were able to secure the win." "Please don't praise me like that. It was just a lucky coincidence." She put on a humble facade, shedding her usual boldness. But that wasn't all. Laurel seemed somewhat restless now, her eyes darting around and her body fidgeting. More than anything, the emotions spilling from her were fluctuating erratically, a clear sign of agitation mixed with guilt. This was conclusive. Even without the tangible evidence, her reaction left no room for denial. Swallowing the unease that arose in my heart, I resolved to voice my thoughts. Was it also a coincidence that you learned that curse? Why? Laurel's shoulders jumped slightly, her eyes widening to the point of overflowing. Her reaction was tantamount to a confession. However, she stubbornly attempted to brush it off. What are you talking about? I haven't used any curse at all. With her composure clearly shattered, her formal speech fell away. Her tone became almost monotone, bordering on terrible acting. I couldn't help but point this out with exasperation. That last move was definitely a curse. Using it in front of me was a mistake. The magic she had used during her battle with Jet was undoubtedly a curse. The reason his ultimate technique was neutralized was that the gathered magic power dispersed. The only magic that could cause that was a curse or mental magic. Most likely, you got that cursed object from an elf through some under-the-table dealings, right? If it was a disposable item with just enough power to disperse magic, it could easily evade my notice with a bit of mind manipulation. According to the rules of the magical piece match, basic items had no restrictions on bringing them in. That's how Karen was able to use her hammer, Sharuer, as well. But why were elves involved in this? The creation of Leaf requires a curse. This is a solid fact backed by the testimony of the headmistress witch. Thus, I had long suspected the involvement of the Forest Kingdom and the witch. Additionally, there was another reason that led me to believe there was a connection between Laurel and the elves. Leaving the stunned Laurel behind, I pressed on with my words. Laurel Rawless L'Oreal. You are the one who colluded with spies from the Forest Kingdom to sell Leaf to the students and even assisted in the kidnapping of Karen, a light magician. Am I wrong? This wasn't a question from a friend, but an accusation from Count Foranada, one that would not allow for evasion. I infused my intent into the charge I leveled against her. In response, Laurel's face turned pale and she trembled. She tried to say something, but no sound came forth. During the training camp, I had Shin and the others investigate Laurel's background. They traced her origins, her orphanage, and the whereabouts of her parents, digging as deep as they could. It required considerable effort, but I justified it as a necessary expense. As a result, it became clear that Laurel was indeed the potential spy in question. Laurel was born while her biological father was missing, and he was in such a state of disarray that he couldn't possibly care for a child. Deeming her relatives unable to handle the situation, she had been placed in an orphanage. As for her mother, her identity remained unknown. There was more evidence. When I investigated her dorm room without her consent, I discovered several magical tools that were inappropriate for a student to possess. In addition, a fake contract that promised cooperation in exchange for meeting her biological mother was found. Finally, there was the matter of the planned kidnapping of Karen. This referred to the bandits who had infiltrated just before the match began. They were spies from the Forest Kingdom, taking advantage of the opportunity created by the restrictions on position cards. During their interrogation, they had successfully revealed Laurel's name. Moreover, they had confiscated magical tools and cursed objects similar to those Laurel owned. With such overwhelming evidence against her, there was no room for excuses. I locked my gaze onto the trembling Laurel. Why? You were so passionate about the magical piece matches. Why did you conspire with spies from the Forest Kingdom? Why did you involve yourself in the trade of illegal drugs like Leaf? I couldn't believe my ears when all this evidence came to light. The girl who had clung to the bottom-tier club and poured her heart into her love for magical piece matches had taken on a job with no future like this. Upon hearing my question, Laurel bit her lip, not even noticing the blood flowing from it as she clenched her fists tightly. She had been trembling ever since I pointed out the curse, but now it seemed her trembling was changing. The fear in her was gradually being replaced by anger. In a low voice, she muttered, "Oh, isn't? What did you say?" The volume of her voice was so faint that even I couldn't catch it. When I asked her to repeat herself, she shot me a fierce glare. "I told you, you wouldn't understand. You, with your noble status, surrounded by so many people. There's no way you could understand how I felt, having nothing." Her voice erupted like a scream, filled with anguish that echoed in the night. "I told you you wouldn't understand. You, a noble, surrounded by so many people. There's no way you could understand how it feels to have nothing." Her voice was a scream, raw and filled with anguish, as if she were vomiting blood from the depths of her soul. She continued with a piercing cry. "I've always been a failure. No matter what I did, I could only achieve the lowest results, and I was ridiculed by my peers. The teachers at the academy treated it as just a job, and I never felt any warmth from them. I thought that if I started attending school, if I could learn something, maybe things would change, but in the end, I remained a failure. The only thing that increased was the number of people who looked down on me. I worked hard, harder than anyone else, but the results never followed. No one paid attention to me, not a single person loved me. This was the lament of someone starved for love and success. She had gone unrecognized by anyone, suffering in loneliness. The feelings akin to resentment erupted along with her voice. I truly saw hope in magical peace matches, but they told me. They said if I cooperated, they would let me meet my mother. They would connect me with the only person who loved me. When I heard that, how could I not lend my strength? What's wrong with seeking my real mother, who exists in reality, over a fleeting dream that could never come true? Laurel. So this is the tactic of the Forest Kingdom. If you place exquisite bait in front of a hungry beast, it's only natural that it would bite. No matter how foolish it may be, she had no choice but to take their hand. She didn't want to miss her only hope, her biological mother. In Laurel's case, it seemed her lack of talent compounded the situation. It was revolting. I felt sick to my stomach. To take away the love that could have been hers, to disguise mist as bait, and to manipulate her for their own convenience. Yes, the people from the Forest Kingdom had no intention of letting her meet her mother. In fact, her mother likely didn't even exist. The elves of the Forest Kingdom looked down on other races with great disdain. Given that the one chosen to be a mother would likely be someone who pledged loyalty to the nation, their fixed ideas must be even stronger. Could such individuals live freely with a human man? The fate of their mothers goes without saying. I know this is wrong. I know it's a disgraceful act that devours someone else's future. I feel guilty toward Karen and the others. They supported my dream, helped me, and rejoiced with me. They're truly good people. It cleansed my heart just being around them. I thought the title, Saint of Sunlight, suited her perfectly. With tears streaming down her face, Laurel poured out her words. Even so, I wanted love. I wanted someone who would truly see me and acknowledge my efforts. I wanted to be loved, even if it meant betraying my friends or giving up my dreams. Once she finished saying everything she had to say, Laurel fell silent. Her harsh breathing and the way she coughed indicated that she had yelled with emotion. These were words from the depths of her heart. Laurel, too, had likely struggled and made her decision. While I could never condone the content of that decision, I had no intention of denying her feelings, though I felt a deep sympathy for her. I looked at her with pity and said one thing. Karen and the others recognized your efforts and extended their feelings of friendship toward you. In response, after she caught her breath, she smiled bitterly. Yeah, I think so too. I realize I acted foolishly. But I couldn't stop myself. Then she gave me a complex smile filled with confusion, joy, and sorrow. So I'll put an end to it here. Suddenly, she tilted her body. Before she could fall to the ground, I barely managed to catch her. What have you done? Upon inspection, I found Laurel's magical power rapidly depleting. It was as if magic was flowing out of her like water from a bucket with a hole. This was the first time I had ever seen such a phenomenon. With her face turning pale, Laurel spoke slowly, as if even moving her lips was a burden. What's happening is the backlash from the curse. Didn't you say that I would be using a curse? Where's the safety mechanism? The cursed artifact we confiscated from the spies should have had a safety device to reduce the backlash. It was unnatural for her condition to deteriorate this severely after just one use. Laurel wore a bitter smile. Of course it's broken. It was obvious that their plan to attack Caroline-san would fail, and once it failed, I would be useless. The contract would be void, so I had to pay the price for betraying my friends. You used the curse with this in mind from the start. I hurriedly used harmony adjustment. However, the outflow of magical power did not stop at all. I didn't ponder the reason. This outcome was expected. Harmony adjustment is a technique that exorcises the curse itself, but it does not eliminate the backlash. It's akin to not being able to heal a mind driven mad by a curse. In other words, you can repair a dam that has collapsed from a flood, but you cannot restore the damage caused by that flood. While I was at a loss, her magical power continued to rise dangerously high. Even if her magical power reached zero, she wouldn't die but would fall into a deep sleep. From the current situation, it seemed unlikely that her magical power would recover naturally. In other words, if she fell asleep, she would never awaken. That was hardly different from death. I bit my teeth in frustration at my own powerlessness to heal her immediately. Damn it, what do you mean by paying the price? This is no different from running away. If you really want to take responsibility, then live and atone for it. Ha ha ha, Zechs, you're harsh. I'm weak, really weak. That's why I couldn't face the reality that awaits me. I can't show my face to Caroline-san and the others, and I can't accept that my mother is dead. So, this is the only option left, right? I wanted to at least help the club survive and fade away. I'm so sleepy. Laurel, if I could be seen off by such a handsome guy, it wouldn't be so bad. Hey, wake up. Laurel's eyelids had completely fallen, and no matter how many times I called her name, she showed no sign of response. Her magical power was gone. A surge of anger welled up from the depths of my heart. But I couldn't let it out now. Laurel was in my arms. First, I needed to move her to a safe place. I took a slow breath and stood up while holding her. Then I called out into the void. Garna, I'm counting on you to take care of Laurel. Oh my, did you catch on? A light-hearted response that was out of place in this tense atmosphere reached my ears. At the same time, Garna, one of the attendants, appeared from a spot that had seemed empty. If you want to deceive my eyes, you need to train harder. Don't say unreasonable things. Garna exchanged banter as he took Laurel from my arms. He had also learned physical enhancement, so carrying a single woman wouldn't be a problem. What will you do next, Zechs-sama? The final touches. In response to Garna's question, I gave a brief answer. Honestly, I wanted to prioritize dealing with Laurel, but it was clear that the others were nearing their limit as well. It would be foolish to misjudge the priorities here. I then opened Phase Connection. As we passed through Phase Connection, I instructed Garna. Let Karen and the others know that they should disperse first. What should I tell them as an excuse? Just say it's work, that should be sufficient. I'll leave the details to you. Understood. Acknowledging her consent, I proceeded with the transfer. Now, how should I settle this? I was in a very foul mood. It would be best for them not to expect any leniency. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7, Starhammer. Let's backtrack a bit. Right before Karen and the others match with the magical piece, I had teleported somewhere. In short, I had flown to the capital of the Forest Kingdom. I wanted to set up a precaution to ensure I wasn't outwitted again. You see, when I got the information from Shin, I had already suspected that a thief claiming to be the Witch of the West was hiding out in the Forest Kingdom. Through a reverse trace of past movements, I knew she had headed south. Then there was all the suspicious activity. Leaf, the Forest Kingdom's agents acting strangely, the cursed items Laurel possessed, it all started happening one after another. It would have been impossible not to grow suspicious. I was certain that if I didn't act here, the Witch of the West would escape again, just like last time. That conviction led me to take drastic measures. And those measures, I decided to seal off the entire Forest Kingdom with a barrier. Anyone else would think I was crazy, but with my power, it wasn't impossible. I had more than enough magical energy and control to maintain such a barrier. However, the downside was that the caster had to stay focused on the spell. If I did that, I wouldn't be able to watch Karen and the others match, which would defeat the purpose. So, I appointed someone as a substitute. While I would provide the magical energy, I selected someone with the skills necessary to maintain the barrier. Finally, you're back. Boss, I'm really at my limit. As soon as I teleported over the capital of the Forest Kingdom, Noma shouted at me. That's right. The one maintaining the barrier in my place was Noma, a palm-sized earth spirit. Normally, she's a confident and boyish type, but right now, she was on the verge of tears, looking desperate as she pleaded with me. I checked the surroundings and saw that the Forest Kingdom had launched a full-scale assault on the barrier. Since the spell itself was mine, it couldn't be broken, but just maintaining it was clearly a huge burden on Noma. The Spirit King himself showed up just a little while ago. It's terrifying. Hurry up and take over, boss. It seemed the mental pressure was getting to her too. I see. If the Spirit King himself had appeared, it was no wonder she was shaken. After all, to her, he's the pinnacle of her race. Still, the fact that she stuck with the mission, even against an opponent like that, showed how loyal Noma really was. A thought crossed my mind, am I scarier than the Spirit King? But I brushed it aside. Hang in there a bit longer, I'm heading inside. Huh, inside. The elves and spirits from the entire country are gathering there, you know. Is that a problem? Well, I'm sure you'll be fine, boss, but... As I responded calmly, Noma lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. I messed up. Even though I was in a bad mood, I lashed out at her, someone completely uninvolved. What an idiot I am. Sorry, I was on edge and took it out on you. I had business with the people of the Forest Kingdom, which is why I put up the barrier in the first place. Is that so? But still, please don't overdo it, boss. Even after everything, she was still worried about me. It really made me glad that Noma was on my side. Thanks, I'll be counting on you. I'll do my best, but please don't take too long. I'm not exaggerating when I say this is tough. I'll finish as quickly as I can. See you in a bit. With that brief exchange, I jumped into the barrier. Since it was my own spell, I had no trouble passing through. Oh, right. I'd rather avoid causing a diplomatic incident, so I should go in as Zechs. That's exactly why I created this false identity. Zechs was still an adventurer from the Holy Kingdom, but it was better than going in as a noble. It's like the difference between a full-time employee and a temp worker. I could have disguised myself as a complete stranger, but that could have led to unexpected complications. I wanted to keep control over how things played out to some extent. While it wasn't as perceptive as magic sight, elves can see magic power. They'd probably see through my disguise, but I'd just have to show them my guild card and talk my way out of it. Since my activities as Zechs rely on this disguise, there shouldn't be any contradictions to worry about. Beyond the barrier, the capital of the Forest Kingdom spread out before me. I created a foothold with magic and gazed down at the scene below. It was exactly how you'd imagine, an elven city built within the forest, with a perfect balance of nature and human-made structures. In the center stood the fabled Great Tree, but something else caught my attention even more. Just as Noma had said, countless elves and spirits had gathered. Spirit magicians capable of flight were in the air, while others were launching attacks from the ground. This was probably only a part of their forces. Considering the barrier covered the entire country, it was likely that similar attacks were happening all over. The moment I emerged from a restricted area, I became the center of attention. Every single person focused on me. You there, who are you? A voice boomed from the crowd. The speaker was a black-haired man, imposing and clad in luxurious armor. It was hard to guess his age, given he was an elf, but judging by his aura of authority, he was likely quite old. This man must be the king of the Forest Kingdom. His gaudy attire and the number of guards around him hinted at his status, but the most telling sign was the spirit standing behind him. The spirit had long, flowing hair and emitted a gradient of red, blue, green, and brown auras. Its presence far outstripped that of any other spirit, and unlike most spirits, it was human-sized. The spirit King Noma had mentioned multiple times it had to be him, and in a feudal society, it was customary for a king to make contracts with a king. To be sure, I used appraisal, and the result was exactly as I expected. In response to the king's question, the crowd fell silent. The barrage of attacks that had been raging moments earlier came to a halt. In the ensuing quiet, I raised my voice. My name is Zechs. I'm an A-rank adventurer, bearing the title of Star. I presented my adventurer's card as I introduced myself. The crowd stirred. Although Zechs' exploits were mostly known within the Holy Kingdom, it seemed the Star title was also well known here in the Forest Kingdom. Titles like that carried significant weight. For some reason, the king broke into a wide smile, as if misunderstanding something. I see, you've come to aid us in our time of need. Hi. A dumbfounded response slipped out, but only for a moment. When I thought about it, the king's misunderstanding made sense. A barrier that isolated an entire nation was something no ordinary person could create, and anyone capable of such a feat would be a criminal. There's no way the king would suspect an A-rank adventurer with a title to be the culprit. It was far more natural to assume, as the king did, that I'd come to rescue them. It seemed he also thought it was only natural that a human like me would assist the elves. Even though he was smiling, I could sense a hint of mockery beneath it. As the king approached in a friendly manner, I raised a hand to stop him. I'm not here to rescue you. I came to deliver a warning and judgment. What? The king furrowed his brows in confusion, and the crowd began to murmur in unease. Ignoring them, I continued. Earlier, a light magician from the Holy Kingdom, who happens to be a friend of mine, was attacked by agents of this kingdom. Surely, there must be some mistake. The king remained calm as he replied. As expected of a ruler, he wasn't going to slip up over something like this. The agent has already been captured. I've successfully interrogated them. That's an absurd claim. There's no way one of our people could have been captured. The king laughed mockingly at my statement. However, his laughter didn't last long. Perhaps you're referring to the self-destruct spell. I've already dispelled that. What? For the first time, the king's expression faltered. He wasn't overwhelmingly shaken, but I could clearly see his eyes twitch. He must have been utterly confident in that self-destruct spell. And why wouldn't he be? In the history of their covert operations, it had never been broken, which is why they continued to rely on it as a standard practice. Your country uses some rather peculiar methods for its agents, doesn't it? You have elven women mate with men of other races, human men, and then abandon their human offspring in enemy nations, only to lure them back when the time is right with the promise of a reunion with their mothers. It's sickening. Does your forest kingdom have no sense of humanity? As I spat out those words, the crowd grew even more uneasy. It was likely most of them had no idea about the despicable acts of their country's covert operations. Even though the elves were prideful, it seemed their sense of morality was otherwise intact. Or maybe they were sympathizing with the mothers forced into those roles. Either way, their reactions didn't matter much to me right now. But the king remained completely unfazed. I have no idea what you're talking about. As for the agent you claim to have captured, it's unclear whether they even belong to our kingdom. Please refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. Even an adventurer with a title will face severe punishment if they continue to insult our nation. He even had the nerve to smirk slightly. It was clear he intended to play dumb all the way through. Given his demeanor, it seemed pointless to bring up the issue of the witches. It's true that the only indication that the agents belonged to the Forest Kingdom was their own testimony. I didn't have any physical evidence to back it up. If I tried to formally accuse them, they would undoubtedly worm their way out of it. Well, that's if I formally accused them anyway. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? The king asked suspiciously as I chuckled under my breath. You've misunderstood something else. Misunderstood. The first was his assumption that I'd come to rescue them. And the second, when did I ever say I'd be filing a formal complaint? What? For the first time, the king of the Forest Kingdom's eyes widened in shock. His mouth hung open in disbelief. Evidence? I don't care about that. As long as I know you're behind this, that's all that matters. I'd known from the start they'd been careful not to leave any evidence behind. I had long since accepted that no fair and just punishment would ever come to them. But still, after they tore countless children from their mothers, crushed the dreams and hopes of my friend, and made me watch their revolting charades. And on top of all that, they dared target my beloved Karen. There was no way I could let them go without any consequences. I had kept my anger in check by repeatedly using my skill, calm mind. But now, I'd reached my limit. I told you from the start, didn't I? I came here to deliver a warning and judgment. This isn't justice, it's my own personal punishment. So brace yourself for the hammer of the star. My words, laced with a mocking tone, made the king's anger boil over. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way we'd allow such a thing. Do you seriously think you can defeat my entire kingdom? Even just here in the capital, we've assembled so many elves and spirits. Do you truly believe you can survive against us? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. The elves, the most skilled in magic among the races, and a massive host of spirits, their numbers alone would be overwhelming. There shouldn't be any human capable of standing against such a force. Of course I do. But I am not just any human. Without hesitation, I declared that I would win. My confidence must have struck the king as arrogant, for his face turned bright red with fury, and he let out a booming command. Everyone, this man is the greatest enemy of the Forest Kingdom. Kill him. With his order, the soldiers and spirits around me began gathering their magic. They were likely preparing for a coordinated bombardment of spells. Dealing with this would be easy enough, but it would be a hassle to fight them all one by one. Killing them all when they didn't even know the full situation seemed excessive. Yeah, I'd hold back a bit. I quickly sorted through my options and activated my magic as naturally as breathing. Compression. I deliberately invoked the spell by name to maintain the precise control needed. Compression is a non-elemental spell I developed, modeled after the highest-tier Earth magic, gravity press, which increases the gravity in a designated area. By applying pressure in a specific direction, compression crushes everything within its range. I set the range to encompass the entire capital, but spared the great tree. The pressure would be directed downward. While the bones of those caught in the spell would be shattered, I adjusted the power just enough to keep them from dying. I was aware that the civilians had already evacuated to underground shelters, so I had no reason to hold back. Sure, most of the buildings would probably collapse, but I wasn't obligated to care about that. My spell worked perfectly, and the entire capital groaned under the immense pressure. Soldiers on the ground were forced to the floor, and those in the air plummeted to the earth. The crushing weight rendered them all silent, unable even to cry out. The only one who withstood compression was the king of the Forest Kingdom, protected by his spirit king. Well, to be precise, I had deliberately spared him. After all, I had no intention of letting him off with just compression. Is this gravity press? No, I don't sense any trace of earth magic. Is this an unknown spell? The two of them screamed, their voices tinged with panic. Judging by their exchange, it seemed that the Spirit King was able to grasp the general nature of the magic he'd been hit with. Makes sense. Akatsuki and I can identify the specifics of a spell just by seeing it in action. If their ability is a degraded version of that, then they'd have similar capabilities. However, since they can't perceive non-elemental magic, it would be more appropriate to call it a severely downgraded version. What? Not going to make a move. I taunted them, seeing how they were frozen in panic. Perhaps not used to such provocation, the king of the Forest Kingdom widened his eyes in rage. Don't mock me. Someone like you is no match for me and the Spirit King. Feel the power of the Spirit King, the ruler of all spirits. Experience it with your own body. The Spirit King joined in, raising his voice in a show of bravado. There was no doubt now, these two had very little actual combat experience. It made sense. A king only steps into battle when his country is truly on the brink of destruction. It was no surprise they hadn't fought much. Drawing upon the Spirit King's power, the king of the Forest Kingdom began glowing in 4 distinct colors and launched himself at me. From what I had observed earlier, the Spirit King seemed to possess all elemental attributes except for light and darkness. That alone made him an anomaly among spirits, who typically only have mastery over a single element. His capacity for magic was also far greater than that of ordinary spirits. But even so, he wasn't a threat. As Noma had remarked when we first met, even 8 years ago, my mana capacity and mana density were already greater than the Spirit King's. And now, having grown stronger, the difference was insurmountable. While magic alone doesn't always determine the outcome of a battle, an overwhelming difference in strength can render any other factors irrelevant. On top of that, I surpassed them in more than just magic. The outcome of this fight was already obvious. Well, it seemed I was the only one here who could see that. I'll slice your head clean off. I'll obliterate you into dust. Both the quick-tempered king of the Forest Kingdom and the Spirit King were charging at me with their swords and spells, showing not the slightest awareness of their weakness. Huh. I sighed, then sprang into action. First, I'd deal with the Spirit King. Even though he seemed to have a close relationship with the king of the Forest Kingdom, he didn't seem to be involved in running the kingdom. When I was accusing them of harboring spies earlier, he looked completely uninterested. There was no need to be excessively harsh with him. As the two of them closed in, I unleashed a barrage of gunshot. Since I didn't intend to kill them, I focused my shots on their limbs, riddling them with holes like a beehive. Jaya! The Spirit King let out a scream and began to plummet away from the king of the Forest Kingdom. That didn't do as much damage as I expected. Ah, I see. Since spirits are made of mana, they're less affected by physical attacks. Gunshot isn't purely physical, so it did deal damage, but this was turning out to be more troublesome than I'd thought. With those shallow wounds, he'd recover and rejoin the fight in no time. So I followed up with a second attack. This time, I mixed mental magic, fear, into a burst of mana for a special technique. The Spirit King writhed in agony as he fell, the effects of the spell clearly taking hold. It seems my past experience developing wings of flight for Noma had paid off. Thanks to that, I was able to create a spell effective against spirits on the spot. Spirit King. The king of the Forest Kingdom shouted in shock, stunned by his companion's sudden fall. Though the magic cast by the Spirit King remained in effect even as he fell, it was useless if the one it was cast upon was left standing there in a daze. And I wasn't the type to let an opportunity like that pass me by. I created a platform of mana under my feet, closing the distance swiftly. With a quick punch to the king's solar plexus, I struck. Of course, I held back. I didn't want to kill him. He'd suffer quite a bit, though. The force of the blow lifted his body slightly. It wasn't because the punch was weak, but because I had dispersed the impact throughout his body to avoid inflicting fatal damage. Right now, he was experiencing intense pain coursing through every nerve. Gaga. The pain was so overwhelming that he couldn't even scream. He wheezed, his breathing labored, his body slumping to the side. If I left him like that, he'd splatter on the ground below, but I wasn't about to let that happen. Gah! I grabbed the king by the neck, hoisting him into the air. His face contorted in pain as he writhed in my grip, struggling to break free. I raised my other fist, preparing for what came next. Uog. He seemed to realize what was about to happen. His eyes went wide, and he began to thrash in a futile attempt to escape. Too late. I coldly whispered those words before my fist came crashing down. Again and again, the sound of heavy blows echoed across the battlefield. Section. In the half-ruined royal capital of the Forest Kingdom, there was only one place left unscathed. The great tree, and I stood beneath it. The tree, revered in the Forest Kingdom as a divine tree, was massive. Its trunk was over 1 kilometer wide, and it was so tall that it seemed more like a mountain. The top reached beyond the clouds. With such an awe-inspiring presence, it was easy to understand why it was viewed as sacred. Still, now wasn't the time to leisurely admire the great tree. Although the royal capital had been subdued, attacks on the barrier continued in various places. I had to get my business done before Noma reached his limit. I looked down at the battered king of the Forest Kingdom at my feet. He was covered in blood and bruises, though I had gone easy on him. He still had enough strength to talk, though his eyes were filled with nothing but fear as he looked at me. Incidentally, the Spirit King was prostrated on the edge of my vision. After being hit with my full magical power earlier, it seemed his spirit had snapped. Although he hadn't gone mad, his body trembled uncontrollably. It was unlikely he'd resist anymore. Well, I could leave him be. My focus now was on the king of the Forest Kingdom. Hey, get up. I have something to ask you. What is it? He'd completely lost the will to fight. That should keep him from lying or trying to hide anything. Even if he tried to deceive me, his emotions were easy to read, so I'd see right through it. Why did you try to kidnap Caroline? Thanks to the interrogation, I had already managed to extract the objective from the Forest Kingdom's agents. However, the true motive was still a mystery. I wanted to clarify that, especially if there was a hint of a witch's involvement behind it. After all, the reason I'd enclosed the entire kingdom was to prevent the escape of the witch who was likely lurking in the shadows. So, you're a pawn of those Holy Kingdom monkeys, aren't you? Enough of that, just answer the question. Eek. I stomped lightly on the ground, and the king flinched dramatically. Though he was gravely injured and couldn't escape, his eyes clearly showed his desire to flee. In a panic, he began to speak. B, because the great tree's radiance has faded. The great tree's radiance? I glanced at the so-called divine tree. It was an impressive tree with a majestic aura, but it wasn't glowing. Was it usually supposed to shine? I gestured for him to continue. The great tree serves to fill the world with radiance. It's truly a divine tree. If its radiance fades, it would be nothing short of a global crisis. So, I sought a way to restore that radiance. And that way was Caroline. We discovered that the help of a light mage was essential. Unfortunately, our kingdom has no light mages in this generation. In that case, we had no choice but to bring one from elsewhere. We've done nothing wrong. This is a righteous act to protect the world. I narrowed my eyes at the king's words. They seemed to have decided that the sacrifices in this matter were necessary. After all, they claimed it was to protect the world. With no light mages or light spirits in their kingdom, they had no choice but to call one from outside. However, that didn't justify kidnapping people from other countries. There had to be more peaceful options, but they probably thought they couldn't afford to show weakness to the Holy Kingdom, their sworn enemy. In the end, it was about self-preservation and laziness. There were other light mages. Why did you specifically target Caroline? Process of elimination. The first princess is out of the question. The other is a commoner, but since she's been chosen as the saint, we can't touch her until she fulfills her role. Taking on Foranada, who has risen to fame in recent years, would be challenging, but she seemed the least risky choice compared to the other two. To think you ended up stepping on such a massive landmine by process of elimination, there's no other word for it but foolish. Did you not know that I have close ties with that noblewoman? GRR, as if I'd expect you to come charging in alone. The king of the forest kingdom gritted his teeth, and his assessment was on point. No matter how skilled an A-rank with a title might be, it's not normal for an individual to take on an entire country. Nobody in their right mind would expect one person to win against a nation. That's when it hit me. I see. All of the Forest Kingdom's recent maneuvers had been to assist with the abduction of Caroline. The infiltration of agents, the distribution of leaf, the exposure of dormant spies. Recently, the dark side of Foranada had been overwhelmed with activity. As a result, there had been areas where we couldn't cover everything. When I considered that these events had been deliberately orchestrated, it made sense. They must have intended to destabilize Foranada's shadow operations to increase the success rate of Caroline's abduction. Their miscalculation, however, was failing to realize that Foranada remained rock solid, even with setbacks. Sure, Foranada's strength partly depended on the effectiveness of its covert operations, but it wasn't wholly reliant on them. I understand your motive now, but there's still one thing that doesn't add up. It was clear that the entire commotion stemmed from the great tree's abnormality, and they sought Caroline to resolve it. Though infuriating, I could follow the reasoning. Yet there was one part that just didn't make sense. Why did you enlist the help of a witch? It's obvious that the witch is the one causing harm to the great tree. Hi. The king's face twisted in confusion, as if he'd just heard something unimaginable. Then, with a trembling voice, he asked, "A witch? What are you talking about? What are you trying to say? Are you serious? Your agents were equipped with cursed items, and leaf is a witch-made drug." Cursed items, leaf. What are you saying? Are you mocking me? All I did was order the kidnapping of the light mage Caroline. Though visibly shaken, he showed no signs of the nervousness typical of someone lying. It seemed he was telling the truth. At that moment, a particular witch's research notes and ultimate goal flashed through my mind. Curses amplify human negative emotions, and negative emotions, in turn, intensify the world's curse saturation. In other words, the more chaotic the world becomes, the more curses spread throughout, and the spread of curses drives the world into further chaos. It's the worst kind of cycle, and the result of that cycle would be the resurrection of the Demon King. I clicked my tongue softly. It's clear that the witch involved in this incident was indeed the Witch of the West. She was the mastermind behind this scheme, aiming to resurrect the Demon King of the West, and had once been complicit in the attempted murder of Nina. I was right to take precautions and set up a barrier that countered Shadow Walk. If I'd skimped and used a standard barrier, she would have escaped by now. I would search for the witch's location later. Right now, I needed to deal with the wretch before me. It seemed he was unaware of the witch's presence, perhaps due to misdirection. But regardless, he had employed spies and targeted Caroline, which was reason enough for me to act. I'd already inflicted a physical punishment, not as much as I'd like, but it would suffice. Now for the mental punishment. Using mental magic to instill fear would be too simple, so I'd bring down the hammer. Suddenly, the sky lit up. The dark night was split apart, and the half-destroyed royal capital was bathed in brilliant light. From the heavens appeared a star. The massive magical energy mass, the very namesake of my title, began descending toward the royal capital of the Forest Kingdom. Though my goal wasn't total annihilation this time, I kept it to 5 blasts. Skillfully controlling them, I directed them toward the royal castle standing beside the great tree. The grand castle, adorned in white and green, crumbled under the deafening roar of destruction. It had stood for centuries, bearing witness to the kingdom's long history. Yet now, without a shred of mercy, it was reduced to rubble. Ada Allah. The king of the Forest Kingdom cried out in near-hysterical agony. Watching him with cold indifference, I activated a magical transmission device, ensuring my voice echoed throughout the capital. By my magic, the royal castle now lies in ruins. Try pulling any more stunts against Foranada, and next time, the entire capital will meet the same fate as your castle. After delivering my warning to everyone left in the capital, I leaned in close to the still screaming king. Oh, and end the plan to use children as spies. If you keep up that kind of twisted scheme, I swear I'll raze this country to the ground. The threat, laced with my intimidation magic, had an overwhelming effect. The king nodded so violently it looked like his head might come off. Satisfied with his response, I backed away and rolled my shoulders. Then, I opened a phase connection. Now, it's time for the final reckoning. I'm sure the look on my face at that moment was one I wouldn't want anyone else to see. Section. At the northernmost edge of the Forest Kingdom, in a dense forest near the Empire's border, a lone woman stood. With silver-framed glasses and a white lab coat, she was easily identifiable as some kind of researcher. Her long, dark hair and unnaturally pale skin gave her a strikingly beautiful appearance. But that beauty was now marred. Her eyes darted wildly, and her cheeks were twisted in a frantic grimace. She was clearly desperate, but this went beyond any ordinary distress. The woman stood facing the trees on the Empire's side, casting spells over and over. Though nothing was visible, waves of magic rippled out from her hands. Why? Her voice, tinged with madness, reverberated through the dark forest. The silent woods, absent even the chirping of insects, trembled under her piercing screams. She clawed at her long hair in frustration before resuming her relentless spellcasting. It wasn't simple repetition. Each time, she made small adjustments to her spell. Whether these changes were producing the results she wanted was unclear, but her ability to fine-tune magic with such precision was impressive. As expected of the witch, after her scream faded, I let my voice break the returning silence, stepping forward to reveal myself. The time for observation was over. There was no need to remain hidden. The woman in the white coat whipped around, eyes widening in shock. Recognizing me, she bared her teeth in fury. You're from Foranada. At last we meet, Witch of the West. Yes, this woman before me was the Witch of the West herself. Though the time to observe had been brief, the pattern of curses she used was familiar, leaving little room for doubt. Finally, the one responsible for twisting the fates of Karen and Nina, 2 members of my family, was within reach. I felt a surge of satisfaction. I'd let her escape before, but not this time. I'd cast an entire barrier over the Forest Kingdom just for this. That said, haste would be my enemy here. Losing my composure now would only lead to disaster. I had to stay calm. So, it was you who set up this barrier. Remove this infernal thing at once. The witch made no effort to conceal her rage. No, she wasn't hiding it on purpose. It was a tactic, using the negative emotion of anger to amplify her curses. A limitless stream of curses emanated from her body, making her dark hair flow as though caught in a current. The density of the curses had intensified enough to become almost tangible. Clearly, the witch hadn't given up on escaping the barrier. She was trying to shatter it by increasing the power of her curses. At the current rate, it seemed she'd need to keep her anger up for years before she could break free, but there was no need to point that out. Besides, It wasn't as if telling her it's a pointless effort would make her stop. I shrugged my shoulders. Fine, I'll release the barrier. What? The witch froze, stunned. Even the curses pouring from her had stopped for a moment. Not that I could blame her. She probably made that demand assuming I'd never agree. When it's accepted without hesitation, anyone would be taken aback. But of course, this didn't mean she'd get what she wanted. Within seconds of my announcement, the barrier encompassing the forest kingdom was lifted. Before coming here, I'd arranged with Noma to hand over control of the barrier to me. However, I can't teleport. What did you do this time? As expected, she tried to make a break for it the moment my attention was diverted by the barrier's release, attempting to flee with Shadow Walk. I had to give her credit for her quick thinking, but it was a futile struggle. I'd taken down the barrier over the kingdom, but at the same time, I isolated the area with alternate world. Now, unless she defeated me, there was no escape. Realizing her situation, the witch glared at me, her curses rising up around her as she prepared for battle. Die. This wasn't just an insult. It was a curse vocalized with deadly intent, capable of killing anyone who heard it. I was shielded with mental magic, so it didn't affect me, and given the drain on her curse reserves, it wasn't a technique she could easily repeat. Still, it was something worth considering for future curse defenses. Not letting her moment of weakness go to waste, I fired 2 gunshots at her legs, striking them both. No longer able to support her weight, she collapsed onto the ground. Without intending to stop, I followed up by conjuring several magic blades in midair and driving them into her outstretched limbs, pinning her to the earth, deeply, thoroughly skewering her. Aleg! Her screams rang out, grating on the ears, but I didn't hesitate. I was about to deliver the final blow, but my opponent wasn't one to go down quietly. Don't underestimate me. She activated the intermediate dark magic abyss spike, causing 2 black stakes to shoot up from my shadow. The attack came from behind, aiming at my blind spot. The sequence of design to manifestation was flawless, and the timing of the spell was impressively skilled. Against a lesser opponent, it would have been fatal, maybe even wounded Karen and the others. But unfortunately, this level of attack wasn't enough to catch me off guard. At the level Akatsuki Sense and I operated, a well-timed sneak attack might as well be an announcement saying, "I'm going to ambush you now." Unless it's performed unconsciously or with a degree of randomness, it won't land a hit on me. I crushed the abyss spike with compression and completed my interrupted finishing move. 2 flashes of light from gunfire pierced the witch's head and heart. Her body convulsed briefly and then fell silent. Ugh. After observing for a while, I confirmed there was no movement. My mental magic could detect no signs of life, so it was safe to assume it was over. Well, I exhaled, gathering my thoughts. Who exactly was this Witch of the West? The alias, along with the real name revealed by appraisal, was unfamiliar. In other words, she was a character who didn't appear at all in the original game. Maybe she'd been lurking in the shadows of the story all along. You'd need someone with power on my level to even notice her schemes, though. Still, it seemed a bit too unnatural. Facing her in combat made it clear. The Witch of the West was highly skilled. Her magic was at a level worthy of the history books. Could someone like that really have stayed hidden in obscurity all this time? Even if she'd gone out of her way to stay under the radar, it was hard to believe she was entirely unknown. Let's be thorough. I opened my eyes, looking at the witch's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, and then I understood. Ah, so that's it. I'd suspected it, but having my hunch confirmed was a headache. Honestly, I was hoping I was just overthinking things. With a sigh, I cast a spell at her corpse. Break. A spell to dispel curses. I forcibly channeled it deep into the witch's heart. At first, her body remained still, but soon it began to tremble slightly. Then, curses started oozing out. A viscous black energy, thick as tar, dripped heavily from her. Gradually, that dark energy began to coalesce, forming into a roughly humanoid shape. The final form was a humanoid creature with dark skin and horns reminiscent of a goat. It looked like a muscular adult male, but there was no mistaking it wasn't human. So demons were working in the shadows this early, huh? Demons, a race distinct from the 3 that inhabit this world. They're beings born from the faint energy leaking from the Demon King's seal, created to serve the single-minded goal of bringing about the Demon King's revival. In the original game, they frequently appeared to challenge the protagonist, the saintesses, and heroes. And it was also the demons who attempted to lure Karen to their side. Usually, the demons act on their own to advance the Demon King's revival, whether by scheming in secret or by direct combat. But there was one exception: Karen. The demon that attempted to tempt her didn't act directly. Instead, it possessed her, stoking the darkness in her heart in an attempt to break the Demon King's seal. In other words, the power that had fueled the Witch of the West came from a possessing demon. Most likely, the demon had selected someone with potential from within the Demon King cult to use as a host. That would explain her sudden surge in power and why she'd remained unknown. This demon seemed to be different from the one that had targeted Karen, but I hadn't expected there to be more of this type. At first glance, it might seem efficient for demons to hide within humans, but in practice, it's the opposite. Stirring up a person's inner darkness only amplifies emotions that already exist to a limited extent. And for high-level warriors who have mastered themselves, most can control their inner darkness, making it nearly impossible for a demon to infiltrate. Possession only enhances the host by about 10 levels if you were to put it in game terms. Since all demons are around level 60, possessing someone generally makes them weaker. During possession, they can't even use their own abilities, so it's mostly just a disadvantage, apart from the hiding aspect. Still, there are exceptions, like Karen in the original game. Despite reaching a high level, she failed to master her own heart, making her vulnerable to a demon's temptations. Seeing a possessing demon like this reminds me of Karen's condemnation seen in the game. Even though she's a different person from my sister in real life, it's still sickening. I need to focus. Right now, my priority is dealing with this demon in front of me. I should consider it fortunate to be able to eliminate one here and now. What are you? Compress cube. As the demon began to speak, I activated my spell, this time amping up the power just to be safe. A cube-shaped barrier surrounded the demon, and then compression magic from all sides crushed it instantly to a speck smaller than a grain of rice. It's best to take out anyone who uses the complicated method of possession quickly. These types tend to pull unpredictable moves if given the slightest opening. While they could be valuable sources of information, there's no need to take unnecessary risks. With the demon's presence now gone, I finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, this complex series of events had reached its conclusion. Digression Nina Engagement Celebration Party, 200th Episode Commemoration. On a certain day just before summer vacation, I, Nina, was walking through the streets of Foranada while bathing in the warm night breeze. Of course, I wasn't alone. My beloved Zechs was walking right beside me. His pale purple eyes, gazing forward, held a piercing sharpness that captivated me so much I could stare at him forever. His slightly curved lips were beautiful, exuding an alluring charm that drew me in. Just by walking, he embodied the elegance of a strong person, and it made him incredibly wonderful. As I admired him like this, I truly felt that I had fallen in love. Just walking toward our destination together made me feel so happy, so different from the desperate state I had been in just 2 months ago. Is something wrong? Oh no, I must have been staring too long. He seemed suspicious of me. I had to be more careful. It's nothing, I replied nonchalantly, and quickened my pace to walk slightly ahead of Zechs. Then, to pull myself together, I pinched both of my cheeks. Okay, that should do it. With that, we continued walking through the night streets until we finally arrived at our destination. Indeed, it was the Adventurers Guild. The reason we came to the guild after sunset was that the adventurers were throwing a party for us. They were going to celebrate our engagement. In a casual conversation, word had spread, and before I knew it, the party was planned. Honestly, the enthusiasm of the adventurers, especially the members of the Crimson Rose, was truly remarkable. Shall we go in? Zechs said, extending his hand to me in an inviting manner. His thoughtful gestures like this were so charming. He was so skilled and had a way with women. Truly, a ladies' man. I had completely fallen into his trap, so I couldn't really criticize him for it. I nodded and took his hand. It was big, firm, warm, a wonderfully reassuring hand. Even such a simple act of holding hands made my heart race. I was probably blushing too. How embarrassing. Oh, the guests of honor have arrived. Look at them holding hands, showing off. They're so lovey-dovey, hoo-hoo. GRR our idol. How long are you going to keep sulking? I get how you feel, but come on. As we entered the guild, the adventurers acknowledged us and began to chatter excitedly. As always, it was a noisy place. I understood that this was part of its charm. The atmosphere inside the guild felt different from usual. The place was decorated for the party, and there were more tables set up for a buffet-style gathering. Naturally, there was an abundance of food and drinks. It was clear that a lot of effort had gone into the preparations. To go to such lengths for us, I realized that I was more loved by everyone than I had thought. It was a world apart from my days as a noble. I could feel my eyes getting a bit teary. Then, Zechs gently patted my head. His affectionate gesture surprisingly brought me a sense of calm. Come on, let's go. Okay. Since it was a party, there was no time for tears. I was determined to enjoy myself to the fullest. With the adventurers hosting the party, it was an absolute blast. Laughter echoed everywhere, and although there were occasional scuffles overall, I would say it was a success. Well, it did feel like the guest of honor was somewhat sidelined, but that casualness is just part of being an adventurer. While I watched Zechs, who had been whisked away by many female adventurers and was now surrounded by them, I sipped my fruit juice. Then one person plopped down next to me with a thud. Ooh, are you feeling jealous? The person who joined me with a somewhat mischievous smile was Riot, a mage from the Crimson Rose, who took care of support in our group. As her current statement suggested, she had a straightforward personality. However, that was part of her charm, and many people found solace in her, myself included. Given her nature, I figured she was here to tease me, but unfortunately for her, her expectations wouldn't be met. I shrugged. That's not it. It was a matter beyond jealousy. At first glance, it might seem that Zechs was being pursued by numerous women, but the reality was quite different. Rather than being popular, he was being cornered. After going to the royal capital, I realized that I seemed to attract quite a bit of attention myself. It appeared I had a charm that drew people in, regardless of gender. I didn't feel it too strongly myself, but I had been approached often enough to understand that much. So, why hadn't the same situation occurred in Foranada? The reason was quite simple. The women surrounding Zechs were secretly claiming to be my bodyguards, eliminating any unscrupulous characters who tried to approach me. They were so skilled at not letting their presence be noticed that I thought they could rival spies. I wanted to recommend they change careers. At this point, it should be clear. Zechs was bearing the brunt of their jealousy. From their perspective, he had somehow taken me away from them. Even now, Zechs wore a dry smile as he dealt with them. Good luck. Aren't you going to help him? In response to Riot's question, I simply replied, it's not necessary. Zechs is strong. If you say so, then it must be true. People are often not what they seem. That was one of Riot's good traits. If it was the word of someone she trusted, she would instantly accept it, no matter how unconventional it might be. That's why everyone admired her. After a brief pause, Riot asked again, I thought you and Sis would end up together, so I was surprised to see you in such a close relationship with the Lord. What was the deciding factor? Does age really matter? Currently, Sis's true identity remained a secret, so I had somewhat expected this question to come up. After all, it's a common trope for a life-saving benefactor to develop a romantic relationship. In reality, that very trope was playing out, but I felt guilty for not being able to speak openly about it. For now, I went with the line I had decided on beforehand. It's a secret. No way, that's not fair. Riot persisted with her inquiries, but I managed to keep the secret intact. That was close. I really hoped she wouldn't take such trivial matters too seriously. After sitting back down and taking a sip of my drink, Riot once again asked a question. You'll answer this one, right? How far have you two gone? I was curious why she thought I would answer. With a sigh, I replied, nothing. We're still just engaged. I certainly wanted to take things further, but Zechs had his own missions to fulfill. I wanted to avoid being a distraction to him at all costs. Besides, we sometimes went on dates together, so I was perfectly satisfied with that for now. Upon hearing my response, Riot tilted her head. Engaged? Isn't engaged one term too many? If being engaged means promising to marry, then I'm the one who has made a reservation for engagement. So I'm the engaged person. As I relayed the explanation I had previously shared with Zechs, Ryot blinked in surprise. Then, she let out an incredulous sound. Wait, you two aren't officially engaged yet. Yeah, but we're getting married after graduation. Doesn't that still count as being engaged? I've made a reservation for engagement. Hi. I had explained it logically, yet for some reason, Ryot wore a puzzled expression. I wondered what was bothering her. After a moment of pondering with her arms crossed, she shifted her mood with a casual, well, whatever. Anyway, I get that there hasn't been enough development to tease you about it. But still, there's got to be something going on. You're going on dates, right? At least that much. While many of our outings weren't officially labeled as dates, Zechs made time to be with me despite his busy schedule. I felt a bit guilty about taking up his time, but I was genuinely happy to feel cherished. Besides, he was always considerate of me. Whether it was shopping, dining, having tea, or adventuring together, I could go on and on about all the wonderful things he did. Since Ryot was interested, I decided to share some of Zechs's amazing qualities. To be honest, I hadn't had the chance to talk about him much, as I usually only interacted with people who already liked him. So I grabbed Ryot's arms to keep her from escaping and began to share stories about my beloved. She struggled a bit, trying to leave, but I wasn't about to let her go. In the end, the party wrapped up before I could share everything, and I only managed to get about 60% of my thoughts out, which was a bit disappointing. But overall, I was satisfied. I might not have talked this much in a long time. It turned out to be unexpectedly fun, so I thought I'd share my experiences with someone else next time the opportunity arose. Short stories, episode, atonement, remorse, and love. A few days had passed since the witch hunt in the Forest Kingdom. There hadn't been any public uproar, but things were quite busy among the upper ranks of the nation. There were 3 main points of interest for me. First, the king of the Forest Kingdom had been replaced. The details were kept under wraps, but apparently the former king was unable to carry out his duties due to a mental breakdown. Next, the border between the Forest Kingdom and the Empire had become tense. News of the capital's partial destruction had leaked out. When I'd launched my assault, I'd put up a barrier, but after my retreat, I left things as they were. With no one knowing the cause, word must have spread about the city being half in ruins. The Empire wouldn't pass up the chance to take advantage, while the nation's central command was paralyzed. However, aside from the capital, there was no damage to the rest of the Forest Kingdom. They still maintained forces along the border, so the situation remained in a stalemate. I doubt it'll escalate further. In the end, Foranada remains unaffected. In fact, with the Forest Kingdom now busy stabilizing internally and responding to the Empire, they won't have time to meddle with us. The situation has actually improved. It was worth taking steps to avoid excessive fallout. Finally, there's the domestic matter. Punishment was decided for the Sawade family, whose case had been on hold. The penalty includes execution for all family members within 2 degrees of relation to the head, except for Shin, and confiscation of their assets. Their charges are unjustified use of force against other families and treason. The first charge is one thing, but the treason charge stems from the reason why the next head candidates suddenly tried to invade Foranada. An investigation revealed that they had been incited into this reckless behavior by spies from the Forest Kingdom. To think that they were manipulated by agents of another nation, it's beyond disgraceful. Normally, the entire family would be executed, but doing so would weaken the Holy Royal Family's shadow network, causing unnecessary hardship for the next Weemlay. To avoid that, Weemlay and I worked behind the scenes to limit the punishment. On the bright side, this allowed me to gain some favor with the branch family members who will take over the Sawade family. After spending a few chaotic days dealing with these matters, I headed to a specialized hospital in the royal capital. I wasn't here for anything concerning myself. I was visiting a certain person to check on their condition and update them on recent events. I proceeded through the peculiar building, a blend of cleanliness and solemnity, and arrived at the room at the far end. 2 female knights stood guard outside the door, and upon recognizing me, they saluted. Returning the gesture with a slight nod, I asked, "May I enter?" "Yes, we have been briefed by His Highness, the First Prince, Please go on in." One of the knights opened the door with a formal demeanor, and I stepped inside without hesitation. The door shut firmly behind me a few seconds after I'd entered, and it wouldn't open again until I gave the word. Now, it's just the two of us. I scanned the room. It looked almost identical to how it had been when I'd come here a few days earlier for her treatment. The plain white interior was unremarkable, save for the large bed in the center. But one thing had changed since my last visit. The patient who had previously been sleeping was now sitting up in bed. She had regained consciousness, which is why I'd made a point to come. "How are you feeling, Laurel?" Yes, the patient isolated in this hospital room is Laurel. After falling into a deep sleep from the backlash of the curse, she was rushed here for emergency care. Seeing me, she blinked in confusion, her expression blank. "Zechs, why am I?" She couldn't finish her sentence. Having only just woken up, she was probably still piecing things together. But I knew what she wanted to ask. It could only be, why had she woken up? I'd told her before that harmony couldn't cure the aftereffects of a curse. That was true, but there were two important details I left out. First, while harmony couldn't treat it, the aftereffects of a curse could be healed with other types of magic. It'd take time and effort, but I could have done it myself. Second, with light magic, all effects of the curse could be dispelled in an instant. In other words, the idea of Laurel falling into eternal slumber was never real. The reason I didn't heal her immediately was because I had to prioritize the Forest Kingdom affair. But oh, those feelings I had back then were real. I didn't want her to end things that way, and I was furious with the Forest Kingdom for pushing her to such despair. There was no falsity in that. So, the one who actually healed Laurel this time was. Karen took care of it. Light magic is the perfect remedy for curses. See, Caroline-san did. Truthfully, I'd wanted to handle her treatment myself, but after what happened with Marina, it wasn't feasible. My method for treatment would take considerable time to eliminate all side effects. If, during that time, Laurel began absorbing my mana, her mana density would have increased too much. For someone like her, who struggled with magic to begin with, the burden of high mana density would be far too great. Plus, given her status as a criminal who defected to an enemy nation, equipping her with high-density mana was something to avoid. So my hands were tied when it came to treating her. Honestly, it's exasperating. The whole point of this operation was to handle it without alerting Karen and the others, but Laurel's involvement threw that plan out the window. In the end, I had to explain everything to them. Laurel still looked dazed, but I didn't have the luxury to wait for her to process it all. She seemed to be listening at least, so I went on. "Laurel Loris Loria, you're under suspicion of high treason. More accurately, it's almost certain. If proceedings go as expected, you'll likely be sentenced to death." She didn't respond, but her expression spoke volumes. She furrowed her brows sadly, but her eyes held a look of quiet resolve. She'd already prepared herself for death when she accepted the curse's backlash. Suppressing a sigh, I continued, however. "At the suggestion of His Highness, First Prince Weemley, if you agree to undertake a certain mission, your death sentence will be revoked." What? Laurel leaned forward in astonishment, clearly caught off guard by this turn of events. Of course, it was no ordinary situation, being charged with high treason yet given a chance to avoid death. What kind of job would that be?" she asked, her voice trembling. It seemed she knew that, given the Holy Royal family's proposal, there was only one choice here. She looked at me, half expecting an impossible demand. There was no need for that much fear, though calling it a difficult task wouldn't be inaccurate. "You'll dedicate yourself entirely to the study of curses at a government research facility." Study curses. Laurel's mouth dropped open in surprise. It was clearly an area she hadn't anticipated. Until a few days ago, neither had I apparently. Laurel has the potential of a witch. This came to light when Karen treated her. According to Karen, Laurel's body has an exceptionally high affinity with curses. It was thanks to this affinity that she'd been able to withstand the backlash of the curse until our conversation was over. Of course, just having a high affinity wouldn't have been enough to save her life, but in this case, multiple people petitioned for her. Karen and the others had vouched, saying, "If given a chance, Laurel will prove her loyalty to the kingdom." The Saint of Sunlight, the eldest daughter of the Loramber Duke family, an adventurer with the rank A title. Their voices carried enough influence not to be ignored. And after a flurry of conflicting motives, someone finally decreed, as long as Count Foranada oversees her, it shouldn't be an issue, and that decided her sentence. Quite the burden to bear. Though honestly, I also believed she deserved a chance at redemption, and I wanted to honor Karen's wish. Still, I had more than a few choice words for the nobles shirking responsibility. In any case, you'll be under constant surveillance, with restrictions on your magic use. For now, you've escaped death. However, if you fail to produce any results within a certain timeframe, the offer may be revoked. I finished explaining, including some of the more delicate details. I see. That was all Laurel said in response. At some point, she'd lowered her gaze and was gripping the bed sheets tightly. Perhaps it was best not to press further. I stood up quickly and said, one last message from Karen. Let's play magical piece again sometime. With that, I turned and left her room. On my way out, I thought I heard the sound of someone crying behind me, but it was probably just my imagination. As a side note, when I returned home, I was scolded by Karen and the others. They said, "We want you to rely on us more. We're not children anymore." It seemed that by keeping them completely in the dark until the last moment, I had caused them quite a bit of worry. They were right. Perhaps I had been overly protective this time. If I had shared even a little information, I might have been able to prevent Laurel's reckless actions. As they pointed out, they have grown as well. I realized that I need to believe in their strength more than anyone else. I had always valued the bonds with those around me because I thought that one person alone couldn't overturn the fate of death. Yet here I am, failing to uphold that principle. I need to reflect on this properly. I am far from perfect. However, I genuinely feel grateful to have people around me who care enough to get upset. Interlude Karen, the aftermath of the Magical Peace Club. The tumultuous month of July has come to an end, and August has arrived. Last month was truly filled with shock after shock. The arrest of Laurel-san and the uproar involving the Forest Kingdom came as a bolt from the blue. Even though there was some connection to it, we, and I, were completely left out of the loop. I understand that Oni-sama's actions were out of love, but I felt it necessary to express my concerns this time. I wish he would rely on us a little more and not treat us like children. Knowing Oni-sama, he probably won't reveal everything to us. However, I believe we can avoid a situation where he shares nothing at all. After all, my esteemed Oni-sama has that kind of character. Now, we find ourselves at the center of the story. Despite the fact that the Magical Peace Club has been confirmed to continue its existence, the club president has been arrested for the serious crime of treason. Under normal circumstances, the club would have been disbanded without question. As you might guess from my wording, we managed to avoid a forced disbandment. This was due to Laurel-san receiving special treatment, which means that the details of the treason charge cannot be made public. After all, the existence of a special case allowing the survival of a traitor cannot be known outside. As long as the crime remains undisclosed, no punishment can be given. Therefore, our club has remained unaffected. I'm glad that our collective efforts have borne fruit. However, a new problem has emerged. Rather than just a problem, I should say I have personally found myself in a troublesome situation. Somehow, I have been appointed as the new club president. While I understood that someone had to take on the role after Laurel-san left the academy, I never expected it would fall to me. Apparently, it was Laurel-san's nomination. The reason behind this choice is a mystery. Oni-sama has advised me, "We'll support you, so why not give it a try?" For now, I think I'll do my best. It's not that I'm completely opposed to it. I've had some free time since enrolling after all. With that in mind, I decided to take action as the new president. Today, I would like to introduce our new members. In our modest club room, with everyone gathered except for Oni-sama, I opened my mouth to speak. Following my lead, the two new members introduced themselves. "I'm Dan Bailid Magura, nice to meet you. I'm Miria Hazatito Kikusu, nice to meet you." The new members are Dan and Miria, friends of mine and Orca's. That said, it's mostly familiar faces here, right? I think only you over there are meeting us for the first time. Nice to meet you. Yes, I'm Eureka, nice to meet you. You're too stiff. We're commoners too, so feel free to be casual with us. Exactly. We're friends with Karen, but we're pure commoners, so don't worry. Okay. Utilizing their friendly nature, Dan and Miria are already chatting with Eureka, who seems a bit overwhelmed. But that's typical, so they'll likely become friends in no time. Suddenly, I noticed Minerva had moved next to me and sighed, speaking with a hint of melancholy. It seems like it's going to get noisy. She wore an expression of some unease. For Minerva, a duke's daughter, someone like Dan might be difficult to deal with. It's as if they would clash like water and oil. That said, it seems they both understand this and are maintaining an appropriate distance. There's no need for concern. Honestly, if there's such an interesting club, you should have called us sooner. Right, I'm sure we could have helped in matches against top clubs. Dan and Miria suddenly voiced their complaints. They're right. Had they joined earlier, they would surely have made a mark in the matches against top clubs. I had intended to train them to reach that level of skill. However, there's a clear problem preventing this from happening. Don't be ridiculous. If you too joined the Magical Peace Club, you'd neglect your studies and just play around. If that happened before finals, you'd definitely fail the class. Hey. At Orca's remark, Dan and Miria seemed at a loss for words. It's true. While both of them possess skills second only to ours, their academic performance is dismal. Thanks to Orca's help with their studies, they barely managed to avoid failing the recent midterm exam. If the academy hadn't emphasized practical skills, their standing in Class A would have been in jeopardy. Given these circumstances, I had previously put off recruiting Dan and Miria. After all, it would be problematic for us if their grades suffered. So why bring them in now? Surprisingly, it was Orca's suggestion. From now on, we'll set aside time for studying either before or after club activities. Don't run away, you two. Wait. Dan and Miria screamed in response to Orca's cheerful announcement. Well, that's how it is. Orca seems to have determined that it would be easier to manage them as part of the same club than to deal with their last-minute pleas for help. I feel a bit sorry for them, but it's really their own doing, so it can't be helped. Studying is about building up knowledge over time, after all. With the addition of new members, the newly reformed Magical Peace Club is ready to embark on its journey. Thanks to our recent victory against a top club in the mock battle, we will now have access to better facilities, allowing us to engage in even more vigorous activities. I strongly desire to make this club something we can proudly showcase to Laurel-san, who has given up on her dreams. Interlude, Orca Saint 2. The timeline is around training and sometimes pursuit. By the way, Zechs is also aware of this incident. Orca, along with Minerva-chan, decided to engage in self-training, while Zechs and the others were busy preparing for their match against the top club. This was more of Minerva-chan's idea. I was mostly there to accompany her. Also, our servant Tyria is with us. Thank you for your hard work. Though we called it self-training, the first place we visited was the Academy's library. Apparently, Minerva-chan wanted to review some literature. I suspect she's planning to rework her magic. It seems she's serious about her training. I had an inkling about this, but lately, Minerva-chan has been acting somewhat anxious. Perhaps it's better described as her being hungry for improvement. She's been diligently practicing her magical control and is now digging through materials to reassess her magic. She's putting in a tremendous amount of effort. To be fair, she has always been earnest about magic. However, I feel like her intensity has increased since she entered the academy. I'm only watching over her since it doesn't seem to be going in a bad direction, but I am a little worried. Well, since Zechs isn't doing anything either, maybe I'm just overthinking it. That guy is observant and will surely take care of us, especially since we're his fiancés. I want to examine the materials on synthesis magic. Could you help me look for related books? Got it. You want me to focus on advanced level ones, right? Yes, please. I'll help too. As soon as we arrived at the library, Minerva-chan made her request. Tyria and I nodded in agreement and headed toward the pile of books. The Academy Library is quite large. While it may not rival a national library, it boasts one of the largest collections among places open to commoners. I believe it has over 900,000 volumes right now. Finding all the relevant books from such a vast collection is no easy task. While a map is provided, making it easy to locate the books, it becomes unmanageable to carry that many alone. Even with 3 of us, we would need to make multiple trips. My concerns were confirmed, and in the end, we gathered nearly 50 books. Even then, I had carefully selected them. If I hadn't learned physical enhancement, my arms would have been sore by now. Thank you for your help. I'll focus on reading, so you're free to do as you like for the rest of the time. Oh, really? Then maybe I'll read something too. Since I had the opportunity, I wanted to immerse myself in a book as well. With so many available, there must be something that piques my interest. As I made my way toward the bookshelf with a bit of bounce in my step, wait, before that, Tyria, stay with Minerva-chan. Understood. I instructed Tyria, who seemed uncertain about whom to accompany. I doubt any trouble will arise, but Minerva-chan is more vulnerable when she's focused on her reading. All right then. With that settled, I'm off to seek out an interesting book. There are just too many to choose from. It's making it harder to decide. Standing in front of the numerous bookshelves, I crossed my arms and groaned. It had been over an hour since I set out with enthusiasm, yet I still hadn't selected a book to read. With so many options, my gaze kept wandering. I could read them one by one, but I struggled even to decide the order in which to tackle them. There were only so many books I could get through in one day. That said, if I continued like this, I wouldn't end up reading a single book before time ran out. That would defeat the purpose entirely. Oh, it's you. Just as I was groaning again, I heard a female voice. This was unexpected. I sensed someone approaching, but didn't think they would actually speak to me. I turned to face the source of the voice, revealing a woman with golden hair and olive green eyes, the current saintess. It's Sarah, right? I racked my brain to recall her name. Though she was my classmate, we hadn't interacted much, so it took a moment to jog my memory. I hoped I hadn't made her uncomfortable. Yes, I am Sarah Eisenhorite. Though still inexperienced, I have been appointed as the saintess. You are Orca, correct? Sarah smiled as she introduced herself. Good, it seemed I hadn't offended her. Relieved, I returned the introduction. I'm Orca Falgada ga San Foranada. We're in the same class, but this is our first time talking like this. According to the laws of the Holy Kingdom, saintesses are guaranteed treatment befitting nobles. I had stumbled over my words due to the surprise, but I needed to maintain my manners. However, it seemed this wasn't what Sarah desired. She furrowed her brow slightly. If possible, please speak to me in your usual casual tone. I'm a commoner, so being treated with such formality by nobles makes me nervous. And since we're classmates, I'd prefer if you interacted with me more casually. Understood, if that's what you wish, Sarah. I shrugged in response. After all, I couldn't ignore her request. This wasn't a formal social setting, and such strict etiquette wasn't necessary here. So, do you need something from me? You called out to me, right? Sarah's eyes widened at my question. Since she had approached me despite our lack of interaction, I assumed she had some reason for doing so. Was I mistaken? As I pondered this in my mind, she frantically waved her hands. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't that I needed anything. I just happened to see a familiar face and called out without thinking. Oh, I see. Hearing her explanation, I finally understood. She seemed to be a person similar to me, someone who doesn't shy away from others, able to deepen friendships with just about anyone. It might not be a complete description, but it was enough for me. Was that a bother? No, not at all. It doesn't bother me. I replied immediately to Sarah's anxious question. I had no hesitation about deepening friendships with others. In fact, I appreciated her proactive approach in reaching out. I was just trying to choose a book to pass the time. Although, it was becoming more of a time sink trying to decide which one to read, I said with a wry smile, and she returned it with one of her own. That's certainly the case. With so many books here, it's even more challenging to decide, she agreed. Exactly. If you have a specific goal, it's no problem, but when you're just trying to pick something at random, it's tough to make a decision. Yes, before you know it, the sun will have set, she replied. Right, that's precisely what's about to happen. For some reason, Sarah was easy to talk to. Perhaps it was our conversational rhythm, but I found myself relaxing and chatting with her rather than focusing on choosing a book. After enjoying our light-hearted banter for a while, I suddenly heard Minerva's voice from behind me. So this is where you've been. I turned around to see Minerva and Tyria standing together, both wearing expressions of exasperation. I tilted my head in confusion. Aren't you supposed to be researching? Yes, I'm finished, Minerva replied, That was quick. What are you talking about? The sun has already set, she pointed out. Wait, what? I hurriedly checked my magic communication device in my pocket, which also had a clock function. W8, you're right. It seemed I had been chatting with Sarah for about 4 hours. I couldn't hide my astonishment. It appeared that Sarah and I had a great rapport. I would need to be cautious next time we had an opportunity to talk again. Oh my. While I was in shock, Minerva seemed to notice Sarah's presence. Perhaps intrigued by our unexpected combination, her eyes widened slightly. I understood how she felt. It was surprising. However, her moment of surprise was brief, and she quickly took a respectful posture. It seems the Saintess is here as well. I am Minerva Oleni U. Kali Laurelumbar. Though we are classmates, I suppose it's more appropriate to say, nice to meet you for the first time. Oh yes, nice to meet you. I'm Sarah Isent Horate. Please don't be so formal, it makes me nervous. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. As expected of a noble daughter, Minerva performed the greeting flawlessly. Meanwhile, Sarah looked flustered. Minerva, having easily accepted Sarah's request, turned her gaze back to me, giving me a slightly narrowed look. So, what were you two doing? Were you trying to flirt? And no, it was just a casual conversation. For hours. When you put it that way. I initiated the conversation. So, it was reverse flirting. Sarah, who had tried to defend me, was swiftly taken down by Minerva's strong comeback. She was too sharp, and judging by the way she interacted with Sarah, it seemed like they also had good chemistry. Minerva was sharper with her words than usual. As we stumbled over our words, Minerva let out a sigh. It's late, so it's time to go home. The Saintess should return to the dorms too. You have a curfew, don't you? Oh right, I'm sorry. I'll head back now, Sarah said, her face pale as she hurried away. The penalties for breaking curfew must be severe. After watching her leave, Minerva turned to me with a question. Are you interested in the Saintess? What do you mean by that? I sensed an ominous feeling from her peculiar phrasing, so I shot the question back at her. She shrugged. I mean in a romantic way. Just as I suspected, I sighed. I'm not feeling that way. I enjoy our conversations, and I feel a sense of comfort being around her, but I think it's more friendship. It was true that I felt comfortable during my time with Sarah. It was a strange feeling, but I couldn't help but accept it as part of who the Saintess was. Still, there was something slightly lacking. Maybe it was because I knew a sense of comfort that surpassed what I felt for her. There was that person, with their broad back and overwhelming sense of security that could not be matched. So, I couldn't quite picture Sarah as a romantic partner. I thought she was a wonderful woman, though. I see. Minerva responded to my answer with a short reply. She was putting on a disinterested air, but after living together for a while, I could tell she was relieved. No matter what, Minerva always looked out for everyone around her, and that was something I found endearing. All right, let's head home. Right. Despite the unexpected interactions, we returned home safely to the family waiting for us, including my brother Zechs. Interlude, Louise Hero's evaluation. In the private chambers of the first princess, Princess Arianorth, located within the royal castle, the decor maintained a lavishness befitting royalty, yet exuded a sense of simplicity and fortitude. Alongside her sat a subordinate, Louise. Princess Arianorth was seated on a large sofa with her eyes closed, while Louise prepared tea. The tea is ready, Louise announced. As she placed the cup filled with black tea before her, Princess Arianorth opened her eyes. Thank you. As always, I feel guilty for having you serve me. It's unbecoming of a knight. Not at all. If it's your command, this is a simple task, Louise replied. Opportunities for Princess Arianorth to reveal her true self were rare. As part of her political strategies to protect the kingdom, she constantly maintained a facade. Even someone as extraordinary as Princess Arianorth would surely grow weary from perpetually acting. Therefore, in the privacy of her chambers, I hoped she could relax, even if just for a moment, when only I was present. There was no way to allow any servants inside, except for tea service. I'm glad to hear that, she said, seemingly understanding that Louise's words came from the heart. She nodded simply without pressing the matter further. For a while, the princess sipped her tea, lost in thought. The only sound that filled the room was the soft clinking of the cup. Indeed, it can only be considered this way, she suddenly said. Her spoken thoughts were a sign that she was summing up her final reflections. It was also a cue for Louise to offer her agreement, as discussing things in a dialogue seemed to help her organize her thoughts. "What seems to be the matter?" Louise asked. Princess Arianorth set her cup down and turned her gaze toward her. "Given the circumstances, it seems I have been thrust into the role of the hero by Foranada's manipulation." "Thrust into the role of a hero, you say?" Louise couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. Recently, a new student council was established, with Princess Arianorth as its president. Naturally, personnel changes occurred, during which they sought out heroes and saintesses. Regardless of their abilities, they held significant influence as figureheads, so having them on board was beneficial. As a result, while the saintess declined, a hero and a beastman girl joined the council as an added bonus. As expected, the administrative capabilities expected of them were lacking, but they had proven quite useful, which was what we had anticipated. Considering the recent developments, it didn't seem plausible for Foranada to have intervened, nor did the phrase, "thrust upon me," seem appropriate. I was curious about how she had come to such a conclusion. Of course, I understood that her wisdom was unmatched, and if she believed it to be true, then it must be. Princess Arianorth began to elaborate clearly. "Let me explain why I deduced that I was influenced by Foranada. As a premise, our invitation to join was not influenced by anyone else's will." "Of course," Louise affirmed. "The invitations were crafted by Princess Arianorth herself, and she was not someone easily swayed by common manipulations. However, the hero differs from us. They likely had no intention of joining the student council from the start. I've received reports that during the initial recruitment, they weren't particularly keen." "Yes, I've heard the same. They said they were too busy with training to join." "Are you suggesting that Foranada manipulated the hero into wanting to join the student council?" I had thought it was simply a case of them reconsidering over time, but if Princess Arianorth was correct, it was indeed a shocking fact. After all, I had experienced their stubbornness far too often in this short time. They were not the type to change their minds with a few clever words. While I have no definitive proof, and I find it hard to believe, I am nearly certain that it is the case. I cannot imagine those two muscle-bound heroes deciding to join the student council without some coaxing. "That certainly does seem plausible," Louise acknowledged. Louise had no choice but to nod at Princess Arianorth's words. The hero and the beastman girl, was her name Rena, were both advocates of brute force. Whenever faced with a problem, they immediately considered violent resolution as their first option. It was almost as if their brains were packed with muscle. Although Louise couldn't criticize others, the hero's case was particularly extreme. "Next, regarding the phrase, 'thrust upon me,' let me ask, how do you evaluate the heroes?" Princess Arianorth inquired. "They fall short in administrative skills. While they presumably possess adequate academic abilities, they don't seem to be utilizing them effectively. As for their combat prowess, it's somewhat decent. Both have promising magical talent, but they are still in their developmental stages. Their swordsmanship is also mediocre. Considering all this, I would assess them as capable but not exceptional, and clumsy in applying their abilities. As soldiers, they were competent enough. They could carry out commands with diligence. However, they were not suited for leadership positions. They would be limited to the role of a squad leader at best." After hearing Louise's opinion, Princess Arianorth nodded thoughtfully. "I see. That perspective is very much in line with what I would expect from you, Louise. You are correct. Neither the hero nor the beastman girl have the qualities to lead. However, in terms of their latent potential, I believe both of them will surpass the previous sword saint. If that happens, their title as heroes will compel them to take on leadership roles, whether they are suited for it or not. That is," Louise couldn't deny it. Despite their lack of adaptability, if they improved their base skills, they would inevitably grow stronger. Considering their high potential, Princess Arianorth's assessment was indeed realistic. Furthermore, she continued, "The heroes possess a unique worldview. If left unchecked, I fear it could lead to the collapse of the Holy Kingdom. I acknowledge that their thoughts can be dangerous, but is it really to the point of national collapse? Let me clarify that this is merely my intuition. And don't forget the caveat regarding leaving things as they are." She subtly hinted that Louise should refrain from any drastic measures. While the hero was protected by law, Rena was not bound by any constraints. Still, if Princess Arianorth deemed it necessary to exercise caution, Louise would comply. That being said, is that why you feel they were thrust upon you? Finally, everything clicked into place. The heroes were undoubtedly a type of person who could be described as difficult to handle. They possessed immense talent, yet lacked a solid foundation, making them exceptional fools. Yet, because their unpredictability posed risks, it was necessary to keep an eye on them. In the future, if they grew emotionally, their management might change, but until then, Louise would have to care for them. If Foranada had indeed influenced this situation, it was quite the convenient way to unload a troublesome responsibility. At that moment, Princess Arianorth let out a rare sigh. Perhaps they concluded that I would be able to control them. Their assumption is correct. Those types are relatively easy for me to manage. Given their abilities, they can contribute to the nation's interests, so I can't simply dismiss them. However, Princess Arianorth paused, a smile spreading across her face. It was a chilling, icy smile that sent shivers down one's spine, a look she wore when she found something genuinely entertaining. This, thrusting upon me, could not have occurred without an understanding of my abilities and character. Most likely, this plan was devised by Zechs. Oh, how intriguing! While playing chess against him, I didn't sense an intellect capable of outsmarting me. Louise found herself equally curious about that. During the recent chess game, it had seemed that Foranada had been in Princess Arianorth's palm from the very beginning. There hadn't been any signs of him putting on an act. In terms of intellect, Princess Arianorth had undoubtedly triumphed. Yet, in reality, Foranada often seemed to take the lead. Louise had considered the difference might be due to the disparity in their operational forces, but that alone did not explain the gap. Zechs is truly a fascinating individual, Princess Arianorth said, laughing softly. What emotions lay behind that smile? Even Louise couldn't fathom the depths of it. Interlude. Akatsuki no limit. Ha. The two roars echoed through the air. One was me, Akatsuki, the apostle of the gods. I charged my fist with all the magic power I could muster and unleashed a powerful straight punch. The other was my disciple, Zechs. He synchronized his movements and threw a punch of his own. When our attacks collided, the air exploded, sending a shockwave radiating outwards. The magic power contained in our fists unleashed a devastating force that split the ground, the sky, and the very fabric of space around us. Is the alternate world not going to hold up any longer? This was initiated by Zechs, but it just didn't seem sturdy enough to withstand our full power. As I slightly eased my strength, a shocking turn of events awaited me. What? In contrast to my limited power, Zechs cranked up his output. I was left stunned. Hey, if you increase your output beyond this point, it'll not only break the alternate world, but also have a significant impact on the real world. Are you serious? I questioned Zechs' sanity, but he didn't let up. His eyes were filled with determination as he stared at me. It seemed he intended to push through like this. But wait, something felt off. While I was mulling this over, I could feel the pressure of his power increasing to the point where I might be blown away, yet there wasn't any noticeable damage to the world around us. The space was tearing slightly, but it wasn't collapsing. As I contemplated this, it suddenly dawned on me. Could it be that he? Oh no. But just as I reached that conclusion, I was sent flying far away by Zechs' attack. The night sky, filled with countless stars, faintly illuminated the dark grassland where I lay sprawled out. Ha! Normally, one would feel rejuvenated by the beauty of nature, but at this moment, that was impossible. I had just lost a mock battle. Lately, I had been on a losing streak. While Zechs' tactics had certainly become more sophisticated, today I finally realized the fundamental difference between us. I turned to Zechs, who was sitting beside me, and asked, "Are you somehow keeping your attacks from affecting the outside world even when you're at full power?" The conclusion of today's match wouldn't make sense otherwise. The idea that no matter how much power you unleash, it only impacts the target seemed utterly foolish. But then again, for beings like us, breaking the rules often becomes the norm. Zechs replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Seriously, I was shocked not just by his ability to prevent collateral damage, but also by his nonchalant attitude about it. Was his brain a few screws loose? Seeing my astonished expression, he shrugged. From the start, I planned to adjust it this way. In manga or stories, there are plenty of scenarios where power inflation makes it impossible to go all out. Originally, I've been training to protect Karen, so causing damage to the surroundings would be counterproductive. I get that, but even so, I still thought it was insane to achieve that. It was like trying to recover stamina while sprinting at full speed. It was a paradoxical task to accomplish at the same time. I had felt this way before, but Zechs' concept of strength was pretty warped. To him, strong probably equated to making the impossible possible. Even a divine apostle has strengths and weaknesses. With a mix of exasperation and curiosity, I decided to ask him another question. So that magic power concealment is also necessary for protecting your sister, huh? You caught on, huh? It's hard not to notice. How do you manage to hide the fact that you have more magic power than me? I can't feel any of it. Right after the mock battle, I had noticed that I couldn't sense Zechs' magic power at all. Initially, I thought I was just too disoriented from losing so much, but it turned out to be something he'd set up. Even after expending magic during battle, hiding enough power to make it seem like he had none at all was nothing short of monstrous. While I was grappling with a complex mix of admiration and disbelief, Zechs spoke on, seemingly unfazed. Recently, some enemies have started using teleportation and mind manipulation techniques that I thought were exclusive to me. So, I anticipated that some might learn magic detection and started practicing magic concealment. If I can fool not just the Spirit King but also Akatsuki, that would be perfect. You really don't need to worry. I mean well. Is this really just ambition I'm witnessing in Zechs? Sure, I develop magic too, but his direction feels utterly off the rails. I mean, most people would be satisfied just being able to defeat a divine apostle, right? He's already the strongest in the world. There's no need to get any stronger than that. Zechs' potential seemed limitless. Thanks to that, my own authority as a teacher was practically non-existent. Wasn't it always non-existent? Not funny. Well, at least it looked like I wouldn't have to worry about a worst-case scenario. I hoped he would continue to grow cautiously at this rate. Still, I was tired of always losing, so maybe it was time for me to train again. Next time I'll win. Interlude, Noma partner. Noma was feeling anxious. It wasn't anything particularly serious, just a common worry about my position. The reason for my concern stemmed from the recent provocation against the Forest Kingdom. It was quite extreme, to say the least. Due to that incident, my master had triumphed over the Spirit King. While that was nothing surprising and certainly something to celebrate, it also brought about unnecessary complications. What happened was that spirits, impressed by my master's strength, had started to trickle into the Holy Kingdom. At the time, my master was in disguise, so for now they didn't seem to have pinpointed Foranada, but it was only a matter of time. It wouldn't be difficult to discover that the adventurer named Sis was based in Foranada. So why was I anxious about other spirits visiting? I worried that I might lose my position. To be honest, I wasn't that strong. I possessed only average abilities for a spirit. While I took pride in being a talented chef and having an edge in production-type magic, there were certainly others who were stronger. Thus, the possibility of a newcomer taking my position was quite high. Initially, I had been assigned work that was terrifyingly difficult under a scary boss, and I had thought about running away. But now it was different. That overwhelming busyness lasted only for a year, and afterward, I had more time to indulge in my hobbies. I had the environment to learn high-level cooking. Training Caroline and the others wasn't too bad either. Developing various magical tools with my master was enjoyable enough to be considered a new hobby. In short, I was very fond of my current life. I strongly wished to hold on to it. That's why I was troubled, thinking I needed to do something about it. What's wrong, Noma? Suddenly, my master called out to me, bringing me back to reality. We were in the workshop used for developing magical tools. It was a rather cluttered room, scattered with materials from the magical beasts my master had collected and the ores I had created. I was sitting in the center while my master was looking at me with a puzzled expression. That's right. I had been invited by my master to develop a new magical tool. I believe we were supposed to come up with new rules related to the magical steed, Magepiece. What was I doing? letting my thoughts wander while my master was right in front of me. I must have let my guard down a bit. I lightly shook my head and responded to my master. "It's nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment." "Is that so? If something's bothering you, feel free to tell me. I'm here to listen. There's no need to worry so much." My master offered me a generous suggestion, but I shook my head to decline. I realized this after forming a contract with my master, but he really cares deeply for his subordinates. Perhaps he doesn't even see us as subordinates at all. Judging by how he treats us, he probably thinks of us as at least his colleagues. Personally, I found this favorable. I felt that it was precisely because of this kind of master that everyone wanted to stay close. However, I was also concerned. From what I had heard, nobles tended to be the complete opposite of my master's character. I worried whether his heart would remain unbroken, exposed to such a position. Well, right now, it wasn't a situation where I could worry about others. I was doing my best just to look after myself. Demonstrating my usefulness was the priority, but all I could really boast about was my ability to cook with magic. That wouldn't be of much use to anyone. As I clanged around with my work, I allowed my thoughts to wander. Since I was in a part of the process that could flow without issue, I had the mental space to think. However, no matter how much I thought, I couldn't find an answer. In the end, it only exposed my own shortcomings. After a while of internally groaning, my master suddenly spoke up. "Noma, there's no need to overthink things." "What do you mean?" His words were so timely that I stumbled momentarily over my response. Could he have read my thoughts? No, even my master, who wielded mental magic, shouldn't be able to see into the heart of a spirit. First and foremost, he wasn't the type to peek into his allies' innermost thoughts without permission. I probably had a rather amusing expression on my face. In response, my master let out a wry smile. "There's no need to be so dazed. Recently, everyone has been worried about you not being yourself. If you have even a little time to think, it's easy to guess what you're going through. Does this mean that I was called here because? As you might have guessed, it's to discuss things with you." It seemed I had been in the palm of my master's hand from the very beginning. I see, so I had worried others as well. Indeed, ever since the incident with the Forest Kingdom, I had been troubled continuously. There had likely been many moments when I had been absent-minded. I let out a small sigh. Isn't this a bit roundabout, my master? I thought it would have been fine for him to cut to the chase a bit more. I felt embarrassed for having kept quiet while he was being considerate. Then my master replied with an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, I was a bit embarrassed myself." Embarrassed? What could he possibly find embarrassing about listening to my troubles? There shouldn't be an ounce of that in him. Tilting my head in confusion, my master took a deep breath. "There have been reports of multiple spirits appearing in the Holy Kingdom. It's easy to predict that their goal is to serve me. I'll be selective, but it's likely I'll end up welcoming them. I figured as much. The power of spirits is immense for humans. There's no reason to reject those who want to join us. It seems my day of being sidelined is drawing near." Just as I was sinking into despair, my master continued with a but. His words weren't finished yet. "It doesn't change the fact that you're my partner, Noma. No matter how many spirits come, you're the one I want to work with." What my master said next was meant to alleviate my anxiety. And it was clear from the sincerity in his earnest gaze that it wasn't just empty words. His translucent, pale purple eyes were filled with strong trust in me. To say something like that at this moment was downright unfair. It inevitably resonated deep within my heart. As I was left momentarily speechless, my master awkwardly scratched his cheek. Well, I guess calling you my partner sounds a bit cheesy, but that's the phrase that fits best for me. Fufufu hadahahe." In response, I burst into laughter. After whispering sweet words to Caroline and the others, I couldn't quite understand why he felt shy about calling me his partner. Thanks to his unexpected demeanor, I was able to calm down from the overwhelming emotions that had built up. Though now I found myself in a situation where I couldn't help but laugh, I considered it far better than the former. Still chuckling, I spoke up. "I'm not that strong, you know. Are you sure it's all right for me to be your partner?" "It's perfectly fine. To begin with, I'm not choosing based on strength." That's true. When I thought about it, my master was more than strong enough on his own. He had never sought strength from a spirit in the first place. I had been completely one-sided in my thinking. I should have paid more attention to my surroundings. Perhaps I had become so fond of my current life that I couldn't see beyond it. I spoke again. Thank you for your continued support, my master. The pleasure is mine, Noma. We laughed together. I didn't know how long this enjoyable time would last, but I wanted to do my best to protect this life. I sincerely wished for that. End of Volume 5.